The rise of the Spanish Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Land Leases Act. Carlo was quite satisfied with Spain's current development speed. By the end of 1870, the total mileage of railways in Spain was close to 6,000 kilometers. Built is only about 300 kilometers. It is already a significant improvement for the Spanish government. After all, from the birth of railways to late 1868, the total railway mileage in Spain was only about 5,400 kilometers. Spain's land area is in no way inferior to that of other European powers, mainland, and because there are fewer planes in the country, it needs railways to strengthen economic exchanges between regions. Spain has built a large-scale railway ring line with Madrid as the center. Capital cities of each region, including some important cities, are included in the planning of the railway ring line. The Spanish government's next railway construction goal is to include more cities in the railway construction plan, so that Spanish people can conveniently travel to other cities by rail, of course, including the transportation of goods. The construction of railways will strengthen Madrid's importance in Spain, while enhancing economic exchanges and stability between regions. As the center of the Iberian region, Madrid's benefits are prominent. From Madrid, it only takes a few hundred kilometers to reach any city in Spain. Even Barcelona, a more remote city in the northeast corner of Spain, is only 600 kilometers away from Madrid. At the current speed of trains, it only takes a little over a day to travel from Madrid to Barcelona. If you don't count the time spent at the station, it only takes more than 20 hours to reach Barcelona. Under such circumstances, no matter which region of Spain had unrest, the army in Madrid could arrive within one day. This is also the reason why Spain has remained a unified country until later generations. No matter how arrogant the Catalan and Basque independence activists are, the Spaniards are located in the center of the country and can go to the rebellious areas at any time to quell the rebellion. Even if the Portuguese region is included, Madrid is still located in the center of the entire Iberian Peninsula. This is Madrid's geographical advantage and the reason why Madrid can become the capital of Spain. At the end of April 1872, the first phase of the Spanish government's reform was declared a success, and the reform also entered the second phase smoothly. On May 1st, a member of the Liberal Party submitted the Land Lease Bill to the Spanish Parliament, requiring the government to enact a law stipulating that the rent for land leasing shall not exceed 40% of the annual income of the land. The purpose of this bill was to protect the rights of farmers who rented land, so that they would not be exploited by nobles and landlords, and face the situation of starvation. This bill was aimed directly at the land-owning nobles and the church, and Prime Minister Primo naturally understood the risks involved. Therefore, it was the Liberal Party, not the Progressive Party to which Prime Minister Primo belongs, that proposed the bill. If the proposal of this bill causes dissatisfaction among a large number of nobles, Prime Minister Primo will convene an emergency meeting and ask Parliament to repeal the bill. In order to prevent radical reactions from the nobles, Prime Minister Primo changed the rent from no more than 30% of annual income to 40%. This rent level was not much different from the 40% minus 50% rent that the nobles originally required the peasants to pay in order to prevent radical reactions from the nobles. Of course, in addition to introducing this bill, Prime Minister Primo also made preparations in advance. First of all, he and Archduke Serrano, as the most powerful representatives among the Spanish nobility, persuaded some of the nobles to agree to this bill. Another thing is to ask Carlo to persuade some nobles to agree to this bill in order to divide the entire aristocratic class. In general, there are too many nobles in Spain. These nobles control a large amount of land, which has a very serious impact on the future development of Spain. The government naturally cannot ignore this situation when it has already the development of Spain. If these nobles continue to be allowed to control such a large amount of land, the development of Spain will be seriously affected. Of course, as the aristocracy is the most influential force in Spain, Prime Minister Primo naturally cannot respond to radically nobles to actively sell their land to the government, and the government would buy these lands at a price higher than the market price as a reward for these nobles. Secondly, this is a test for the nobles. If successful, it can ensure that the landless peasants can also have a certain amount of guaranteed income when renting land. At least they will have no problem eating enough. However, if it causes strong opposition from the nobles, there will be room for detours so as not to cause a strong conflict between the nobles and the government. Carlo was also very troubled when he learned about Prime Minister Primo's plan. After much thought, Carlo decided that it was not appropriate for him to express his views directly on this matter. If he stood on the side of Prime Minister Primo, he would undoubtedly offend a large number of Spanish nobles to take back as much land from the nobles as possible. However, as the largest noble, the king naturally could not stand up and directly oppose the noble class. After receiving Prime Minister Primo's request, Carlo said that he would let the loyalist noble Duke Jacobo give friendly advice to some Spanish nobles, and he himself would not come forward. Carlo would not offend a large number of Spanish nobles at this time. Although many of these nobles have become pests of the country, they are indeed Carlo's biggest supporter at present. At least we have to wait until Carlo has complete control of the country's power and minimizes the influence of the nobles on the army before trying to take action against some of the nobles. Now, it is better to stay away from Prime Minister Primo's reforms as much as possible. The nobles are still quite influential, and there are a large number of nobles in the government and the army. This is why Prime Minister Primo, who holds the military and political power, has to be careful to test the nobles instead of taking direct action. Although he expressed his support for Minister Primo's reforms, Carlo also put forward his own demands. That is, after strong opposition from the nobles, Carlo should convene the Spanish parliament and forcibly repeal the bill. This was Carlo's backup plan, used to declare to the nobles that Carlo had nothing to do with this incident. The current king still needs the support of the nobles, and Carlo will not destroy the good relationship with the nobles unless it comes to the point where he has to make a choice in the parliament. It immediately attracted the attention of a large number of nobles. In Spain, the higher the rank of a noble's title, the more land the noble controls. As large landowners, the nobles naturally did not want to see the government enact a bill to reduce farmers' land rents, because this would clearly affect their own income. Minister Primo mobilized the original revolutionary army to garrison Madrid, and personally found Archduke Serrano to persuade him. Compared to power, Archduke Serrano does not value land that much. Like Prime Minister Primo, he is a nobleman who was granted a fiefdom, rather than an inherited title. Although he has become the pinnacle of the Spanish nobility and holds the title of Grand Duke Serrano does not have much land property. Instead, his shares in the Royal United Bank are the bulk of his income. There were also the new nobles that Carlo had granted fiefs to. Although the new nobles also owned some land, these lands were far inferior to those of the old nobles. They are not opposed to this bill. After all, it does not have much impact on their interests. Under the influence of Prime Minister Primo and Grand Duke Serrano, although the nobles as a whole expressed dissatisfaction with the bill, there were still many nobles who agreed with it. Although most nobles own a large amount of land, this does not mean that all nobles are wealthy. In fact, there are countless aristocratic families in Europe that fail to run their businesses well every year, and even more aristocrats who have to sell their property due to bankruptcy. There are indeed many nobles in Spain, but that's just the state of Spain's economy. The only nobles who can truly become wealthy are the great nobles. The earls and barons were not actually very rich, and their property could go bankrupt at any time due to poor management. As the government introduced a policy of purchasing land at high prices, many nobles who were in urgent need of funds due to bankruptcy took the initiative to sell their land to the government. Prime Minister Primo also urgently needed the nobles to voluntarily sell their land to make a statement, so he raised the price of the land to 1.5 times the market price. In order to prevent nobles from temporarily purchasing farmers' land and then selling it to the government to make a profit, the Spanish government also promulgated the Land Purchase and Sale Law, which stipulates that farmers' land can only be sold to the government. The government will provide a price above the market price to ensure that farmers will not lose money when selling the land. Of course, most farmers are unwilling to sell their land unless they have no other options. Farmers rely on the land for their livelihood. If they lose their livelihood, how can they survive? The people who actually sell their land, apart from the landlords who own a lot of land, are the farmers who can no longer make a living by farming. With these nobles, who took the initiative to sell their land standing up, the aristocratic class, which was originally angry about this bill, was divided into two. Moreover, this bill was not that harsh on the nobles. Their income was indeed reduced, but not too much. At least the reduction in income will not cause the nobles to unite against the government. After all, the current government is not the same as it was a few years ago. Prime Minister Primo's reforms have greatly increased the peasants' support for the government. The nobles and peasants still have frequent contact, and they naturally know how popular the current government is. In addition, Marshal Serrano and Prime Minister Primo, as members of the nobility themselves, did not oppose the bill, which made some nobles see something more profound in it. Perhaps such a bill was submitted to the parliament with the support of Prime Minister Primo? If Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano both supported the bill, what could they do? Duke Jacopo also persuaded some nobles at Carlo's suggestion, which resulted in the bill being voted on in parliament for several days. During this period, the nobles did not react too strongly. Minister Primo finally breathed a sigh of relief after learning that the nobles did not react violently. Although the nobles were certainly still dissatisfied, at least it had not developed to the point of causing unrest. As long as the nobles do not take any drastic action next, they will have no choice but to accept the bill after it is passed by parliament. Moreover, this bill was not only aimed at the nobles, but also at the church, which also owned a large amount of land. If Prime Minister Primo still had some concern and care for the nobles, he was not so kind to the church. The large amount of land held by the church also endangered the development of Spain, and these lands were also the targets that the Spanish government wanted to recover. First there was the abolition of the tithe, and then there was a bill to limit land rents, and the church's income had been greatly restricted. Prime Minister Primo also mobilized the army to guard against the church. If the church could not bear such a loss and finally chose to launch a rebellion against the government, then things would develop in the direction that Prime Minister Primo would like to see the most. A large number of troops would resolve the church's rebellion in a short period of time, and the government would have a legitimate excuse to take back the church's land. Of course, because the interests of both the nobility and the church were affected at the same time, Prime Minister Primo also knew that there was a small possibility that the church and the nobility would unite to resist the government. However, after being divided, it is difficult for the nobles to unite as one to resist the government. After all, the nobles also have their own interests to consider. During the reign of Queen Isabel, the nobility almost completely controlled the army. The vast majority of middle and higher level officers in the Spanish army were nobles, and the royal army was a private army led by nobles. But after the revolution, the number of nobles in the army had decreased significantly. Many noble officers in the army had joined the Carlist rebellion and were also eliminated by the government. The suppression of the rebellion gave rise to a large number of new nobles. These nobles were different from the old nobles in that they supported the government's policies. Coupled with the large number of officers trained by the Royal Military Academy, this has greatly reduced the influence of the nobility on the army. Unless the interests of the nobles are truly endangered to a great extent, such as the government forcibly reclaiming the nobles' land, etc., the nobles are unwilling to openly resist the government. After all, rebellion against the government is not without cost. If the army formed cannot defeat the government army with overwhelming advantage, the result may be disastrous for these Spanish nobles who launched the rebellion. There are still many smart people among the nobles. Although they admit that this bill will lose some interests, at least the final result is good and most of the income can be retained. If you take the risk of launching a rebellion against the government and the rebellion fails, you might not even be able to keep your noble title. With the aristocracy remaining silent, the church became a lamb to be slaughtered. Faced with the situation of either selling the land or reducing the land income, the bishops of the church, led by Archbishop Pedro, also knew that they had to make a choice. The second update of 4,300 words. Please support Chapter 127 Minimum Income Law for Workers. the government's strategy of buying back noble land at high prices was still very effective. After the law was introduced to buy back noble land at high prices, many nobles on the verge of bankruptcy chose to sell part of their land to the government in exchange for emergency funds. In just over a week, the government had acquired more than 2,500 acres of land, or nearly 10 square kilometers, from the nobles. These lands are actually not that much, they are just the size put together by a few small nobles with not much. Why are nobles considered pests in Spain? Because at the peak of the nobility, which accounted for only 2% of the population, occupied 95% of the total arable land in Spain. Of course, a large number of priests, businessmen, and professionals are also included, but such data is also extremely exaggerated. At that time, 95% of Spain's population were farmers, and these farmers owned 5% of the total land in Spain. Not only did the nobles own a large amount of land, but their lands were all fertile plains and valleys, leaving the peasants with barren land. Although the land in the hands of the nobles has been greatly reduced after a long period of development and revolution, it still accounts for 40% of the cultivated land. The combined land held by the nobles and the church was greater than that held by the peasants. This not only affected the development of Spanish agriculture, but also forced a large number of peasants to become tenants of these nobles, and the church had to collect rent from these tenants, but also required them to pay a large amount of agricultural taxes including tithes and land taxes. This is also the real reason why the revolution broke out in Spain. The premise for the nobles and the church to enjoy a luxurious life is the continuous exploitation of the peasants. The Spaniards can no longer afford to eat, so naturally they have to find ways to keep themselves alive. After the revolution, the proportion of land in the hands of the nobles has dropped to less than 35% of the total cultivated land, which is good news. The government acquired a large amount of land from the nobility and the church, and then rented the land to farmers at low rents. Farmers no longer lack land to farm, and are not oppressed by overly harsh taxes. Naturally, they have a decent life, and don't have any other thoughts. In fact, compared to local landlords, industry and finance obviously have more potential in this era. Compared with the more traditional large landowners and nobles, Carlo obviously values the new aristocracy more. The new nobility did not have much land, so they invested their property in industry and finance, and stimulated the development of the Spanish economy. The capital formed by the united nobles also has considerable influence. Compared with holding the land and offending a large number of farmers, it is better to be a capitalist controlled by the government and the royal family and enjoy a life of counting money until your hands cramp. As time entered mid-May, the Royal United Bank and the Spanish National Bank, under the supervision of the Currency Board, manufactured and issued the Kingdom of Spain's newest peseta currency system. The exchange rate between the peseta and the pound was 26.02. 1 peseta was worth approximately 0.282 grams of gold. There are two types of pesetas issued by the two banks. One is paper currency with the seal of the bank and the monetary board, and the other is a silver coin with a total weight of 4.23 grams of silver. According to the current value of gold and silver, 4.23 grams of silver is worth exactly 0.282 grams of gold. The silver coin made of 4.23 grams of silver is the coin version of the peseta, and is also the most common version, 2.82 grams of gold. Of course, these weights are only the weights of pure gold and pure silver, and some other metals are mixed in to make these gold and silver coins made of precious metals more durable. Below the larger denomination of 1 peseta, there are cents made of copper coins. 1 peseta is divided into 100 cents, and 1 copper coin is 1 cent. According to the different weights of the same coin, it is also divided into 1 cent, 5 cents, 10 cents, 20 cents and 50 cents, which are the most commonly used currency in people's daily life. This is also the characteristic of the currencies of various countries during the gold standard period. Generally, there are two kinds of currencies. One is the currency with actual value made of gold, silver and copper. The specific content of gold and silver in the currency also determines the exchange rate of the currency. Another type of currency is paper money, that is equal to the value of gold and silver coins. Generally, paper money is issued by various governments circulated domestically, while gold and silver coins are mostly used in international trade, because they are more valuable and more recognized by international traders. Currently, Spain's gold and silver coins are engraved with Carlo's bust, large head and the family emblem of the Savoy dynasty. The copper coins are engraved with Prime Minister Primo, Archduke Serrano and other famous figures in Spanish history. After printing the new peseta currency, the Spanish government also enacted a new law, the minimum income law for workers. According to this law, anyone with Spanish nationality is considered a Spanish citizen. When Spanish citizens perform various jobs in Spain and exchange their labor for income, business owners and factory owners should follow the Workers' Protection Law and the Workers' Minimum Income Law to provide Spanish citizens with at least the minimum level of guaranteed income. The minimum weekly wage for adult male Spanish citizens is 1 peseta 75 copper coins, and the minimum weekly wage for adult female Spanish citizens is 1 peseta 15 copper coins. The minimum weekly wage for male Spanish citizens over 50 years old is 1 peseta 10 copper coins, and the minimum weekly wage for female Spanish citizens over 50 years old is 85 copper coins. The minimum weekly wage for child laborers is 75 copper coins, and child laborers should enjoy at least 1 day of vacation per month, and the daily working hours should not exceed 12 hours. Because the economic development of different regions in Spain is different, the minimum income in different places fluctuates to a certain extent. In order to prevent high-income regions from taking advantage of loopholes in the minimum income law, the government has also stipulated that local governments can adjust the minimum income based on the actual per capita annual income in each region, but only increases are allowed, and no decreases are allowed. In more developed regions such as Madrid and Barcelona, the actual minimum income will still have to increase. Especially in Barcelona, after the industrial zone is built in the future, the minimum income of workers will definitely not be as simple as stipulated by law. If there are capitalists who want to exploit loopholes in the law and desperately exploit the Spanish people, Carlo doesn't mind letting them feel what it feels like to be hung on a street lamp. All the factories and enterprises of the royal family naturally implemented the new laws issued by the government. However, the good news is that the income of employees of the royal enterprises is basically above the minimum income stipulated by the government, which also means that the laws issued by the government do not have much impact on the royal enterprises. For those capitalists who have been extremely exploiting the people, and even exploiting child laborers, if they want to exploit the people again in the future, they will have to consider the attitude of the government. Needless to say, the public is quite welcoming of the law promulgated by the government. The actual beneficiaries of this law are the Spanish people, who can be guaranteed to have a minimum income when working, without having to worry about excessive exploitation by capitalists. The most noteworthy thing is the minimum wage for child labor as stipulated in the law. The issue of child labor is a topic that cannot be avoided in this era and even in future generations. Simply put, every country has impoverished groups. Sending children away from home to work does not mean that the family does not love their children, but that the family really can't make ends meet and must let these underage children go out to work to earn income. Although the minimum weekly wage for child workers is only 75 copper coins, this level is already upper middle among the current incomes of all child workers in Spain. Ensuring a minimum weekly wage for child workers will not only effectively improve the income of the child workers themselves, but also improve the living standards of families who are forced to send their children to work outside. However, when the income of adult citizens increases, it is better for these children to receive education. After all, only by receiving education can they enter a higher class, and knowledge can change their destiny. Of course, this so-called knowledge is not just knowledge in books, but any knowledge that can be used in practice, including various techniques and thinking. This minimum income level is carefully calculated by the government. It is difficult to eat and clothe yourself with this level of minimum income, but it can ensure that most Spaniards who enjoy the minimum income can eat. As for living a better life, pursuing to have enough food and clothing or even to eat well and rest well, a large number of Spaniards need to work hard during working hours and in their jobs, such as sending their children to school, allowing them to enter more advanced jobs, and so on. The salary of an ordinary worker is different from that of a skilled worker, and the salary of a skilled worker is different from that of a technical worker. Even for the sake of their family's future quality of life, Spanish people will ultimately choose to let themselves or their children climb higher and enjoy better jobs and salary benefits. If in 1871 the Spanish government focused mostly on industrial and economic development, then in 1872, when Spain had become stable, it officially began to explore legislative reforms. At present, the effects achieved by the two bills, the Land Lease Act and the Workers' Minimum Income Act, are quite good. The former took care of the vast peasant masses in Spain, while the latter took care of the emerging groups of workers and employees in Spain. Although this offended a large number of conservatives including the nobles, the good news is that the nobles did not react too much. As for the power of the capitalist class, it is still very weak in Spain. As long as the more powerful nobles, the church and the radical republicans do not react, the power of capital in Spain will not be able to affect the stability of the government and the country. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 128 Cabinet Meeting. Carlo is also paying attention to the Primo government, which has been making constant moves during this period. Although both bills have achieved good results, the promulgation of such bills is bound to cause dissatisfaction among some vested interests. A single bill may not cause much stir, but when several bills are added together, the impact will be immeasurable. Fortunately, the second bill had little impact on the nobility. The old-style nobility held a large amount of land, and they had not yet transformed into the new-style capitalist nobility. The new nobles do not have much money in their hands. At present, they mainly participate in the operation of the Royal United Bank and obtain dividends from the Royal United Bank. Carlo was willing to go all out to win over these new nobles. The royal family held 75% of the shares in the Royal United Bank, and the remaining 25% was divided among the noble consortium. The shares of the Nobles United Consortium are divided into several parts. If the new nobles want to participate in the Nobles United Consortium, they need to spend money to subscribe to the shares of the United Consortium. In the future, all investments of the joint consortium will generate dividends, which will be distributed to the nobles behind the consortium according to the proportion of shares. Of course, in order to prevent some new nobles from not having enough funds to purchase shares in the joint consortium, Carlo also has certain rewards for the new nobles. For example, all the nobles who were enthroned after Carlo ascended the throne, although they did not have much land, would directly obtain some shares in the aristocratic consortium. Although the value of the shares awarded to them at the beginning was not too high, with a total value of only a few hundred pesetas, as the noble consortium developed, the value of such shares would eventually rise to thousands or even tens of thousands of pesetas dividends in the future. Don't underestimate the current small-scale aristocratic consortium. Royal United Bank has become a giant in the Spanish banking industry. Even the Spanish National Bank, which was established at great cost by the government, cannot compare with it. Of course, the main reason is that the Spanish National Bank started too late. Royal United Bank had already become a giant in the Spanish banking industry long before the Spanish National Bank was established, and it has now become the largest banking consortium in Spain. Compared to Royal Union Bank, Banco Santander is smaller, but compared to other Spanish banks, it is still a giant. Royal United Bank and Banco Santander are not only the top two banking giants in Spain, but their combined number of users and total deposits also account for about 80% of all bank users and deposits in Spain. Of course, more than 55% of the 80% are in the Royal United Bank, and the total size of the National Bank's users and deposits is only about 25%. However, the combined users and deposits of the remaining banks in Spain account for less than 20%. This also shows that the Royal United Bank and the National Bank have formed a monopoly on the Spanish banking industry. The formation of monopoly giants is a necessity for the development of the times, and is unavoidable for every country. For Spain, it is much better for two giants to monopolize the banking industry than for various small and medium-sized banks to flourish everywhere. The two official banks will be more supported by the people, and they will also be able to receive more deposits from users, thereby utilizing Spanish private funds to develop the Spanish economy more effectively. Although the two official banks have more or less selfish desires to develop themselves, they will not back down in the face of the greater good of national development. If the government is short of funds, it can let two official banks subscribe to government bonds, at least to temporarily alleviate the government's financial crisis. If private funds are scattered among large and small private banks, it will not only be very difficult to pull them, but small banks are also prone to bankruptcy. Monopoly giants may not be suitable for Spain's future development, but for Spain, which is currently in a state of disaster, it is the best choice for development. Spain's development was not smooth sailing, and the development of various industries also faced many problems. On June 3, 1872, at a regular meeting of the Spanish cabinet government, the government discussed the current problems facing Spain's development. Carlo, who had not attended the cabinet meeting for a long time, reappeared at the cabinet meeting and listened to the cabinet's discussion on this meeting. The reason why Carlo appeared at the cabinet meeting was actually because of the invitation of Prime Minister Primo. Why? Because at present, Carlo is the only one who has extra money to focus on developing certain industries, which is why Prime Minister Primo invited Carlo. With the help of his maid, Carlo put on the White King's military uniform sewn by the royal tailor, wore the rank of Spanish Marshal, and held the king's customized sword in his hand. After bidding farewell to Queen Sophie, Carlo went to the government to attend the meeting with a confident smile on his face. It is hard for Carlo not to be confident. He became the King of Spain, a European power, when he was less than 19 years old. Now at the age of 21, he has already gained a certain amount of power. Anyone would have to smile confidently. The good news is that by the 19th century the nobility and kings had shed the aristocratic robes of the 17th and 18th centuries and adopted more handsome and simple military uniforms. After wearing military ranks, a series of medals, and tassels, the military uniforms worn by the king and nobles were actually more imposing than the previous robes, and looked more majestic and handsome. Anyway, Carlo really likes wearing such a military uniform. Except for wearing the king's dress on necessary occasions, Carlo prefers to go out in military uniform. First of all, the uniforms are not so bulky, and secondly, they are damn handsome. As the king, Carlo can also customize the uniforms according to his own ideas. Anyway, he can make them as handsome as possible. Walking into the government meeting room, the cabinet members were waiting for Carlo respectfully. The moment the guard pushed open the door, all the cabinet members stood up and greeted Carlo respectfully. Carlo smiled and nodded, then under his gaze, he walked to the top seat at the conference table and sat down slowly. No matter who is the boss of the government, as long as the king attends government meetings, the most powerful position must be reserved for the king. After all, the king is theoretically the supreme ruler of a country, and even the current Spanish government has to serve the king. Power is power, status is status, they are different. After everyone arrived, the cabinet meeting officially began. As the leader of the government, Prime Minister Primo of course had to lay a topic for discussion for this cabinet meeting. Second update, please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Technical School. Prime Minister Primo first reported to Carlo on the recent work results of the government, and then extended the topic of discussion of the meeting to the current problems of the government, that is, the lack of technical talents in Spain when developing industry. In fact, it is not just Spain. Any country that wants to develop industry will face the problem of lack of technical talents. Industry cannot be built simply by accumulating money. Basic steel making has very strict requirements on the technical level of steel workers. The technical level of workers not only determines the quality of steel, but also determines the work efficiency and safety. Carlo had already anticipated the lack of technical talent in Spain. Although some talent gaps have been solved by building universities and attracting foreign talent, the gap in technical talent, especially technical workers, has not been filled. When Spain's industrial scale was not large before, such vacancies were acceptable. But now that Spain's industrial scale has gradually taken shape after a long period of development, the vacancies of skilled workers have to be taken seriously. Spain's reserve of technical talents and skilled workers is only enough to meet the needs of a small civil industrial base. For the Barcelona industrial base currently under construction, it is completely insufficient to rely solely on the existing technical talents in Spain. Compared with the civil industrial base, the Barcelona industrial base is not only much larger in scale, but also completely different in importance, provide about 100,000 jobs. If the construction of the 3 phases of the Barcelona industrial base is completed, the entire industrial base is expected to provide more than 500,000 jobs, which also means that the vacancies for technical talents will also be as high as hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of talent vacancies are not so easy to fill, and it is necessary to spend a lot of money to build relevant technical schools, to train technical talents other than college students. Your Majesty, these are the development problems that the government is currently facing. It is not very obvious now, but after the Barcelona industrial base is built, our vacancies for technical talents and skilled workers may reach more than 50,000, and it is very likely to affect the development of the Barcelona industrial base. After reporting on the current progress of the Spanish government's work, Prime Minister Primo said respectfully to Carlo, "Does the government have any good solutions at present?" Carlo nodded and asked, "Yes. Can establish relevant comprehensive technical schools to help us train the technical talents we need. However, because we need a large number of technical talents in the short term, it is still difficult to establish relevant comprehensive technical schools at present. In fact, if we only talk about building a comprehensive technical school, it can be easily done relying solely on the power of the government. But the problem is that Spain's demand for technical talent is not just a few thousand or tens of thousands, but a gap of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. With such a huge gap, it is difficult to rely on the government alone. Even if the government can build so many technical schools, it will waste too much energy and money in this regard, thus ignoring the development in other directions. The best way is to cooperate with the royal family. The royal family has enough funds. After all, Royal United Bank has become the largest bank in Spain. Knowing this, Prime Minister Primo invited Carlo to attend this cabinet meeting, and tried his best to invite Carlo and the royal family to join in the construction of the technical school, so that Spain can fill the gap in technical talents as soon as possible. Carlo certainly knew what Prime Minister Primo was thinking. But the royal family certainly couldn't waste a lot of money to help the government build a technical school. At least they had to reach a certain exchange of interests. Carlo's goal was not only to help the government build technical schools, but also to let the royal family take the lead in the construction and popularization of technical schools and reap the first credit. In the future, when a large number of technical talents are trained from schools and enter factories and enterprises, these people will be grateful to the royal family. After all, it is the royal family that gave them the opportunities. If the royal family had not built technical schools to help them master crucial technical skills, they would never have been able to take on some of the more technical positions that require higher skills, and their income would naturally not have increased significantly. Prime Minister Primo was actually clear about some of Carlo's demands. No matter how Carlo cooperated with him in reform, it could not change the fact that Carlo was a young king. Young kings are all ambitious. There is no young king who does not want to take power into his own hands and make comments on the work of the government. Although Prime Minister Primo understands this, he will not stop Carlo's actions and demands. For Prime Minister Primo, the current reform and development of Spain is the most important, and other things are secondary. Moreover, it would take at least several years for Carlo to cultivate his own confidence and forces and slowly take power. During these years, Carlo would fully support Prime Minister Primo's reforms as much as possible, which was what Prime Minister Primo wanted to see the most. As for Carlo's desire for more power in a few years, it actually had nothing to do with Prime Minister Primo. Prime Minister Primo will soon be 60 years old, and he will not worry about the long years ahead. Moreover, with the support of Archduke Serrano and the royalists who were originally loyal to the Bourbon family, it is only a matter of time before Carlo gains some power in the government and the army. Currently, the only person in the entire Spanish government who can prevent Carlo from taking power is Prime Minister Primo, but Prime Minister Primo will not do so. Because Prime Minister Primo deeply and clearly understands that the stability of the Kingdom of Spain depends to a large extent on the current monarchy. If Spain had become a republic, there would not have been so much tolerance between the various factions. Rather than letting the radical republic destroy Spain, it would have been better to allow Carlo to return to power. At least based on observations over the past few years, Carlo is not likely to be a foolish monarch like Queen Isabel. At least he is a more qualified king. What's more, even if Carlo wanted to take over power in the government and the military, it would not be smooth sailing. Other parties may not be willing to see a king with absolute power. Even if Carlo has some power, he will be restricted by parliament and the government. This is another reason why Primo is relieved to be the prime minister. If Carlo himself is not too capable, the opposition of these parties will be enough to ensure that Carlo's power is not too great. If Carlo could seize power despite opposition from many parties and other forces, and gain the trust and love of the people, then it would also prove that Carlo was a very capable king. In this case, why would Prime Minister Primo need to stop Carlo from taking power? It is indeed difficult to fill the gap of hundreds of thousands of technical talents. Carlo nodded, pretending to be in deep thought, and after a moment he spoke. Faced with the major challenges of Spain's development, the royal family cannot sit idly by. Let me take a portion of the royal family's property to establish the Madrid Comprehensive Technical School and build as many branches as possible. The requirements for the construction of comprehensive technical schools do not need to be too high, as long as they can train technical talents in related fields for us. The restrictions on the enrollment of technical schools can also be relaxed. As long as you have a primary school education, you can enroll in our comprehensive technical schools, and after graduation you can obtain a high school diploma. This favor must be done. After all, the stronger Spain is, the more benefits Carlo can gain. As for the role and contribution of the royal family in the construction of technical schools, I believe that with Prime Minister Primo in charge, he naturally understands Carlo's intentions. Moreover, Carlo himself owns a large number of newspapers as public opinion organizations. With a little large-scale publicity, he can naturally let the public know who made great efforts to build the technical school. When some cabinet members heard Carlo nod his head and agreed to let the royal family fund the construction of a technical school, their expressions changed slightly when they looked at Carlo. Prime Minister Primo's cabinet government follows the principle of reform first, and indeed a considerable number of cabinet members support the monarchy and Carlo. But at the same time, there are some people in the cabinet government who oppose the monarchy, or who are not very optimistic about the monarchy. This is mainly due to the influence of the Bourbon dynasty, Queen Isabella and her father on Spain. If Queen Isabella was in power, not only would she be unwilling to waste the royal money on these things, she would even use government funds to accomplish royal affairs. Although this could not directly change the attitudes of some cabinet members, it at least made them aware that Carlo was different from the previous Queen Isabella. This is also one of Carlo's goals. Although most of the current cabinet government will bid farewell to the core political stage of Spain after Prime Minister Primo leaves office, there will still be some people who will continue to fight in the Spanish political arena and even challenge the position of Prime Minister. What Carlo had to do was to change some people's views on the Spanish monarchy and to select as many talents as possible from them as possible to make them his helpers. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 130 Colonial Question. This cabinet meeting was not just about technical schools, of course. The implementation of the two previously enacted bills was also within the scope of discussion at this cabinet meeting. Of course, there were also some new problems arising in the colonies, including the construction of railways, etc. In short, the meeting lasted a very long time and there were dozens of issues discussed. Carlo listened to the entire cabinet meeting, but rarely expressed his own opinions. After all, the current cabinet government is still controlled by Prime Minister Primo. Although he was happy to see Carlo attend the meeting, he was not necessarily happy to see Carlo making decisions at the government meeting. Prime Minister Primo must have his own plan in mind to promote the reform of the Spanish government. Regardless of whether such a plan is in line with Spain's future development, it is not the time for Carlo to intervene in government reform. When Carlo gradually gains a certain amount of power in the future, he will participate more in government decision making and make larger scale revisions to the reforms of Prime Minister Primo and the systems of the earlier Spanish royal government period to ensure that the big ship of Spain can move forward at a steady speed. In addition to domestic developments and reforms in Spain, the most discussed topic at cabinet meetings was current colonial issues. The Cuban colony did successfully suppress the rebellion, but the Spanish government also made a big concession to the Cuban government. The Cuban government currently has more power, and the large number of Cubans who hate Spain also makes the situation in Cuba not so stable. Perhaps this rebellion can bring peace and stability for a few years, but new problems will definitely arise in Cuba in the future, and it is even possible that rebellion will break out again in a few years. Compared to Cuba, Carlo was actually more concerned about Spain's newly established colony in southern Morocco. Although Cuba provides the Spanish government with dozens of times more income each year than the southern Moroccan colony, Cuba also has frequent problems internally. No matter how big the problems in the southern Moroccan colony are, the cost of suppressing the rebellion is relatively low because of its proximity to the Spanish mainland. But the Cuban colony was different. Even if Cuba was just an internal rebellion, it would still require the Spanish army to cross the Atlantic Ocean to quell the rebellion. The cost of transporting materials across the ocean is enough to give the Spanish government a headache, not to mention that there is another country on the other side of the ocean that covets Cuba. Even if it was just to deal with the internal rebellion in Cuba, it would be enough for the Spanish government to waste a lot of money, manpower and material resources, which was not a good thing for Spain's development. If the Americans were still involved, the cost of Spain's suppression of the rebellion would increase exponentially and the difficulty would increase exponentially. For Carlo, the question of whether the Cuban colony could be defended was not whether it could be defended, but whether it was necessary to defend it. The Cuban colony was the only remaining American colony for Spain, and it was also the only one that could generate positive returns and had a relatively high income. The Cuban colony has only one economic pillar, which is the sugar industry. According to the Spanish government's intelligence control over the Cuban colony, Cuba's current annual sugar production is about 600,000 tons, and there are more than 2,500 factories specializing in sugar production. You should know that the total population of Cuba is only about 1 million, of which the core population of Cuba, that is, Hispanics and Spanish mixed people, only account for about 55%, which is enough to prove how important the sugar industry is to Cuba. The sugar industry not only created a huge amount of wealth for Cuba, but also allowed Spain, as Cuba's suzerain state, to earn a large amount of financial income every year. But no matter what, the size of Cuba's colony and the size of its economic pillar industries are ultimately limited. And with a large number of Cubans eager for independence, it will become more difficult for Spain to control Cuba in the future. Rather than being trapped in a small place like Cuba, it would be better to find a suitable opportunity to take the initiative to sell Cuba, while at the same time expanding colonies in Africa as much as possible and carrying out a new round of colonial exploitation. The Spanish Empire was a long time ago, which makes many people not very familiar with Spain's colonial policy. People only know about the brutal exploitation of African colonies by European powers in the 18th and 19th centuries, but they don't know that in the 16th and 17th centuries, Spain's exploitation of its colonies was far more brutal than that of the European powers at that time. Although Europeans generally disregarded the lives of indigenous people in the colonies, they would not be so cruel as to kill them indiscriminately. For example, the Belgian king who later obtained Congo, because of his cruel colonial policy in Congo, eventually under the intervention of the great powers, Congo was transformed from the private territory of the Belgian king into a colony controlled by the Belgian government, finally ending the cruel colonization of Belgian King Leopold II. Spain's rule in its American colonies was similar to Leopold II's rule in Congo. It basically only did 4 things: mining, plantations, slavery, and genocide. The indigenous people of Cuba are Indians, but as of now, Spaniards, Spanish mixed-race people and blacks are the 3 major ethnic groups in Cuba, followed by even Asians, and the indigenous Indians are at the end of the population. The fact that Indians are one of the smallest ethnic groups in Cuba is inseparable from the cruel colonial policy during the Spanish rule of Cuba. Spain carried out a genocide in Cuba, slaughtered the vast majority of Indians, and forced whites to become the main ethnic group in Cuba. As for why there are so many blacks, in fact most of these blacks are slaves on plantations. They have no human rights, just like the animals raised by white people. Although the Spanish government had already issued decrees and regulations to abolish slavery during the provisional government period, that is, in 1869. But Spain's decrees had no effect on the colonies. Slavery still existed in the Cuban colony. The vast majority of blacks were slaves of whites, and only a small number of blacks had the right to freedom. However, this does not mean that black people with freedom rights can become normal Cuban citizens. Whether in a colony, like Cuba or in Europe, black people will be discriminated against by white people regardless of whether they have so-called freedom rights or not. This phenomenon also exists in the United States, and is very common. Although the United States abolished slavery and liberated black people through the Civil War, the actual human rights of black people have not been effectively improved. Black people in the United States have only gained legal freedom, but are still at the bottom of the social, political, economic and socially in the United States. The so-called black citizens in the United States are subject to extremely strict restrictions on their right to vote and to be elected, which also makes it difficult for an official of black descent to appear in the United States. Factories and companies basically do not hire black people for easy positions, do not pay well. In addition to these, black people and their children also face significant restrictions in education and medical care. Although they are all citizens of the United States, it is impossible for blacks and their children to go to school with whites. They can only crowd into black schools with worse conditions, and even find it difficult to complete elementary school. A large number of black people were restricted to a certain range and could not move freely in the United States. These areas where black people gathered gradually evolved into slums in the United States. The order in the slums was quite chaotic and crimes occurred from time to time. In fact, even in later generations, there are still black slums in the United States. In addition, because the United States does not ban guns, not only are various crimes frequent in the slums, but they are also often involved in murders. In this era, discrimination against black people by white people is unprecedented. Because most police officers in the United States are white, when black people encounter white police officers, their life and death can only be decided by that police officer. However, white police officers generally do not go to areas where black people gather. After all, those black people can do anything when they are pushed into a corner. But if a black person was found leaving the gathering area without permission, what might greet him might be an emptied magazine. Let's talk about Spain's colonial situation. In fact, compared with African colonies, Cuba, and Puerto Rico, including previously independent Mexico and Argentina, have a larger white population, and they are all Spaniards or Hispanics. However, due to the brutal exploitation of the colonies by the Spanish government, these colonies had a strong desire for independence, and many Spanish mixed-race people did not have much good feelings towards Spain. The only Spaniards who truly still love this country are those who are of pure blood and have not been in the colonies for long. But the fact that these people can immigrate abroad proves that they can no longer survive in Spain, or that there are higher incomes and opportunities abroad. It is very difficult to get them to return to Spain, at least not in the short term. Since it is impossible to absorb too many people from Latin America, it is better to focus on the assimilation of the Moroccan population. Moroccans are also white and their appearance is similar to that of Spanish people. The biggest differences between Spaniards and Moroccans are language and religion, but these differences can be eliminated through long-term assimilation. Compared with the Cuban colony far away in America, Morocco, which is only separated from the Spanish mainland by a strait, is obviously the better choice. In any case, Morocco has greater development potential than Cuba. Morocco's population is several times that of Cuba, and its land area is more than 10 times that of Cuba. Although Cuba can currently create economic value far beyond that of Morocco, in terms of the future impact and influence on Spain, two Cubas may not be as good as one Morocco. I wish you all a happy National Day and a happy birthday to our motherland. Chapter 131, The Debate of Military Expansion. In fact, for every colonial country, colonial resistance has always been the most troublesome thing and the biggest expense in managing the colonies. Spain currently has 3 large colonies: Cuba, the Philippines and southern Morocco. Among these 3 colonies, except for southern Morocco which had just been occupied and had no large-scale resistance, there were large-scale resistances in the other 2 colonies. For the Spanish government, it certainly hopes that the 2 colonies of Cuba and the Philippines can be stable and generate continuous income to support the development of Spain. Only when Spain becomes stronger can it better preserve these colonies, while at the same time allowing Spain's sphere of influence to continue to expand and ultimately achieve Spain's revival. In order to ensure the stability of the colonies of Cuba and the Philippines, after discussions at the cabinet meeting, it was finally decided to increase the size of the garrisons in the 2 colonies. As mentioned before, the total size of the Spanish army was only about 100,000, including about 70,000 native troops and about 30,000 colonial garrisons. As one of Spain's most important colonies, Cuba has a total of 12,000 colonial garrisons, making it the Spanish colony with the largest number of garrisons. Also had a colony in Kalimantan. Although the history of the Sulu colony is only 30 years, it is indeed a Spanish colony at present, and the total area is not small. Spain stationed a total of about 7,000 troops in the Philippines and Sulu, which also proves that the Philippine colonies, including Sulu, were still very important to Spain. In addition to the 2 extremely important colonies of Cuba and the Philippines, Spain also has more than 8,000 troops stationed in the northern Moroccan cities of Ceuta and Tetuan. Apart from these 3 colonies with garrisons of thousands, the remaining colonies, including Puerto Rico, Guinea and the Canary Islands, had garrison numbers of just over 1,000 soldiers each. Of course, the southern Moroccan colonies are also expanding their garrison forces. Although the number of these colonial garrison forces seems large, only about half of them are real Spaniards, and the rest are native soldiers recruited from the colonies. If only the Spanish were counted, the number of troops in the colonies was still a little small. Especially in Cuba and the Philippines, these 2 colonies could obviously afford more troops, and it was necessary to strengthen the size of the local army to ensure the stability of these colonies. All the colonial garrisons together numbered about 14 regiments, with a total strength of about 32,200 men. With such an army size, it would not be easy to support the Spanish mainland under certain circumstances, let alone maintain the stability of Spain's existing colonies. It is very necessary to expand the size of the existing colonial army, which is not only related to the stability of Spain's colonies, but also to a certain extent to the stability of Spain itself. Carlo had a say in the colonial army, which was under the leadership of the colonial government and the governor, who was appointed by the king. At this point, Prime Minister Primo's influence was not as high as Carlo's. However, because Prime Minister Primo had actually served as the governor of the colonies, his influence on individual colonies was definitely much higher than Carlo's. Mr. Prime Minister, I suggest that our 14 colonial garrison regiments be increased to 25, and the problem of insufficient troops in the colonies can be solved. Colonial Affairs Minister Scotty Alvarez expressed his opinion on the problem of insufficient colonial troops. Kingdom's finances are simply unable to afford such a scale of colonial troops. 25 garrison regiments have nearly 60,000 troops. Do our colonies really need so many people? It is very common in the cabinet for the Secretary of State for Colonial Affairs and the Chancellor of the Exchequer to have different opinions. After all, they consider issues from different perspectives. As Colonial Secretary, Scotty was of course thinking about expanding the colonial army and enhancing the influence of the colonies, which would also indirectly enhance his influence as Colonial Secretary. As the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Hould had to protect the country's finances first. If any cabinet minister could take away a large amount of the fiscal budget through proposals, the Ministry of Finance would lose its function. Finance is very important as the core of a State Department, and Hould is also one of Prime Minister Primo's confidants. It was precisely because he knew that Prime Minister Primo's attitude towards reform and local development was higher than that of colonies that Hould was the first to stand up and oppose Scotty. If the government's finances were all used to expand the colonial army, what would happen to the development of the homeland? Carlo watched the officials quarreling without making any move. Even though Carlo had a say in colonial affairs, as a king, it was better not to clearly favor one side before the ministers had a conclusion in the quarrel. This not only makes you invincible, but also allows you to use other people's means to achieve your own goals. If Carlo clearly expressed his support for one side in the meeting, he would not only offend the other party being refuted, but would also make himself highly associated with the supported party. It is obvious that the current Spanish cabinet government is still led by Prime Minister Primo, and Carlo is also waiting for Prime Minister Primo's opinion. Seeing that his subordinates had been arguing for a long time without a clear conclusion, and that Archduke Serrano and Carlo, who also had the final say, had no intention of speaking out, Prime Minister Primo could only stand up and stop the debate in the cabinet government. There is nothing to argue about this matter. The armed forces of our colonies are indeed a little weak, but we cannot expand them drastically, Prime Minister Primo said, taking into account the financial capabilities of our government. I believe it would be most appropriate to expand the number of colonial garrisons to around 20. If there are too many, it will affect the government's finances and harm the development of the mainland. But if the army is not expanded, the problems of the colonies will continue, which is also not good for Spain's development. Your Majesty, I think we should expand the number of colonial garrison regiments to 20, and equip these colonial troops with a certain number of Spanish officers, and some local natives can be recruited as soldiers. As long as Spanish officers were there to maintain order in the army, the stability of these colonial armies would be ensured. First update, please support Chapter 132 Military Organization Reform. Now that Prime Minister Primo has expressed his attitude, it is time for Carlo to express his position. Carlo nodded, looking very much in agreement. Let's do as the Prime Minister said. Expanding the armed forces of the colonies is certainly important, but we must not forget the development of mainland Spain. In addition, when forming a colonial army, the ideas of the indigenous soldiers should be taken into consideration to a certain extent. The salaries and treatment of these indigenous soldiers can be appropriately increased to distinguish them from the ordinary indigenous people in the colony. This way, we can ensure that these indigenous soldiers will be more loyal to us, rather than trying to cooperate with the indigenous people. Obviously, European countries, including Spain, did not have enough troops to guard the colonies. The method they adopted was to maintain order in the colonies by forming an army composed of indigenous peoples in the colonies. That these indigenous soldiers are also the persecuted party. They are no different from those ordinary persecuted indigenous people. If their treatment is slightly improved, and they are given more rights than the natives, these native soldiers will naturally be differentiated from ordinary natives. After all, it is true that the indigenous people hate the colonists, but they also hate the indigenous soldiers who cut out of the colonists and take up butcher knives against their own compatriots. As long as they receive certain preferential treatment and enjoy rights that ordinary natives do not have at all, ordinary natives will be malicious towards them. In fact, this strategy had been submitted to Carlo's office long before Prime Minister Primo convened this meeting. The reason why Prime Minister Primo deliberately didn't say anything was naturally to leave some suggestions for Carlo to make. After all, Carlo is the king of Spain, and he can't attend such a cabinet meeting without any sense of presence. It would be a good thing for both Carlo and Primo to let Carlo express his opinions appropriately. Carlo certainly knew Prime Minister Primo's purpose. In other words, this might be some compromise Prime Minister Primo made in order to get the royal family to take the initiative to participate in the construction of technical schools. Although it seems to be just a small suggestion, if the subsequent expansion of the colonial army ensures the stability of the Spanish colonies, Carlo will also get some credit for it. Soldiers will be promoted if they have made achievements, and officials will be promoted if they have made achievements. There are also certain benefits for the king to make achievements, as his subordinates will be more convinced of him, and the people will have a better impression of him. Prime Minister Primo's proposal is to expand the colonial garrison regiments to 20, that is, to expand the existing troops stationed in the colonies to 46,000. Considering that the vast majority of the more than 10,000 additional soldiers were indigenous soldiers, it actually did not have much impact on Spain's finances. After all, the salaries and specific welfare benefits of these indigenous soldiers are much lower. Colonies like Cuba and the Philippines can fully afford the expenses of increasing the number of indigenous soldiers. The weapons and equipment these soldiers needed were also easy to solve. It just so happened that the Spanish native army was about to replace the latest Vittorio M1872 rifles, and there were many obsolete muzzle-loading rifles, so it was completely enough to select some equipment for the colonial army. People basically had difficulty obtaining large quantities of advanced weapons and equipment, and muzzle-loading rifles were enough to deal with them. Doing so would not only solve the problem of a large number of muzzle-loading rifles and ammunition stocks eliminated by the Spanish native army, but would also reduce military spending as much as possible, and weaken the impact of the expansion of the colonial army on the Spanish government. With Prime Minister Primo's final vote and Carlo's approval, a consensus was quickly reached on the expansion of the colonial army. The Secretary of State for the Colonies and the Chancellor of the Exchequer were both very satisfied with this. After all, the final outcome was within their acceptable range. The Spanish colonial army did expand, which was beneficial to the work of the colonial secretary. The expansion of the army did not affect the finances of the Spanish government, nor did it cause additional burdens for the Minister of Finance, and the Ministry of Finance had a size of 70,000 people. However, more than 50,000 of these 70,000 troops were government troops during the reign of Queen Isabel. The quality of these soldiers was uneven. The purpose of this reform was to conduct a large-scale screening of officers and soldiers of the Spanish native army, leaving only those excellent officers and soldiers with both good physical quality and ideological level, and then expand the Spanish native army. 70,000 strong local army will have to be reduced to around 50,000. To ensure that the officers and soldiers who remain are elite. Then the local army will be expanded by selecting a number of civilians with good physical fitness and love for the country and the royal family to join the army, and the number of local troops will be increased to more than 100,000. If we add the size of the army after this colonial army expansion, Spain will have an army of about 150,000 after eventually completing its military reform in the future. Although the size of this army is not as large as that of the great powers such as Britain, France, Germany, and Austria, it is not much different from Italy, and it is also a level with a large number of soldiers and generals in Europe. The wars of this era were not as crazy as those during World War I, nor were they as large scale as the World Wars, like the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War that attracted the attention of most of Europe a few years ago. The total number of soldiers mobilized by both sides was only over 1 million. If it were the First World War 40 or years later, the total number of soldiers deployed in a single battle might have exceeded 1 million, or even reached 2 or 3 million. The number of soldiers mobilized for the entire war even exceeded 10 million, which was simply unimaginable for the powerful countries of that era. However, due to the influence of industrial production capacity and soldiers' combat capabilities, the combat effectiveness of the Russian army is not as good as that of Germany and France. Germany and France also have large populations, and their military mobilization systems are relatively advanced. If they grit their teeth, they can arm an army of millions. But unless faced with a war that determines the fate of a country, countries will not be so crazy. Whenever millions of troops are mobilized, no matter what the final outcome is, it will have a profound impact on the country's industry and economic production. If there were a large number of casualties in the war, it would not only affect the industrial and economic production at that time, but also affect the future development of the country. After the Spanish government decided to carry out military reforms in the army, it never hesitated. Troops who were dismissed have been well resettled. They will go to the civil industrial base, and some will wait for the operation of the Barcelona industrial base. In short, these people will get better jobs and their lives will not be much worse than before in the army. Upon learning that the Spanish army had completed its reduction, Carlo decided to expand the Spanish native army to more than 100,000 men, after consulting with Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano. However, before expanding the Spanish army, it is necessary to make certain modifications to the current organization of the Spanish army. Spain currently has 6 types of military organizations, namely the Line Infantry Regiment, Light Infantry Battalion, Cavalry Regiment, Engineering Regiment, Colonial Garrison Regiment and Guards Regiment. In the reform of the Home Army, the Colonial Garrison and the Guards were excluded. This also means that only the line infantry regiment, light infantry battalion, cavalry regiment and engineering regiment need to undergo reform. Cyrano are both military veterans, so naturally they have certain ideas. Because of the experience of the Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War, line infantry was destined to withdraw from the stage of history. The Spanish Line Infantry Regiment could be merged with the Light Infantry Battalion and reformed into the Spanish Infantry Regiment. There is nothing much to say about the cavalry, which still plays a big role at present. The Cavalry Regiment and the Engineering Regiment basically do not need to be reorganized too much, just need to strengthen the firepower and organization. As Minister of Defense, Cyrano put forward his own plan for the reorganization of the Spanish Army. Spain's new infantry regiment will consist of 4 infantry battalions, 1 grenadier battalion, and 1 artillery battalion. Grenadiers are an ancient type of soldier, and their name suggests their role. With the development of weapons, the main purpose of grenadiers is no longer to throw grenades, but this organization is still retained. At present, the Spanish grenadiers are actually more elite infantry. Although it sounds like a grenadier battalion, it is actually a smaller and more elite infantry battalion. The previous line infantry regiment only had 1 artillery company as a heavy firepower reserve, but the infantry regiment under the Cyrano Grand Palace plan will have an entire artillery battalion. To provide firepower support artillery battalion of the new infantry, the regiment had 4 artillery companies, each equipped with 6 artillery pieces. This also means that 1 infantry regiment alone has 24 artillery pieces, which is many times the number of artillery pieces of the original line infantry regiment. The second update of 3,000 words. I wish you all a happy National Day. Chapter 133 Infantry and Guards Divisions. Franco-Prussian War had already demonstrated the dangers of having too small an army, which is that when forming a larger army in a large-scale war, troops at all levels would often lack tacit understanding, thereby reducing the combat effectiveness of the entire army. Most of the French troops in the Franco-Prussian War were at the regiment-level. Division-sized military organization is a necessity for the current development of the times, and Spain must follow suit. The good news is that Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Cyrano have already had a preliminary plan for the reform of the Spanish military's organization, and a new Spanish military organization list has been created through the efforts of the two. The Spanish infantry division will be composed of 5 infantry regiments and 1 artillery regiment. The full strength of the division is 12,500 people, equipped with a total of 248 artillery pieces, and its firepower is excellent. In wartime, the division can be expanded to 18,000 men, becoming a reinforced infantry division with firepower and numbers. The 12 cavalry regiments were also integrated into 3 cavalry divisions, each with 3 cavalry regiments. The cavalry division does not have additional artillery units, which also results in the entire cavalry division having only 60 artillery pieces. However, considering the mobility of cavalry, it is also beneficial to have less artillery equipment. Next is a new troop organization, the Artillery Division. The Austro-Prussian War and the Franco-Prussian War have proved the power of artillery in this era, and having a separate military organization is also a necessity for the development of the times. If you only rely on the number of artillery in the infantry and cavalry units, it is difficult to withdraw artillery to fight a siege. But the artillery unit is different. The artillery unit is equipped with a large number of artillery, and any artillery division can cause a fatal blow to the enemy's fortress. The Spanish Artillery Division is composed of 4 artillery regiments. Each artillery regiment is composed of 4 artillery battalions. Each artillery battalion is composed of 4 artillery companies, and each artillery company is equipped with 7 artillery pieces. This also means that the entire artillery division will have an exaggerated 448 artillery pieces. Spain will have an exaggerated number of nearly 1,000 artillery pieces just with the 2 artillery divisions that are about to be established. The Engineer Corps and the Colonial Garrison were not restructured. The Colonial Corps was already large enough to handle the situation in the Spanish colonies, so there was no need to restructure it into a division. Arsenal, and there is no production capacity to support the reorganization of the colonial army. After the cabinet meeting, Carlo specially invited Archduke Cyrano and Prime Minister Primo to hold a small-scale military meeting. After confirming the reorganization of the Spanish army, he ordered the Defense Department to implement the new Spanish army organization, 101,000 troops. The 20th Colonial Garrison Regiment had about 46,000 troops, and the two together were close to 150,000 troops. Don't forget that Carlo also has his own guards, which also means that after the Spanish military reform is completed in the future, the strength of the army will be greatly strengthened. But then again, after the Royal Army was reorganized, Carlo would also have to reorganize his own guards. The size of the previous guards was limited to a regiment due to insufficient financial resources of the royal family. Now that the royal family has money, it is natural that they will expand this guards regiment into a guards division and train their own ace troops. Moreover, the guards division will be larger than the Spanish infantry division. Rather than being a simple infantry division, it is more like a mixed reinforced division composed of infantry, cavalry, and artillery. Anyway, the royal family has plenty of funds, and at present it only needs to form a guard division, so naturally it can be equipped with whatever weapons it can. After a brief military meeting with Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, Carlo returned to the palace and summoned Giotti, the captain of the Royal Guard, to inquire about the reform of the Guards organization. The final organization of the Royal Guards Division will have 4 Guards Infantry Regiments, 1 Guards Cavalry Regiment, and 2 Guards Artillery Regiments, with a full strength of more than 15,000 people and a total of 280 artillery pieces. This kind of organization can be said to be able to attack when advancing, and defend when retreating, and to a certain extent, it can be considered both offensive and defensive. The 4 Guards Infantry Regiments will be the main force of the Guards Division, taking on the more difficult offensive and defensive tasks. The 2 Artillery Regiments will serve as important firepower support, to make up for the lack of additional artillery companies in the Guards Infantry Regiment. As for the separate Cavalry Regiment, it will undertake relatively pure cavalry tasks, and give full play to the mobility of the cavalry. In an era before machine guns and tanks were invented, such a troop organization could basically bring out the combat effectiveness of each unit, and could be considered a mixed force. The commander of the Guards Division was naturally the hard-working Giotti. Giotti had made an indelible contribution to the formation of the Guards Regiment, so Carlo was quite relieved to let him become the commander of the Guards Division. As for the other candidates for the captains, Carlo decided to promote some outstanding officers from the existing guards. After careful consideration, there is no need to worry about this problem. Carlo has also considered transferring Andrew and Cameron, who are currently serving in the Royal Army, back to serve as a regiment commander of the Guards Division. But after thinking for a long time, Carlo finally decided to let them stay in the Royal Army. After all, they had been honing their skills in the Royal Army for several years, and Archduke Serrano had paid attention to them and given them high recognition. Now that they had established themselves in the Royal Spanish Army, Carlo was naturally reluctant to undermine their efforts. Anyway, with the expansion of the Royal Army, they will face a lot of opportunities, and it may not be impossible for them to become regimental commanders or even higher level officers. Although he could directly become a senior officer at the regimental command level, after returning to the Guards, he could even take on a position like deputy division commander with Carlo's trust. But the size of the Guards is limited after all, and their channels for advancement will also be restricted. It was easy to be a regimental commander, but it was very difficult to become a division commander. After all, the Guards only had 1 division, and the division commander, Giotti, was also trusted by Carlo. The Royal Army has 6 infantry divisions, 3 cavalry divisions and 2 artillery divisions. The promotion channels will be wider and there will be greater possibilities. It can be seen from the current organization of Spain that the importance of regimental commander level officers has been slightly reduced, but the importance of senior officers at the divisional commander level has been greatly enhanced. After all, there are only about 10 divisions in the whole of Spain, and each division is very important to Spain. As a division commander, he not only commanded nearly 1/10 of the troops in Spain, but also became one of the top leaders of the Spanish military. In Spain, the lowest rank for an officer at the regimental commander level is colonel, while the lowest rank for an officer at the divisional commander level is general, such as major general, corporal, first class, sergeant, sergeant, lieutenants, warrant officer, second lieutenant, lieutenant, captain, colonels, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, generals, brigadier general, major general, lieutenant general, general. General is the highest rank in the Spanish military and is usually honorary. The real power in the army is held by lieutenant generals and major generals, who usually command more elite troops or have a high say in the defense department of the government. The marshal rank of Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano is quite special in the Spanish military rank system. In theory, marshal is not a military rank, but a military position, which is generally awarded to the governor of each colony, which is equivalent to the military jurisdiction of the colony. After a long period of development, the title of marshal rank also had a certain military significance, and was only awarded to military members of the cabinet. For example, Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, both of whom were related to the military, were naturally awarded the rank of marshal. There is also Carlo. As the King of Spain, he is naturally the Marshal of the Spanish Navy and Army, and Carlo's rank of Marshal has practical significance. According to Spain's current constitutional provisions, the King of Spain has the supreme command of the Spanish Navy and Army, and is the Marshal-in-Chief of the Spanish Navy and Army. This also resulted in Carlo's rank of Marshal being different from that of Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano. They were just called marshals. After the reform of the Spanish army, the total number of artillery equipped by all armies reached 2008. This number has increased several times compared to before the reform, which is also one of the main purposes of the military reform. Artillery has become a very important weapon of firepower output and plays an extremely important role in war. 2,000 artillery pieces will also allow the Spanish army to catch up with other European countries in terms of heavy firepower, and at least it will not fall into a firepower disadvantage in land warfare. Equipping so many cannons at one time is also beneficial to the development of the Spanish artillery industry. Artillery is a weapon that can not only be equipped by the army, but can also be widely used by the navy. Although Spain currently has no plans to develop a navy, it is necessary to develop artillery with larger caliber and longer range in advance. When Spain decides to develop its navy in the future, the experience accumulated in artillery can be well utilized on naval guns, and powerful warships belonging to Spain can be designed. The first update of 3,000 words. Please support. Chapter 134 Temporary Technical Training Courses. Spain's military reorganization is good news for the vast majority of people. The existing officers have gained broader promotion channels, and the positions of 11 division commanders will become the target of competition among senior Spanish officers. Fortunately, Carlo did not have much real power in the army, otherwise Carlo would have had a hard time during this period. After all, there are only 11 senior military officer positions in the whole of Spain. How to become a future division commander in Spain will probably give these officers a headache for a long time point under the division commander. With the expansion of the army, there are also a large number of vacancies for regimental commanders and battalion commanders, including Andrew and Cameron, who were promoted by Carlo before. And those officers who graduated from the Royal Military Academy, there may be room for advancement point. If Carlo remembered correctly, Andrew and Carmen were both majors at the moment point after all. They were all Carlo's men, and Grand Duke Serrano should take care of them a little during this military expansion point. Apart from anything else, it would be no problem to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel and become a regimental commander at the very least. He could be a deputy regimental commander, and after a few years of experience, he could be promoted to the regimental commander. Although there are many regimental commanders in Spain, this does not mean that the commander is a low-ranking officer. On the contrary, in Spain, where the army is not large, officers at the level of regimental commander can also be considered senior officers. Once the army needs to be expanded on a large scale due to war, such officers as regimental commanders will soon be promoted to division commanders and become the main commander of an army of 10,000 people. After all, Andrew and Cameron had only been in Spain for a few years, and they joined the Spanish Royal Army as Italians. It is already quite good to have such achievements at present. After all, they are only in their 20s and still very young. There is still a long time to accumulate experience and wait for the war to happen. Expansion of the army was great news for the Royal Arsenal. Currently, among all the military factories in Spain, only the Royal Arsenal has the production capacity of the Vittorio M1872 rifle, which also means that the rifles that equip more than 100,000 Spanish troops need to be produced by the Royal Arsenal. Although it was an extremely difficult task, it was also an opportunity for the development of the Royal Arsenal. After completing this order, the Royal Arsenal will become the largest military factory in Spain, and no competitor will be able to compete with it. This is also a necessity for the development of this era. The birth of monopoly giant is not a bad thing for the country. For Spain, whose military production capacity is already limited, the Royal Arsenal has become the leader and giant of military enterprises, which can strengthen Spain's research and development and manufacturing capabilities in military technology. After all, the R&D capabilities of a super enterprise and many small and medium-sized enterprises are completely different. Perhaps the R&D capabilities of thousands of small and medium-sized enterprises combined are not as good as those of a giant enterprise. R&D requires real money and a lot of time investment, and some small military factories simply cannot afford such efforts. However, the most important issue at present is to increase the production capacity of the Royal Arsenal. To increase production, currently, the number of employees at the Royal Arsenal has just exceeded 1,000, and the annual output of weapons is 7,000 rifles, 150 artillery pieces, 1.2 million rounds of ammunition, and 15,000 artillery shells. If the needs of the Spanish army were to be fully met, the Royal Arsenal would need to work overtime for more than 10 years. To solve this problem, Carlo issued an order for unlimited expansion to the Royal Arsenal, requiring it to triple its weapons production within the next year. Of course, Carlo also provided strong financial support to the Royal Arsenal. More than 8 million pesetas were available for the Royal Arsenal to use, and hundreds of weapons experts from the Austro-Hungarian Empire supporting Spain were also transferred to the Royal Arsenal to help the Royal Arsenal increase production. The government also provided policy support for the expansion of the Royal Arsenal, such as approving land for the civil industrial base, including preparing a large industrial base area exclusively for the Royal Arsenal in the future Barcelona industrial base. Currently, the Royal Arsenal has two large branches, one in Madrid and the other in Seville. When the Barcelona branch is completed, it will also effectively increase the output of weapons at the Royal Arsenal. As for the employee issue, I'm not too worried at the moment. After the cabinet meeting, Carlo asked Butler Lauren to start preparing for the construction of a comprehensive technical school. Currently, a large comprehensive technical school is being built in Madrid, Seville and Barcelona, each of which is expected to accommodate more than 3,000 technical students. This also means that after the technical schools are completed in the future, the three technical schools combined will be able to enroll more than 3,000 students each year. The training time for technical students is shorter than that of ordinary universities. Considering that the construction of these technical schools takes at least several months, it will take at least 3 years for the first batch of technical students to graduate. In order to train the technical talents needed by Spain as soon as possible, Carlo ordered Butler Lauren to work with the government to set up technical training courses in several industrial cities in Spain, while starting 3 comprehensive technical schools at the same time. It would take 3 to 6 months to temporarily train a group of talents with certain technical capabilities for Spain. There is no requirement for these temporarily trained technicians to be outstanding, as long as they can barely meet the needs of various factories for technical talents. Although the training time of 3 to 6 months is not long, it can allow them to gain certain experience in using factory equipment, so that they will not be so unfamiliar when they enter the factory to work. Basically, holding one such temporary technical training course in every industrial city can meet the short-term needs of Spain's industrial development. In the future, after the 3 technical schools begin to recruit students, such temporary technical training classes can be gradually cancelled. Industry. The military factories have the fastest development momentum. After all, the military has provided a large number of orders to military factories, which means that the military factories will not be short of orders in the next few years. This also means occurs that, even if an economic crisis in the future, military factories will not have to worry about being affected by the economic crisis, as they have orders from the military. Various bullets and shells requires a large amount of steel, which is also beneficial to steel mills, including various factories producing small parts. They will have a better chance of surviving this economic crisis. As for whether military factories will face a reduction in orders after expanding their production scale, Carlo is not too worried. After all, after this economic crisis, the 10th Russo-Turkish War will soon come. This time the Russo-Turkish War will focus on the Balkan Peninsula, and the Balkan Peninsula will be more lively. These wars will create a huge demand for weapons, and although Spain's military industry is not well known, it will have no problem getting a piece of the pie. After all, both sides of the Russo-Turkish War, the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, were not very strong in weapons production, and were more dependent on weapons imports from abroad. Regardless of which side of the business it does, it can ensure that Spain's military industry will not face a large-scale reduction in orders in the future. Moreover, Latin American countries are also targets of cooperation with Spain, as well as East Asian countries, which are all importers of weapons. As long as Spanish weapons were not too backward among the weapons of European countries and the price was right, there would be no worries about sales. At the end of June 1872, Carlo once again attended the annual graduation ceremony of the Royal Military Academy. Compared with the Military Academy graduates of the previous year, this year's graduates will be more fortunate, because they have waited for the reform of the Spanish Army before graduation, and they will have positions equal to or even higher than military ranks. As soon as they graduate. After the expansion of the Spanish Army, there will be a large number of vacancies for low-level officers such as platoon leaders and company commanders. These newly graduated military academy graduates are basically lieutenants, which just corresponds to the positions of platoon leaders and company commanders. The first batch of military academy graduates waited for a long time for the position of deputy platoon leader, and finally waited for the military reform, and got the opportunity to be promoted to platoon leader or even deputy company commander and company commander. The second batch of military academy graduates were lucky. Their lowest positions were platoon leaders, and they even had the hope of being promoted directly to company commanders, which was something the first batch of graduates could not even think of when they graduated. Considering that the guards would also expand, just like the first batch of graduates, Carlo also conducted a small-scale selection among the second batch of graduates, selecting a small number of officers to join the guards. Graduates of these military academies are still very happy to join the guards. As a Spanish army, the welfare benefits of the guards are much better than those of the Royal Army. Of course, the main reason for this is that the guards are the royal family's private army, and all current expenses are borne by the royal family. In order to ensure the loyalty of the guards, Carlo not only provided the guards with higher salaries than the Royal Army, but also higher subsidies and a clear pension policy, so that the guards could have no worries. It is no exaggeration to say that after a soldier of the guards is killed in the line of duty, his family will receive a valuable compensation. At the same time, all his children will be raised by the royal family until they reach university. Not only will they have priority admission to university, but all tuition fees from elementary school to university will also be waived. Compared to the Royal Army, whose pension system is not so clear, and whose pension is not much, the treatment of the guards is already very good. However, the guards had always been the size of a regiment, and the soldiers were carefully selected from the Royal Army. It was difficult for ordinary people to directly join the guards. Selection from these young officers is a relatively easy opportunity to join the guards, and they will directly serve as officers of the guards. The treatment of officers is definitely better than that of ordinary soldiers. Guards. The number of military academy graduates this year is slightly less than last year, but it still reaches more than 300. However, considering that the Royal Army would need a large number of middle and low-level officers after its expansion, Carlo did not intend to compete with the Royal Army. After selecting a dozen officers with above average academic performance from the more than 300 military academy graduates, Carlo completed the military academy graduation ceremony. The remaining 300-odd military academy graduates will be assigned to various Spanish troops within a month and reform help the Spanish troops Don't underestimate them as just ordinary graduates in the military academy. After they join various units, they are all rising stars. Some are at the lowest level of platoon leader, commanding at least dozens of soldiers. If we add last year's more than 400 military academy graduates, the Royal Military Academy has trained more than 700 outstanding military academy graduates for the Spanish Army in the past 2 years. Army officially expanded. There were more than 400 positions for company commanders in the 6 infantry divisions alone. With the addition of 3 cavalry divisions and 2 artillery divisions, the Spanish Army's previous reserve of middle and low-level officers was simply insufficient. Even if all these 700 plus military academy graduates were recruited into the army, they could only barely meet the army's needs. However, what is certain is that the military level of these military academy graduates is definitely better than that of the middle and low-level officers laid off by the army. The Royal Military Academy was famously strict in its training of students. Carlo had actually inspected the training system of the military academy and did not find any major problems. It can even be guaranteed that, under the Royal Military Academy's stringent training requirements, even if the Academy's graduates are not outstanding generals, they are definitely above the qualified level among company commander level officers. Command is a reason why Spain did not produce any famous generals during this period, was entirely because Spain did not participate in World War I and World War II. And a large number of officer positions were controlled by the nobility. There was not much difference between Spanish officers and the hereditary system before. It would be strange if the level of such officers was good. The influence of middle and low level officers on the combat effectiveness of the army is still very large. After all, no matter how excellent the ability of the senior generals is, his orders must be sent down to the troops at all levels for execution. It is these middle and low level officers who are responsible for carrying out the tasks, and their military level determines the lower limit of an army, the lower limit of combat effectiveness to the army. The second update of 4,200 words. Please support. Here comes a long chapter. I have to go pick up my bride tomorrow. My cousin is getting married, so the update might be a little late. Chapter 135. Rectify the bureaucracy. Since the end of the Franco-Prussian War, European countries have entered a relatively stable stage of development. All countries have recognized their shortcomings and are currently working hard to reform and improve. From history, we can also know that this period is exactly the time when emerging industrial countries led by Germany and the United States continue to rise and eventually surpass old powers such as Britain and France in industry. Did the British give up trying during this period, just playing terribly and allowing Germany and the United States to surpass them? No. The British industry and economy also grew a lot during this period, but the main reason was the size of the UK, which resulted in a high upper limit for the UK. Britain became powerful because it promoted the first industrial revolution and colonized half of the world. Without such vast colonies, Britain would not necessarily be able to compete with Germany. The German region has been one of the hegemons of Europe since the Holy Roman Empire, but there are numerous factions and endless wars among the various states in the country. This is the reason why no top power has emerged in the German region. At present, the German region has been unified, and Germany's development can no longer be restricted by any country. When all the German states are superimposed together, they have more territory and population than Britain and France, which is also one of the fundamental reasons for Germany's strength. Although a country with a large population is not necessarily strong, a strong country must have a large population. The reason why European countries gradually declined in later generations and even had to rely on the European Union to compete with major powers such as the United States is precisely because the population of a single European country is far inferior to that of powerful countries such as the United States. The reason is easy to understand. The larger the population, the more labor force there is, and the more labor force there is, the faster the economy will expand. If there are two countries with the same industrial and economic scale, the one with a larger population will have greater development potential. Before extremely advanced technology replaced manual labor, population was one of the criteria for measuring a country's strength, and it was a relatively strict criterion. The good news is that Spain's population growth rate, which had stagnated for several years, has finally begun to increase steadily. Only 6 months have passed in 1872, but Spain's population has increased by at least 150,000, which is close to the population increase in the whole of last year. Although there is no more precise figure for Spain's total population, it is certain that Spain's population has officially exceeded 17 million, ranging from approximately 17.05 million to 17.10 million, if the good population growth momentum can be maintained this year. Spain's population is expected to exceed 17.2 million by the end of the year. Compared with other powerful countries, such a population is naturally small point, but for Spain itself, being able to achieve a relatively good population growth rate also proves that the efforts of the Spanish government have not been in vain. The biggest factor affecting population growth is the increase in per capita income in Spain. In fact, it is normal to think about it. People will only consider having children when they have enough food to eat and can survive. If you can't survive yourself, having a child will not only increase your burden, but will also make your child live a life worse than death. The birth rate can to a large extent measure the happiness index of a country's people, because the unfortunate people will not even consider the issue of having children. Although Spain has not done well in this regard, it has made considerable progress compared to previous governments. As time came to July 1872, the spring breeze of reform finally blew into the Spanish government office staff and monitoring corruption to improve government efficiency. Corruption exists in every country. Corrupt governments will always breed corruption. This is unavoidable in any political system or country. Although the current Spanish government was established after the revolution did not have a profound impact on the regional governments. Still easy for state and municipal governments to commit corruption. Spain's annual fiscal budget is limited, so it is naturally impossible to waste part of it on corrupt officials. However, in order to avoid causing far-reaching impact on the government, Prime Minister Primo decided to let bygones be bygones for past acts of corruption and focus on supervising future acts of corruption. In addition to focusing on regulating government corruption, Prime Minister Primo also issued a decree ordering regional and municipal governments to reduce the number of officials as appropriate. Some regional governments have too many officials, some of whom are just trying to get by. Spanish officials generally earn more than ordinary people, so it is better to get rid of these people as soon as possible. Carlo is also willing to see the government pay more attention to the supervision of corrupt officials. Carlo is not in charge of these things at present, and it would be best if Prime Minister Primo could take the initiative to supervise corruption. In order to make the Spanish governments at all levels more honest and effective, after careful consideration, Carlo also recommended to Minister Primo the establishment of a bill on performance appraisal of officials. Carlo did not provide a detailed explanation, and the specific bill still needs to be drafted by Prime Minister Primo himself. The specific regulations are also very simple, which is to conduct various assessments on government officials at all levels, based on their different responsibilities. Those who are qualified will accumulate political achievements, and if they meet certain political achievements, they will meet the conditions for promotion. On the contrary, if the political achievements are too poor, they must also be prepared to be demoted or even directly dismissed. However, doing so will definitely offend a large number of officials. All they are doing well in their current positions and may not be willing to passively move their positions. Therefore, it is better for such a bill to be submitted and promulgated by Prime Minister Primo, and Carlo does not intend to participate too much. Prime Minister Primo did not object to this have no benefit, so it is better to eliminate them as soon as possible. The issue of offending people is not a big deal for Prime Minister Primo. The reform has already offended a large number of forces, so what's the harm in adding another one? Because he recognized the performance appraisal system proposed by Carlo. Within a few days, Prime Minister Primo personally submitted a draft of the officials' performance appraisal bill to the parliament. The reason why he submitted it personally was because attached he prime great importance to rectifying the officialdom. Only if Minister Primo personally submits such a bill can it attract the attention of those officials and thus play a proactive role in rectifying the officialdom. If there are still people who think that Prime Minister Primo is just pretending, when the time comes when the knife of integrity is placed on their necks, he will not have the final say. In the first draft of this bill, Prime Minister Primo divided the Spanish government into 3 levels: national government, regional government and municipal government, all of which were included in the performance appraisal scope. Officials at the 3 levels of government who perform well can be promoted to higher levels of government. Those who fail to perform well will be demoted or even dismissed. Considering that this assessment bill involves a large number of officials, the assessment content will not be too strict. Basically, as long as officials complete tasks within the scope of their duties, they will receive a pass or above evaluation. If they have made certain achievements, they will receive an excellent or above evaluation and be prepared for promotion. The current Spanish officials, there are many ways they can increase their political achievements. For example, they can promote the development of the local economy and industry, reduce the illiteracy rate, promote literacy education, promote ethnic integration and even develop the population, etc., which can increase their political achievements. As long as you make a little contribution, it is not difficult to reach a qualified level. The main purpose of doing this is to eliminate corrupt officials and incompetent officials. If there is a little bit of ability, it is not impossible to achieve nothing. According to the Spanish Constitution, the parliament has the power to appoint and dismiss governments at all levels. Therefore, as long as this bill is passed by the parliament, the performance evaluation of the 3 levels of government can be smoothly implemented. Such a proposal caused an uproar in parliament, and even the members who originally supported Prime Minister Primo were somewhat hesitant. Such an assessment system is unprecedented and will break the system of nepotism and seniority first that has existed in the Spanish officialdom for a long time. A large number of nobles can easily obtain quite good official positions by virtue of their bloodline, and old hands in officialdom can also compete for senior executives by virtue of their qualifications. Those who are truly capable rarely obtain titles and official positions through their own efforts. Apart from emigrating, it seems that the only way out for common people is to gain their own identity and status through revolution, like Prime Minister Primo. The new official performance evaluation system completely broke the original Spanish bureaucratic system, changing from placing more emphasis on lineage and prestige to placing more emphasis on personal ability. From a national perspective, this is certainly an improvement point. Only if these officials find ways to create political achievements can Spain's economy and industry move forward rapidly under the efforts of these officials. If the officials of these regions and cities do not have much enthusiasm for economic and industrial growth itself, how can Spain's comprehensive national strength improve rapidly? By linking the country's economic and industrial progress, including some decrees issued by the cabinet government, with the political achievements of these officials. Even if not for the development of the country, they will work hard for their own personal interests, for their own political achievements, and for their own higher official positions. There is a clear difference between doing it passively and doing it actively. For Spain at present, it is also in urgent need of some more young officials with passion and vitality are here to change the bureaucracy. Mr. Prime Minister, is your bill too radical? Some members of parliament raised objections and were obviously dissatisfied with the content of the bill submitted by Prime Minister Primo. This completely breaks the previous bureaucratic system in Spain, and will cause a large number of officials to lose their jobs. I admit that you are right. Prime Minister Primo nodded calmly in the face of doubts, and then questioned, but why not? Instead of letting those guys who don't get their work done continue to stay in high positions in regional and municipal governments, it is better to let capable and motivated young people take up such positions. Or are you willing to give up the future of Spain for your position? Prime Minister Primo's questioning immediately made the congressman who raised the objection break out in a cold sweat. He waved his hands and hurriedly explained, I'm not willing to give up the future development of Spain, but I'm worried that such a bill will have an impact on the existing bureaucratic system and destroy the stability that Spain has worked so hard to maintain. Don't worry about this. Prime Minister Primo said with a playful smile on his face, and said meaningfully, this bill is necessary for Spain's reform, and it is also related to the success of the reform. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to see people who are unwilling to contribute to the country occupying important positions in regional and municipal governments? For Spain, we are willing to endure any pain, only by allowing those who are truly willing to work for the revival of Spain to take up important positions? Can the revival of Spain become a reality rather than just a dream of ours? All fluctuations caused by the bill are temporary, and the impact on Spain is long-term. In order for Spain to become stronger in the future, I think we can tolerate temporary pain in exchange for the opportunity for Prime Spain to become stronger. After some persuasion from Prime Minister Primo, the reformist MPs also expressed their support for the bill. After all, most of the reformists are young people with ideals, ambitions and certain abilities. They do not have much say in the political arena, and this bill will not only not affect them, but will become a weapon for them to get promoted in the officialdom. In fact, seniority-based promotion is common in official circles of all countries. After all, everyone is willing to trust officials who look more mature, rather than a young and passionate person who has just started out. For other jobs, people in their 20s and 30s are the most energetic. But for government jobs, people in their 30s and 40s are too young. 40s and 50s are the golden age for a politician to be the most mature. It comes to the prime minister and important government departments. But in the regions and municipal governments, the harm of seniority-based promotion is still quite great. If senior officials do not move, the younger generation will not be able to move up. Currently, among the major regional and municipal governments in Spain, there are only a small number of young officials under the age of 30, and most of them are middle-aged officials over 30 years old. A large number of these people are conservatives. When faced with the reform decrees issued by the Spanish government, even if they do not express much opposition on the surface, they will secretly hinder the implementation of the decrees in various ways. The biggest problem in Spain right now is that the government's orders are not being implemented. It is difficult for the government to implement the orders quickly in the regional governments. The solution to this problem is very simple, which is to replace those pedantic and conservative officials with young officials who support reform. In order to keep their positions and go further, these promoted young officials will be more supportive of reform, which will naturally promote Spain's reform more effectively. Reform in every country is extremely difficult because it requires confronting the vested interests and some pedantic conservatives within the country. Regardless of whether they are willing to be loyal to the royal government or not, as long as they hinder the promotion of Spanish reform, this problem must be solved. Mr. Prime Minister, I have no objection to the implementation of this decree, but I have a question. If we implement a method of appointing and dismissing officials based on performance first, will it make some officials go to extremes for their own performance? Another question is, how can we ensure the loyalty of these officials who are promoted because of their performance to the government? If they are not loyal to the government, then promoting them will also harm the country. Another official raised his own question, but this question was obviously milder than the previous direct and clear objection. That's simple. Prime Minister Primo nodded and gave his own answer. In terms of performance evaluation, the parliament can be fully responsible and set up corresponding institutions to evaluate the performance of officials. Those who falsify their achievements will have their achievements annulled and will be given the worst results in the assessment. What we need are achievements that can truly improve the livelihood of the Spanish people and the development of the economy and industry, not achievements that officials falsify for their own benefit. Secondly, we can also increase the requirements for political thought in the assessment of officials. All Spanish officials must be officials who love this country. I don't want those who have no feelings for the country to take high positions in the government. We can even set up certain assessments in this regard to ensure that our officials are competent and loyal. Prime Minister Primo had already thought of this. If he has problems with his thinking, he will cause harm to the country. Wrong ideas can lead to corruption at the very least, and betrayal of the country and the government at the worst. Either choice will cause great harm to Spain. Prime Minister Primo is unwilling to see the officials selected by his performance appraisal system fall into the vortex of corruption again, which may be even worse than corruption, and directly betray the country and the government. 2 in one chapter of 5,000 words. Please support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Promoting the Bill. Although there are obviously some people in the parliament who who have different attitudes towards this official performance evaluation bill. It is obviously impossible to hinder the implementation of this bill at this time. More than 50% of the seats in the Spanish parliament are held by Prime Minister Primo's Progressive Party, and the pro-reform Liberal Party also nearly has 20% of the seats. The sum of these two equals more than 70% of the seats in parliament. According to the Spanish constitution, when more than 70% of the votes are in favor, a bill can be established and implemented. However, Prime Minister Primo does not intend to completely offend the conservative parties. Although a corresponding performance evaluation system has been established for the existing bureaucratic system, the department responsible for the evaluation is composed of the Parliament and the Cabinet. At the same time, the Parliament also has the power to supervise the Cabinet. Cabinet members must also complete the so-called performance evaluation, will decide whether to keep or leave the cabinet member, based on the final result of the cabinet meeting. This obviously strengthens the power of Parliament, which is why the bill was eventually passed by Parliament. However, for Prime Minister Primo, there is actually not much difference whether it is strengthening the power of the cabinet government or strengthening the power of Parliament. Prime Minister Primo has a firm control over Spain's cabinet government and parliament. It is not so much the growth of Parliament's power as it is the growth of Prime Minister Primo's power. Spanish people and the public even applauded it. But for the Spanish officialdom, the promulgation of this bill is no less than a small earthquake. But neither Carlo nor Prime Minister Primo plan to carry out a large-scale cleanup of the Spanish officialdom at this time. This bill is actually aimed at those officials who have a corrupt style and no political ability. These people will only cause harm to the country if they stay in office without any benefit at all. Those who are honest but lack ability, or those who have certain ability but are corrupt, will not actually be on Prime Minister Primo's liquidation list. After all, to put it bluntly, these officials all have their own value in existence. Officials who are less capable and relatively honest will also have other positions that do not test their abilities as much. Officials who have certain abilities but are corrupt can also be used temporarily. To a certain extent, these people can also become livestock kept by the Spanish government, and they can be slaughtered when fattened to fill the country's finances. We are not afraid of officials' corruption, but we are afraid of officials who are incompetent and can only engage in corruption. As long as they can do something practical for the cities and regions and promote the development of local industry or economy, Carlo and Prime Minister Primo will not pay too much attention. After all, everyone has his or her own little thoughts, and Carlo cannot expect all Spanish officials to be honest and upright. As long as the embezzlement is not so outrageous. For example, embezzling tens of thousands of yuan out of a million yuan is not a big deal. But if someone can embezzle hundreds of thousands of dollars with a fund of 1 million, no matter how capable he is, he will definitely be included in Prime Minister Primo's liquidation list. Of course, corruption also has its own methods and means. Direct corruption from the Spanish government's appropriations must be resolutely eliminated, but if it is to find ways to squeeze the old nobles and the church, more tolerance is not impossible. Before announcing the bill, Prime Minister Primo made a special statement to the vast majority of Spanish officials through word of mouth among Progressive Party members, stating that previous acts of corruption would not be punished. As long as the previous acts of corruption were not so extreme and the amount of money involved was less than 1 million pesetas, the Spanish government would let bygones be bygones and would not pursue past mistakes. If the embezzled funds exceed 1 million pesetas, it is also easy. As long as most of the stolen money is paid to the government in time, it can be done by missing a name from the list. In short, this is Prime Minister Primo's attitude, or rather, this is the common attitude of Carlo and Prime Minister Primo. As long as you have some ability, a little flaw is acceptable. If you have no ability and are full of flaws, it is better to give up your position to others as soon as possible. Of course, those who rebelled and betrayed the country were excluded. No matter how capable the rebels and traitors were, once they were found to be rebelling or betraying the country, they would be severely punished to ensure the stability of the Spanish government. The limit of 1 million pesetas was the result of Prime Minister Primo's careful consideration. This would allow most people to escape, while catching a few typical cases of serious corruption. If these people are sensible, they can also clear their names and avoid being liquidated by handing over the stolen money to the government in a timely manner. At the same time, it is also explaining to other officials that the government does not have the intention of settling past issues and will let everyone off the hook. But if these people don't know what's good for them, Prime Minister Primo doesn't mind letting them understand the harshness and cruelty of Spanish law and what the final fate of corrupt officials will be. In fact, if we talk about the impact, the forces affected by this bill are still mainly the old-style aristocrats. There is no way Spain was too corrupt in the past, and the government and the army were almost controlled by the nobles, and nobles were able to accumulate large amounts of land during this time. They were naturally able to engage in corruption through a variety of means. The former American colonies provided Spain with a large amount of gold, silver and treasures. Only a portion of these materials went into the pockets of the royal family and the government, and a large amount of them became the private property of the nobility and the church. Among these properties, there is certainly property obtained through legal operations of the nobility and the church, but it is probably not necessarily true that all of it was earned through legal means. In any case, this bill did affect a large number of old-style nobles. After all, they were the most likely to embezzle millions of pesetas from the government. Although a million pesetas was nothing to the Spanish government, it was still a huge sum of money, close to £40,000, which was quite valuable in that era. If converted into gold, it would weigh 290 kilograms, or nearly half a ton of gold. As the largest noble, Carlo noticed naturally the impact of this bill on the old nobility. However, Carlo had to show up. After all, these nobles were still loyal to the royal family on the surface, and Carlo could not just ignore them. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the shareholders' meeting of the Royal United Bank, Carlo held talks with many Spanish nobles and discussed the recently announced Spanish Officials Performance Evaluation Act and the handling of previous corruption. Carlo secretly expressed his true attitude towards the bill, but also provided protection to the nobles. Carlo said that nobles who had embezzled more than 1 million pesetas in the past only needed to donate 1 million pesetas to the Royal United Bank, and Carlo would forgive them. The reason why it was a free donation to the Royal United Bank was that the Royal United Bank was a bank jointly founded by the royal family and the nobility. These corrupt nobles donated money to the Royal United Bank, but the royal family and the nobles were the ones who actually benefited. Carlo's decision was supported by other nobles. After all, for most nobles, they could get actual benefits without doing anything. As long as one noble donated money to the bank, the nobles could share 250,000 pesetas with their shares. If one person donated money to the bank, the remaining nobles who were not implicated would receive more funds. It was obvious during the meeting that several nobles had ideas, but they would not express their willingness to donate to Carlo in public. In fact, this was true of the nobles were indifferent. After all, the wealth of the nobles was accumulated over hundreds or even thousands of years, and it was not possible for a single generation of nobles to create such wealth. The amount of embezzled funds by most individual nobles did not reach 1 million pesetas, and it was impossible for Carlo to settle accounts with the deceased nobles of the previous generation. But no matter what, the final result was in line with Carlo's expectations. This incident was also a wake-up call for these old-style nobles, letting them understand that the current Kingdom of Spain is not the previous kingdom government, and the royal family will not allow these old-style nobles to exploit the lower-class people of Spain at will. Prime Minister Primo obviously attaches much more importance to the implementation of the official performance appraisal bill. Since the Spanish Parliament passed this bill, Prime Minister Primo has asked regional governments to formulate performance appraisals of officials throughout the region within 1 month and submit them to the official appraisal department established by the parliament and the government. Assigning reasonable tasks to all officials in the region has become the primary task of the district heads. If they complete the tasks well, it will be their political achievements, and if they do not complete them well, they will naturally be deducted points. The Spanish government has begun assessing all officials from the day the bill was promulgated. Prime Minister Primo has no patience for those incompetent and unethical officials. It is his job to remove these incompetent and corrupt officials from the government as quickly as possible. In order to motivate officials, Prime Minister Primo also asked the department responsible for evaluating officials' performance to set up a specific reward and punishment system. Although getting a poor score in the assessment may lead to government punishment or even dismissal from office, if the assessment results are good, it can also increase one's salary, accumulate certain merits and get promoted. Accumulating military merits can earn you a title, and accumulating political achievements can certainly earn you a title. Knowing that simply promoting you and raising your salary would not attract all Spanish officials, Prime Minister Primo specifically consulted Carlo and made it clear that accumulating political achievements could also earn you the opportunity to be awarded a title. Even if one is born a commoner, if one has made considerable political achievements in his official position and has always performed well in government assessments, he will have the opportunity to be awarded a title. As long as you work diligently all your life and don't make any serious mistakes, it is relatively easy to obtain the title of baron. It is no different now than before. Nobility is indeed very common in Spain, and barons are not a rarity. Even for Spain, the title of count is like an honorary title and has become commonplace. There are even quite a few dukes, which is why Carlo has always been troubled by the old-style nobles, because there are so many of these old-style nobles in Spain. The number is simply terrifying. Being granted official titles and promoted to higher ranks was not that attractive to the great nobles. After all, they were already at the top of the Spanish nobility, and it was difficult for them to move up in rank. Only Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano, who hold the highest positions in Spanish politics and the military, can go further and gain room for advancement in their titles. For most dukes, it is good enough if they can keep the family's existing property and go further on its basis. As for the title of Grand Duke, which is higher than the title of Duke, in order to obtain it one must have made considerable achievements, which is not so easy. In order to mobilize the enthusiasm of a large number of officials of civilian origin, Prime Minister Primo also assigned a large number of relatively simple tasks, such as reducing illiteracy rates in various places, promoting the use of Spanish on a larger scale, etc., which can be achieved with a little effort. It's not a free gift, but it is definitely something that can be accomplished easily. For example, reducing the illiteracy rate is something the government is vigorously promoting. As long as local officials are not stupid and actively cooperate with government policies, the reduction of illiteracy rate is inevitable. As for the promotion of Spanish, the main target is still officials in Catalonia and the Basque Country use of Spanish in these areas, and reduce the use of local languages. Previously, it was the Spanish government that fought against these nationalists, and now it is up to the governors of Catalonia and the Basque region to do these things. The promotion of the use of local languages by nationalists will harm the political achievements of local officials. Even if they are reluctant, they must reduce the use of local languages as much as possible for the sake of their own future. The officials in these areas are basically from local ethnic groups. In this way, it can also create a confrontation between local nationalists and officials, and reduce the threat of local separatism through division. The officialdom reform caused a great stir, but in fact only a small number of officials were affected. In the 2 months from July to August 1872, the assessment department severely punished at least 200 officials, including mayors and heads of minor government departments. Fortunately, Prime Minister Primo carried out a major cabinet reshuffle after taking office. Currently, all cabinet ministers are from the Progressive Party or the Liberal Party who support reform. These people may not be so loyal to Carlo, but they have good abilities. At least they are not incompetent. In one chapter, I will make up for the 1000 words I owe tomorrow. Chapter 137 French visitors. Compared with those guys who were removed from the army, the officials who were kicked out of the officialdom are much more pitiful. The government will not provide them with any jobs, and will even hold some officials who are extremely corrupt accountable. However, the effect is also visible to the naked eye. The rectification of the officialdom has made all Spanish officials feel insecure. Not only has the phenomenon of corruption been reduced a lot, but the administrative efficiency between the cabinet government and the regional governments has also been significantly improved. If the decrees issued by the previous cabinet government took several weeks to be implemented in various places. Now it only takes a week at most to see the implementation of the decrees in various places. In fact, the mayors of various regions and cities have no choice but to cooperate. After the performance evaluation bill is promulgated, the promotion of any bill may affect their performance evaluation point, unless they really don't care about their future in officialdom. They have to pay attention to the various tasks issued by the cabinet government and improve their political achievements as much as possible while complying with regulations. After all, Spain is a small country and it is easy to review the performance of regional and city officials. In other words, if an official wants to falsify his performance appraisal, even if he can hide it from the department that conducts the appraisal, he may not be able to hide it from the cabinet government and parliamentary review. Prime Minister Primo also made it clear in advance that anyone found to have falsified information or engaged in fraud in performance appraisals would be treated as endangering national security and would not only be removed from office, but also have all their property confiscated. Although Prime Minister Primo only gave a verbal warning, it still attracted the attention of many Spanish officials. There is no way. Since becoming Prime Minister, Primo has always been swift and decisive in his approach. The reform raised the knife to both the nobility and the church. The Spanish officials did not think that they had the status to compete with such big forces as the nobility and parliament, so naturally they did not dare to challenge the authority of Prime Minister Primo. Really be courting death. What Prime Minister Primo lacked most at the moment was a chicken to be killed for the monkeys to see, and many officials understood this truth. Why did the church remain silent when faced with the impact of government reforms on itself? Because the Spanish Catholic Church does not want to be the chicken. Prime Minister Primo must have great courage to push forward reforms, which also means that the first force to be targeted by Prime Minister Primo will be punished more harshly and cruelly than imagined. While Prime Minister Primo was making changes to the officialdom, Carlo was also expanding the size of his royal knights. The so-called royal knights are actually a special force specifically provided to the children of nobility to improve their personal abilities, and resumes the members who can join the royal knights are basically the sons of Spanish nobles, that is, members of the forces that naturally stand on the side of the king. Carlo attached great importance to the training of these noble children. If these guys were more capable, they would be able to help him in the future. Carlo not only invited outstanding professors from the Royal Military Academy of Madrid to work part-time in the Royal Knights, but also carefully prepared training for every knight in the order. To put it simply, the current Royal Knights is an elite educational institution for the children of nobility, training them to become the outstanding senior officers Carlo needs, whom are sons of dukes and grand dukes, and only a small number of sons of marquesses and earls can squeeze in. There is no other way. Such elite aristocratic education requires a lot of financial expenditure, and it is naturally impossible to provide it to all aristocratic children at present. The total number of all the Spanish nobles is at least several thousand, and the number of all the noble children may exceed tens of thousands. Even if there are not many people under the age of 20 who can receive education, there must be at least several thousand people. Providing elite aristocratic education to all these thousands of people would require more funds than maintaining a division of the guards at present. Carlo's strategy is, of course, to limit the number of knights as much as possible and give priority to training the sons of dukes and grand dukes. However, in the future, the number of royal knights will still have to be expanded on a large scale, because the number of new nobles will increase in the future, and the foundation of these new nobles is not that strong. The old Spanish aristocrats can afford the cost of raising their children, because they have sufficient financial resources to cover any expenses for raising their children. But the wealth of the new nobility is far less than that of the old nobility, and they are also one step behind in the education of their children. The new nobility is equally important to Carlo, since the new nobility is unlikely to be able to afford the educational expenses of the elite nobility. Carlo can only expand the size of the royal knights as much as possible, and include the children of the new nobility in the training system of the elite nobility. Moreover, compared with the children of old-style nobles, the descendants of new-style nobles will be more loyal to Carlo. After all, the titles of the old-fashioned nobility have nothing to do with Carlo by Carlo, so their loyalty to Carlo would naturally be higher, and they had no choice compared to the old-style nobles. The old style nobles still had a lot of property to be rich, but if the new style nobles did not stay by the king's side, they were just small landowners with noble titles, and their property was incomparable to that of the old style nobles. Aristocratic education in the royal knights, and undergo more than 2 years of training point. After completing all education and training, they will be assigned to serve in the guards or the royal army, or engage in other occupations, but no matter where they work, their future potential will not be low. The nobles also know this, so not only do they not reject the establishment of the royal knights, but they also try their best to get their sons into the royal knights. Of course, those who were pushed in were usually the second sons, and the sons who were later in the order son would definitely inherit the title in the future. And the second son would have less property, so it would be better for him to join the royal knights to find more opportunities. Although the royal knights focus more on military training, they will not neglect the cultural education of aristocratic children. If there are noble children who are not suitable for military work, but more suitable for civil service work, Carlo does not mind training them to become officials. Anyway, after these noble children enter the army or officialdom, they will also strengthen the royal family's influence on these places. This is the advantage of the European aristocracy system. No matter how high the status of the nobles is, they still have to be loyal to the king. Because without the king, the aristocrat system will also disappear. The king and the aristocracy are highly bound together, and the king is the biggest aristocrat in the aristocrat system. After this military reform, the Spanish army will be even larger. It will be close to 170,000 people. The military expenditure for such a huge army can be maintained, but the pressure on the logistics department will also be doubled. Carlo also wants to strengthen the training of various troops. In the future, the consumption of bullets and shells will increase. Under various factors, it is also necessary to make certain changes to the logistics system of the troops. Transportation of artillery shells alone is enough to cause logistical headaches, not to mention that breech-loading rifles have a faster rate of fire, and the consumption of bullets will also increase several times. There is not much that can be done at the moment. We can only strengthen the local logistics management systems as much as possible, and do a good job in transportation, to meet the needs of local troops for weapons and equipment. Fortunately, the expansion of the troops takes a long time, plus the time required to produce weapons. There is still a long time to change the logistics. In addition to expanding the size of the Royal Knights, Carlo also established the Royal Pharmaceutical Company, which specializes in biotechnology research and drug development. In order to promote the establishment of this company, Carlo spent a lot of money to hire many top experts in biology and medicine from all over Europe, and invited them to come to Spain to work. The invitation was full of sincerity etc. Although the shares given to them are not many, Royal Pharmaceuticals will definitely be a large enterprise in the future, so the value of even a small amount of shares will not be low in the future. It is precisely because of such generous rewards that it has attracted several top biological and medical experts in Europe. In addition to letting them work in the Royal Medical Company, Carlo also let them serve as honorary professors in Spanish medical schools to train more talents in biology and medicine for Spain. The current medical technology is still too backward, which leads to a low survival rate of newborns and affects the growth of the Spanish population. A considerable number of newborns born each year will die from various diseases. These are the future population of Spain, so it is better to save them, if possible. Carlo's requirement for pharmaceutical companies is to engage in as much medical research and development as possible. No matter what type of drug it is, what can be researched should be researched first, and what can be manufactured should be manufactured first. Carlo did not consider making the pharmaceutical company profitable in the short term. Even in the long term, Carlo did not think about how much revenue the pharmaceutical company could generate. The main purpose of establishing a pharmaceutical company is strategic, allowing Spain to maintain its world-leading position in the field of medical technology by planning the research and development of certain important drugs in advance. What Carlo did not expect was that at the end of September 1872, the Spanish government welcomed an unexpected guest. Yes, this guest is the famous Adolphe Thiers, the first president of the French Third Republic and the current supreme ruler of France. Point of course, the reason why Thiers became famous in Europe was not only because he suppressed a certain movement, but also because he personally signed a diplomatic letter to pay 5 billion francs in compensation to Prussia. Perhaps the citizens of Paris did not expect that the actions they launched in opposition to the government's weakness towards Prussia would eventually make the government even weaker towards Prussia. Of course, the French government also has an extremely tough side. It's just that the toughness of the Third Republic was shown to the movement of the Parisian citizens through cruel and bloody suppression. Thiers successfully became famous throughout Europe. How brutal was the suppression at that time? French newspapers once reported the scene of the massacre. A blood channel flowed from a barracks into the Seine River. Hundreds of meters of river water were polluted, presenting a long and narrow river of blood. Yes, it is the famous Seine River suppressed. The French government was still in considerable chaos. Government and media in many countries are not optimistic about the French Third Republic because the republican system in France does not last long. The power of the French royalists was extremely strong, so strong that they could easily destroy the power of the republic. However, the Royalist Party was divided into several factions, namely the Legitimists who supported the Bourbon dynasty, the Orleans who supported the Louis-Philippe dynasty, and the Bonapartists who supported the Bonaparte family. If these royalists united, they would occupy the majority of seats in the French National Assembly, and could easily restore the French monarchy through the National Assembly, and re-establish an empire. But unfortunately, the three royalist factions supported different families, and there was destined to be only one emperor of France, which also meant that there would be no compromise between the three royalist factions. Emperor would lead to renewed opposition from the French. It is precisely because of the fierce conflicts between supporters of the Republic and the monarchy, coupled with the dissatisfaction of many French people with the government's cowardice towards the former Prussia, now Germany, and the cruelty of suppressing the revolution, that France is now in great chaos. In order to suppress the French Revolution, Thiers was willing to go all out. He issued a law requiring all those who promoted a certain ideology to be sentenced to 2 to 5 years in prison, and also closed down all trade unions, and abolished freedom of publication and association. In order to repay the 5 billion francs indemnity promised to Prussia, the Thiers government issued a large amount of national debt, and each time it issued in excess together with the massive loans to capitalism. More than half of the 5 billion francs has been repaid by the French government so far. This is quite exaggerated. 5 billion francs is not a small number. It is an astronomical figure for the Spanish government. According to the Spanish government's fiscal revenue, it would take at least 20 years to repay such an indemnity. Even if the government continued to issue government bonds and borrow from private capital, it would not be possible to repay it within 15 years. But the French government did it, which also proves one thing: the development of French capital and the scale of its industry and economy are still very large, which is also the reason why France has become a superpower. However, although the French government was able to raise 5 billion francs in a short period of time, it does not mean that 5 billion francs are not important to them. The French government has to bear a large amount of national debt as a result, and the heavy economic burden has also fallen on the French people. At the same time, capital has also gained a lot of power by lending to the government. France has gradually transitioned to capitalism, and the impact on France's future development is extremely far-reaching. Let's go back to Thiers' visit to Spain. This incident happened rather suddenly, and even Prime Minister Primo only learned about it the day before Thiers arrived in Spain. When Carlo learned the news, Thiers was about to arrive in Madrid. Fortunately, Carlo did not have to show up in person. With his identity and status as Prime Minister Primo, he could come forward to welcome President Thiers. Although Carlo was somewhat caught off guard by the arrival of the French president, he knew why he came after careful consideration. There is no way. The current development of the situation is somewhat beyond the French government's expectations. A closer look at the current development of the European situation is undoubtedly fatal to France. First of all, France has completely failed in the competition with Prussia, and the position of European land hegemony has fallen into the hands of the Germans. The second is a policy of isolating France proposed by German Chancellor Bismarck, which seems to be taking shape at present. Austria-Hungary and Russia were discussing something, which made the French a little anxious. if Austria-Hungary and Russia reached a certain compromise. The biggest contradiction on the European continent would become the contradiction between Germany and France. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was constantly showing goodwill to Germany. Does this also mean that the Austro-Hungarian Empire would get closer to Germany? Of course, the Germans would not reject the goodwill of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. After all, the Austro-Hungarian Empire could also be of great help in isolating France. At the same time, Italy was an ally of Prussia before Germany was established, and the Germans did not abandon Italy as an ally. The royal families of Spain and Italy are the same family, and they also have an alliance with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, so the two sides have a marriage relationship. Considering the worst case scenario, the Germans are very likely to form a four-party alliance including Germany, Austria, Italy, and Spain, completely isolating the French in Western Europe. If the Germans could really achieve this, then there would be no need for the French to develop. To the north of France are the three Low Countries, where Britain, France, and Germany also have influence, so it is impossible for France to dominate alone. The only neutral neighboring country left is Switzerland, and the route to colonize Africa to the south might be cut off by the joint efforts of Spain and Italy. The French must do everything they can to avoid the Quadruple Alliance, otherwise France's future development will suffer a devastating blow. Among the Quadruple Alliance, Spain is currently the easiest to contact. Why do I say that? The Austro-Hungarian Empire was actively moving closer to Germany, and it was impossible for France to win over the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Italy was an ally of the Germans, and by regaining South Tyrol in the south, it eased the conflict with the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Instead, the French are standing on the Savoy region ceded by Italy. Look at the name of the Italian royal family, isn't it Savoy? Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to win over Italy, and Italy's colonial direction in Africa happened to conflict with France. Although the only remaining Spain was an ally of the Austro-Hungarian Empire and a family member of the Italian royal family, fortunately it did not have much relationship with Germany. For the time being, as long as an alliance between Spain and Germany can be avoided, France can at least ensure that it will not be completely blocked through Spain. The good news is that the British will also prevent Spain from colonizing Morocco. Spain needs a strong ally to help it. The Germans may not be willing to offend Britain for Spain, but the French don't care. The Germans against France. Pointer 2 in one chapter of 5,500 words. Please support. Chapter 138 Controlled by Others. September 27, 1872. The train station in Madrid, the capital of Spain, was extremely busy. The train station was filled with martial law guards early in the morning, and even the train station was temporarily sealed off, with only exit allowed but no entry. In a small square nearby, Spanish Prime Minister Primo and several cabinet ministers had been waiting for a long time. The person who could make Prime Minister Primo come in person must be a guest of relatively distinguished status. Louis Adolphe Thiers, the first president of the French Third Republic, the controller of a powerful France, and the current supreme leader of the French government. Like the chaotic situation within France, the political system of the newly established French Third Republic was also relatively chaotic. France not only has a president, but also a prime minister. However, there is no power struggle between the president and the prime minister, but rather a fierce power struggle between the president and the parliament. The French president is elected by the people, and the prime minister is appointed by the president. However, both the president and the prime minister needs to be accountable to the parliament, and the parliament has the right to force the prime minister to resign by passing a motion of no confidence. Unlike the semi-presidential system of the Fifth Republic of France, the current Third Republic theoretically has higher power, and the National Assembly was just established. Thiers, as the first president, still held certain power. If I must describe it, Thiers today is more like the first monarch in the transition from monarchical states to constitutional states in Europe. The rights of the French president are similar to those of the king in a constitutional monarchy, except that they cannot be titles granted. Both are nominally the supreme leaders of a country and commander-in-chief of the army. European powers, and is still very powerful compared to Spain. In order to express his importance to French President Thiers, Prime Minister Primo specially borrowed the royal band of the royal family and mobilized a newly reorganized army as guards to maintain order on the scene. Of course, this was not without purpose. The troops mobilized were from the 1st Infantry Division of the Royal Spanish Army, which was considered the elite of the Spanish Army. Letting this army come to welcome French President Thiers not only shows the Spanish government's attention to Thiers, but also demonstrates the strength of the Spanish army has the glory it once had. It is still one of the most powerful countries in Europe. If the French want to win over Spain, they must at least show their sincerity, same as the British point. After all, France and Spain are directly adjacent to each other. And the threat to France is not a certain region, but the overall geographical location of Spain. Dear President Thiers, welcome to Spain. In the square of the train station, Prime Minister Primo met the new French President Thiers and expressed his welcome with a very bright smile. Spain is really a great country, and the grand occasion of Madrid is not much different from Paris. Prime Minister Primo would not believe President Thiers' nonsense. Although Madrid is the largest city in Spain, it is still far away from international metropolises such as London and Paris. The population alone means that Madrid's overall size and economy are not as good as Paris. To say that Madrid and Paris are not far apart is actually just a friendly compliment. Although Madrid is prosperous, it is far from Paris. However, Madrid also has its own characteristics. I hope Mr. President will have a good time in Madrid, Prime Minister Primo said with a smile. Thiers nodded, and under the leadership of Prime Minister Primo, went to the hotel specially prepared by the Spanish for foreign guests. Apart from a small-scale welcome banquet hosted by Prime Minister Primo for President Thiers that evening, there was not even any overt communication between Prime Minister Primo and President Thiers the next day. Both of them seemed to regard the arrival of the French delegation as an ordinary trip abroad, and did not take the initiative to talk about any political affairs concerning the relationship between the two countries. In diplomacy, the person who speaks first is often at a disadvantage. The person who speaks first will take the initiative, because the person who speaks first usually has something to ask of others. Prime Minister Primo knew this, so he had great patience to continue to fight with the French delegation. Anyway, this diplomatic visit does not require the Spanish government to spend too much. It is all France's money, so there is no need to feel bad about it. It is the French who have a bad diplomatic environment, and it is the French who should be worried. For the Spanish government, it would be great if it could promote cooperation with France, but if it fails, there will be no loss. But for the French government, things are not as wonderful as imagined. The reason why President Thiers was reluctant to speak was because speaking up would make him lose his voice. Although France wanted to promote cooperation with Spain, President Thiers wanted Prime Minister Primo to take the initiative. Even if the French government provided more loans and industrial technology, it would be better than taking the initiative to speak and falling into a disadvantage. But from the current situation, it seems that Prime Minister Primo is definitely an old fox in the political arena. If the two of them remain silent, I'm afraid that this cooperation will not only not be achieved, but will also push Spain further away to a certain extent. The Spanish must have seen our purpose. It's all the damn Germans' fault. Otherwise, the great France would not face such a situation. French President Thiers, who had just arrived in Madrid for a few days, was a little out of control because the process of visiting Spain was not as smooth as imagined. I'm afraid so, Mr. President. French Foreign Minister Jacques Victor Albert nodded helplessly, sighed and said, I'm afraid we have to pay some sincerity to win over the Spanish. Otherwise, when Germany and Spain reach a cooperation, France's situation will become even more difficult. Even the French had to admit that Prime Minister Bismarck posed too great a threat to France. The German region, which had been full of warring states since the Holy Roman Empire was integrated. President Thiers rubbed his frowning brow and said, at all costs, we must ensure that Spain will not join the alliance with Germany, otherwise France will be in an irretrievable situation. If Spain is determined to get closer to Germany, then for the future security of France, we can only protect our country through war. On the last day of September, President Thiers, contrary to his usual good mood, no longer traveled around, but found Prime Minister Primo early in the morning, and stated directly the purpose of his diplomatic visit to Spain. Prime Minister, Spain was once a great country, and I believe that Spain's weakness is only temporary. In the future, Spain will eventually return to the throne of the great powers. President Fears said with a smile, France is happy to help our neighbors become strong again. There is no conflict of interest between us, right? If your country is willing, we can provide you with some capital loans and sign a trade treaty to deepen economic cooperation between the two countries. When talking about France, people may remember the glory of the Napoleonic Empire almost completed the legend of unifying Europe. At that time, France was the most powerful country on the European continent, and it was only with the help of an anti-French alliance formed by many countries that France, which was at its peak, was finally defeated. But in fact, before the Napoleonic Empire, France was already a well-known overlord on the European continent. Because of the grain production brought by the vast plains and a more dense population compared to other countries, France has been one of the most famous countries in Europe. Since the Middle Ages, France's glory lasted until the end of World War I, but it was ultimately defeated because of too many casualties in the war. France during World War II was indeed not as powerful as France during World War I, but it was still one of the top 5 powers in the world. What France paid point. But there was no other way. The conflict between Germany and France was the main conflict in World War I. In addition, because Germany and France were neighbors, the war that broke out between them was definitely the most intense in World War I, although the conflict between Austria-Hungary and Russia was also the main contradiction in World War I. The military strength of these two countries was obviously one level lower than that of Germany and France. It was precisely because of the heavy casualties suffered in World War I that France finally chose to play badly in World War II and accomplished a task that most accomplished countries could not accomplish at all. It is impossible to occupy Paris before France surrenders. Facts have also proved that France's choice in World War II may be the wisest for France itself. Other countries in World War II suffered heavy casualties, but France's losses were not as severe as other countries because it surrendered early. If we can get assistance from your government, it will speed up the process of Spain's industrial construction. On behalf of the Spanish people, I thank the French government for its help. Spain will last forever. Prime Minister Primo nodded, with a smile on his face, and said, however, in terms of basic industries, the Austro-Hungarian Empire has given us a lot of help. If possible, we hope to introduce heavy industry and chemical production technology from your country. I wonder if your country can sell it to us? Our original plan was to go to Germany to purchase technology, but it would be great if we could introduce some technology from your country. Although Prime Minister Primo expressed his delight at the French's willingness to provide technical assistance, President Fears actually heard it as a blatant reminder that if France was unwilling to provide assistance to Spain, the Germans would also be willing to join in the fun. Of course, no problem. President Fear's smile was a little ugly, but then it quickly changed, and he said with a very kind smile, we are both countries on the European continent, so we should help each other. Prime Minister Primo, we are willing to provide your country with technical information on heavy industry and chemical industry to help you build a better industrial system. But you know, this matter requires not only government approval, but also the approval of Congress if possible. I hope we can sign an alliance treaty, and we will provide this part of the assistance to your country in the form of an alliance. I believe that Congress will not prevent an alliance between France and Spain. We are natural allies and we are partners in the fight. French chariot in the form of military alliance. As for whether Spain would tear up this military alliance later, President Fears was not too worried. First of all, his presidency is only 5 years, and half of it has already passed. When his term ends, the development of relations between Spain and France will have nothing to do with him. Secondly, France can also bind Spain and France by providing Spain with large amounts of loans, industrial equipment and technical information. The more French technology and equipment Spain adopts, the deeper ties with France become. The economic exchanges between the two countries become closer and closer. It will not be so easy for Spain to sever ties with France. After all, Spain's industries were built on the basis of massive assistance from France. If the relationship is severed, where can Spain find substitutes for the French industrial equipment used in its industrial systems? I'm afraid this will be difficult to do. President Fears. Prime Minister Primo showed an embarrassment on his face and explained, you also know that Spain is a peace-loving country. We are not willing to participate in military competition among European countries. We yearn for a stable and peaceful environment. For this reason, we do not intend to join any military alliance with any country. If possible, Spain is willing to sign an economic cooperation treaty and a customs union treaty with France to strengthen the economic ties between our two countries. The alliance the French were referring to was a military alliance, which was the kind of alliance Prime Minister Primo was trying to avoid. For Spain, it can indeed benefit from the wooing of various countries by relying on its superior geographical location point. But the problem is that a military treaty will completely bind Spain and France, which also means that it will be difficult for Spain to obtain assistance from Germany in the future. To put it bluntly, if Spain wants better development now, it is undoubtedly more profitable to be seeking. Such a military alliance is more like a marriage contract, which restricts Spain to the French chariot. Countries like Germany that are against France will stay away from Spain, which is not good for Spain's future plans. When President Fears heard Prime Minister Primo say that the Spanish government could only sign the Economic Cooperation Treaty and the Customs Union documents, he was immediately annoyed. To put it bluntly, the Spanish government's attitude is that it does not intend to work closely with France, and it seems more like it wants to get France's aid for free. If Spain took this aid for free and then joined the alliance with Germany, wouldn't President Fears become a clown? This matter is really related to his own interests, and President Fears is unlikely to give in easily. Prime Minister Primo, an economic cooperation treaty and a customs union alone will not be enough to convince the French parliament. If your country wants to cooperate with France, a military alliance is a guarantee of a more stable relationship. What do you think? No, President Fears. Prime Minister Primo still shook his head and insisted on his opinion. Spain will not join a military alliance with any country. We only accept economic alliance treaties. However, I can assure you that Spain has no intention of being an enemy of France. As long as you do not regard Spain as an enemy, Spain will not take the initiative to join the blockade of your country. What we need is a peaceful development environment. We are not interested in any conflict or competition. Please rest assured that Spain will not join any military alliance with any country, whether it is France or Germany. Although France's aid is very attractive, if we completely join the French chariot just for France's industrial aid, it would be a loss. In the current European environment, the conflict between Germany and France is the most intense contradiction, followed by the conflict between Britain and France and the conflict between Austria and Russia. Outside of Europe, there is the conflict between Britain and Russia, and the relationship between several European powers is rather complicated. Under such circumstances, Prime Minister Primo did not intend to allow Spain to join these competitions. For Spain, reform is the most important thing, followed by the development of industry and economy. As for participating in the competition between these powerful countries, that will be a long time in the future. Primo say that Spain would not join the military alliance of either France or Germany. The main purpose of this trip is to ensure that Spain will not join the blockade of France. Prime Minister Primo's promise is still very important. However, whether Spain is a military ally of France also affects the extent of France's aid to Spain. If Spain was a military ally of France, President Fears would not mind providing Spain with more favorable industrial assistance to help Spain once again ascend to the throne of a European power. But since Spain is unwilling to conclude a military alliance treaty with France, the aid provided by France to Spain will naturally not be too generous. After all, this is just an exchange of interests between the French and Spanish governments, ensuring that Spain maintains a neutral position in the competition between Germany and France through industrial assistance. Since it is just an ordinary exchange of interests, there is naturally no need to use France's more advanced industrial technology speak. Prime Minister Primo took the initiative to say, but sometimes things don't go as planned. You know, Mr. President, Spain is a constitutional monarchy, but the parliament has more power than the king. If the Spanish people choose to support one side in the European competition, it will greatly affect the opinions of the parliament. I'm willing to follow public opinion. The smile on President Fear's face froze again. Prime Minister Primo's words seemed to be explaining the situation of the Spanish government to President Fears, but in fact they were reminding President Fears that if France was not sincere in cooperating with Spain, Spain might side with Germany. In the Spanish political system, the parliament is indeed very powerful. The cabinet government is elected by the parliament, and the king only has the right to appoint the people after the parliament has chosen them. But the problem is that most of the seats in the Spanish parliament are controlled by Prime Minister Primo. President Fears is not a fool either. He already knew most of the situation of the Spanish government before visiting Spain. It is not so much that the opinions of the Spanish people influence parliament, but rather that Prime Minister Primo is able to control parliament's decisions. If Prime Minister Primo believes that France's aid is not sincere, perhaps the Spanish parliament will lean towards Germany. This is a reminder or hidden threat in Prime Minister Primo's words. Please support this 6,000 word 2-in-1 chapter. Chapter 139 Morocco Agreement with French President Thiers, but he still took the time to meet with Thiers and had a short friendly exchange. Although the Spanish royal family consists of only two people, Queen Carlo and Queen Sophie, it is closely connected with the Italian royal family and the Austro-Hungarian royal family. So even though Carlo is a young man and has not yet taken control of real power, President Thiers must still show enough respect to Carlo. However, because Carlo was not interested in interfering too much in diplomatic affairs, after a brief meeting and greeting with Carlo, President Thiers left the palace and continued his lengthy negotiations with the Spanish government. For the French government, Spain must be won over. Even if it costs a certain price, it must ensure that Spain leans more towards France between Germany and France. Because only in this way can we ensure that France will not be completely isolated. Diplomatic negotiations are never accomplished overnight, especially when it comes to the future national policies and strategic routes of France and Spain, which will take at least several weeks to complete. However, President Thiers did not intend to negotiate the entire cooperation agreement himself. As the head of France, what he had to do was to negotiate a charter of cooperation between the French and Spanish governments, and then the two governments would formulate more detailed cooperation based on the charter agreed upon by the top leaders. After confirming that the Spanish government had not completely sided with the Germans, President Thiers' the mood finally became good. At least France will not face the worst situation, which is what President Thiers really wants to know and ensure. Although Spain's land environment is the worst in Europe when it comes to tourism resources, Spain still has many scenic spots worth visiting. The diplomatic negotiations lasted for a long time, and President Thiers stayed in Madrid for nearly 10 days. The good news is that before President Thiers left Madrid, he and Prime Minister Primo finally signed a draft agreement on cooperation between the two governments. There was further discussion on certain key aspects of the cooperation between the two sides, such as the share of funds that Spain can borrow from the French financial industry. According to the draft of the cooperation agreement, the French government is willing to provide Spain with a low-interest loan of at least 500 million francs if the Spanish government borrows more than 500 million francs at one time. The French government will lend all the loans to the Spanish government over a period of 5 years. Because the loan is issued over a long period of time, the Spanish government has a repayment period of 20 years. It only needs to repay the principal of 500 million francs plus the interest of 100 million francs within the 20th year after the loan point. Although the interest on 100 million francs seems a bit high, if it is spread over 20 years, the interest to be repaid each year is only 5 million francs, which is 1% of the principal. Of course, such a low interest rate also has additional conditions. First, of the 500 million franc loan, at least 300 million francs can only be used to purchase supplies from France, and the remaining 200 million francs can be freely allocated by the Spanish government. In other words, the Spanish government can only get 200 million francs out of the 500 million franc loan. The remaining 300 million francs is more like the virtual currency promised by the French, which can only be used to import materials from France and cannot be used in other countries. However, Spain can accept this. France is also a powerful industrial country, and Spain can import a large amount of industrial equipment and technical information from France. At present, the value of francs and pesetas is not much different. According to the latest exchange rate, 500 million francs is equivalent to 516.25 million pesetas, which is equivalent to Spain's total fiscal expenditure last year. It has to be admitted that, even after paying a compensation of 5 billion francs, the French were still able to provide Spain with a loan of 500 million francs within 5 years. Such an economic scale and size is quite exaggerated. Spain's total fiscal revenue last year was less than 500 million francs, which also proves the gap between Spain and France. Spain is still a long way from being a real powerful country, at least in terms of industry and economy. Prime Minister Primo naturally accepted the low-interest loan offered by the French. The French did not dare to attach any harsh conditions to the loan. After all, they really wanted to win over Spain. Even if it is impossible to establish an alliance treaty between Spain and France, at least it is necessary to ensure that Spain is more inclined towards France and away from Germany. In addition to financial assistance, the French will also provide their own industrial technology to help Spain develop and build better. Except for some more important industrial equipment and technologies, other common industrial technologies can be sold to Spain. These include not only heavy industry and chemical industry, but also military industry and mechanical design and manufacturing. With the loan provided by the French, Spain does not have to worry about not having enough money to purchase equipment and technology. Although 500 million francs is not an astronomical figure for the great powers, it is enough to buy a large amount of industrial equipment and related means of production for Spain, which is not large in size, to help Spain better build heavy industry and chemical industry, as well as military industry and other industrial industries, in order to ensure that France and Spain would not cause conflict at the strategic level. President Thiers and Prime Minister Primo also agreed to sign the Morocco Agreement on African colonization after the two governments reached consensus through friendly consultations. The main purpose of this agreement was to avoid conflicts between Spain and France over African colonization. As long as Spain did not stand in opposition to France and remained neutral or sided with France in the competition between Germany and France, the French would not interfere in Moroccan colonization for the time being and would support Spain's colonial actions in Morocco. In other words, France temporarily used Morocco to stabilize Spain, and by giving up its colonies in Morocco for a short period of time, it exchanged Spain's neutrality or a more friendly attitude in the competition between Germany and France. At first glance, one might be surprised that the French would make such concessions and even be willing to allow Spain to colonize Morocco unscrupulously. But if you think about it, this is actually a naked conspiracy by the French. If Spain wanted to colonize Morocco, it would inevitably come into conflict with the British Empire. Even if the French did not participate in the colonial competition in Morocco, Spain might not be able to annex the entire Morocco under pressure from the British. Long as Spain cannot annex the entire Morocco, France will still have the possibility of colonizing Morocco after the end of the future treaty. After the relationship between Britain and Spain became worse, Spain would definitely need a powerful country of sufficient level to protect itself. The Austro-Hungarian Empire was clearly not strong enough. After all, the opponent was the British Empire, and the Austro-Hungarian Empire's naval strength was not much different from that of Italy, so it could not pose a major threat to the British Empire. Although France's navy is not as strong as that of the British Empire, it is closer to Spain and can provide more support. As for Germany, although it defeated France, its navy was extremely poor. In addition, because France was between Germany and Spain, the help that Germany could provide to Spain was more limited than that of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Under such conspiracy of the French government, even if Spain annexed the whole of Morocco, it would still face strong pressure from the British. In order to fight against the British, Spain had to continue to get closer to the French, and even conclude a military alliance with France, to ensure its own safety, no matter how reluctant it was. If Spain cannot even annex Morocco, that would be a good thing. Not only can France plan to colonize Morocco again after the end of the treaty, but it can also confirm that Spain is not a big threat to itself. At the same time, France can use Morocco, which the Spanish cannot get at all, to keep the Spanish hanging. During the entire period of signing the agreement, the relationship between France and Spain will be relatively friendly, and the French can make their diplomatic situation not so bad without spending much cost. To put it bluntly, the French saw that Britain would not allow Spain to annex the whole of Morocco, which led to the birth of the Morocco Agreement. In fact, Prime Minister Primo also knew what the French were thinking, because the British ideas were completely obvious. Perhaps this is also the pride of the British Empire. The British Empire has never concealed their vigilance against Spain, and even actively interfered with Spain's colonization of Morocco. Even though Spain had a gap in power with the other great powers, it was still much stronger than Morocco, an indigenous African country. However, Spain never occupied Morocco, which was only separated from it by a strait, and eventually divided Morocco through cooperation with the French, and Britain is irreconcilable unless Spain is willing to give up the hope of national revival and become a second-rate country in Europe. In later generations, the two countries had various disputes and conflicts over Gibraltar. This also shows a Spanish hatred for the British occupation of Gibraltar and how hateful the British were in that era. The reason why Prime Minister Primo agreed to sign the Morocco Agreement was to put President Thiers and the French government at ease. However, the Spanish government had no plans to colonize Morocco again in the short term. After all, the British were not so easy to deal with. Maintaining the scope of the existing colonies in southern Morocco and stabilizing the colonies of Cuba and the Philippines were all Prime Minister Primo had in mind regarding Spain's existing colonies. If Spain wants to achieve revival, the most important thing is to build its own industry and economy. Although Spain's land environment is somewhat worse than that of other powers, the size of its territory is still there. Spain has a land area of more than 500,000 square kilometers, which is considered a large country in Europe. The UK is only 240,000 square kilometers, and Italy is just over 300,000 square kilometers with an area of more than 500,000 square kilometers. Spain's development potential has been greatly improved. Even though it cannot accommodate hundreds of millions or even millions of people, it is not a problem to support a population of about 50 million. However, Spain still has not achieved this population milestone until 2024. For Spain at present, population is the most lacking and the biggest gap between it and other powerful countries. Why are countries like Britain, France, and Germany so powerful? In addition to their huge industries and economies, their large populations of tens of millions are also a major factor in their strength. Currently, in the population ranking of European countries, except for the relatively special existence of Russia, the country with the largest population is Germany, with a population of nearly 42 million. France and Austria-Hungary both had populations of over 36 million, and were also the closest to Germany in terms of population. The reason why Germany's population is so large is actually because Germany has integrated most of the German region. Bavaria, the largest state in southern Germany, was once a medium-sized country, but is now part of the German Empire, which shows how huge this integrated empire is. It has the most industry and economy among all countries. But the above data also shows the problems of the British. The glory of the British Empire disappeared in an instant. This is why Morocco is so important to Spain. Morocco and Spain are only separated by a strait, and this is a region that can be localized. Once the localization of Morocco is achieved, Spain will become a country spanning the European and African continents, with a total land area of more than 770,000 square kilometers. If the Western Sahara region in southern Morocco is included, the country's land area can even exceed 960,000 square kilometers, which is not far from 1 million square kilometers. Although Morocco's land environment is not very good, it can also accommodate tens of millions of people. The population capacity of Spain and Morocco combined will be close to 100 million, which is the greatest hope for Spain's revival in the future. Before technology completely replaced manpower, population was the most important thing for a country. Although the strength of a country cannot be fully reflected by its population, countries with larger populations definitely have greater development potential. Of course, if we have to talk about it, Spain has another target that can be annexed, and that is its neighbor Portugal in Iberia. Portugal has a land area of more than 90,000 square kilometers and is located on the Iberian Peninsula, making it the best target for Spanish expansion. However, the relationship between the Portuguese and the British is better. The British do not agree with Spain's annexation of Morocco, and are even less likely to agree to Spain's annexation of Portugal. Although both Portugal and Spain are countries on the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal is located in the southwest corner of Iberia and its land environment is much better than that of Spain. If you have a topographic map of Iberia, you can see that the more fertile land of the entire Iberian Peninsula is distributed around the peninsula, and the most densely populated area is the southwest corner, where Portugal is located. The land fertility is far lower than that of Portugal Point. Although Portugal's land area is only 92,000 square kilometers, the food that can be produced by these 92,000 square kilometers of land is more than that of Spain's 200,000 square kilometers. Of course, this is compared with those areas with poor soil fertility point. If we only compare it with the plains with more fertile soil, the difference is basically not much. However, the plain area of Spain, with an area of 500,000 square kilometers, is smaller than that of Portugal, which shows the difference in terrain between Portugal and Spain. To have a grain output of less than 1/20th of Spain in later generations. But if Portugal can be taken, the Iberian Peninsula will become a whole. If Gibraltar can be taken, the Iberian Peninsula and Morocco in the northwest corner of Africa can be connected together. Spain will have the potential to become a top power and the hegemon of the Western Mediterranean. The Iberian Peninsula is definitely easy to defend and difficult to attack. The only northern region connected to the European continent is blocked by the Pyrenees Mountains, and only the gaps in the east and west directions can be easily passed. Spain only needs to build military fortresses in these two gaps to easily resist the army coming from France in the north. However, it is very difficult to achieve such a strategic goal. Morocco and Portugal are protected by the British, and it is difficult for Spain to annex these two countries. Gibraltar has even become British territory. If you want to take Gibraltar, it means you have to fight a friendly war with the British. But it is precisely because such a goal is difficult that it aroused Carlo's interest. If he can accomplish it, Carlo will become the greatest monarch in Spanish history and restore the glory of this long declined empire. He didn't even have to annex Portugal journey back to Paris. He left with a smile on his face, and it was obvious that this trip had accomplished the purpose for which he came. Prime Minister Primo also smiled. This meeting with President Thiers was only good for Spain. The financial loans and industrial assistance provided by the French can effectively help the construction of Spain's industry and economy. The amount of the loan is larger than Spain's total fiscal revenue last year. Investing all of this money in Spain's development will naturally bring obvious results. French point the fact that they became a loan shark empire that was talked about by later generations also proves how strong the economic strength of the French was in that era. Point apart from anything else, if the Spanish government were to raise 500 million francs, it would definitely have to sell everything it had. Point. Even if this amount of money only needs to be paid out within 5 years. It will definitely put Spain's finances in great crisis. This also made Prime Minister Primo and Carlo see the benefits of cooperating with the French. Point. At least the French are really rich, and they can really come up with money to help Spain. Point. Of course, the French did not make a loss. The funds will eventually receive 100 million francs in interest. Point. At present, the exchange rate fluctuations of various countries are not large, and French private capital is basically a stable profit. Point. Although the profit is relatively small, it is difficult for such loans between countries to go bad. Point. After all, countries that can lend money are powerful. Point. If countries want to make bad debts, they will not only offend the private capital of the borrowing country, but also offend the country that lent the loan. Therefore, unless it is really necessary, this kind of foreign loans between countries are relatively stable. A 2-in-1 chapter of 5,600 words. Please support. Chapter 140. Invest in a shipyard. Between the French and Spanish governments was not of a military nature, so there was naturally no need to conceal it. Point. In fact, the French need to make this treaty public to help themselves recover from the bad diplomatic situation. Point. After all, anyone with a discerning eye can see how difficult France is now, and there are no friendly countries around. Point. Spain naturally had no need to hide anything. Point. Even cooperation with the French could serve as a smokescreen to confuse the British and make them more cautious in their foreign policy toward Spain. After signing the cooperation treaty with France, the Spanish government immediately sent a diplomatic delegation from relevant parties to France. Their main purpose is to conduct a practical investigation of the industrial equipment and related technical experience that France can export to Spain, select the materials and technologies that Spain needs or have higher strategic value, and find ways to transport them to Spain. Regardless of whether the French loan has arrived, it is also important to go to France in advance to inspect the relevant industrial systems. The experience accumulated by the French in industry can also serve as a valuable asset, allowing Spain to avoid detours when developing its industry. Spain has made great progress in military industry at present, but these advances are basically about army weapons. The Vittorio M1872 rifle owned by Spain can be said to be one of the best breech-loading bolt-action rifles in Europe, and the artillery technology obtained from Austria is also first class in Europe. Therefore, in purchasing French military equipment and technology, Spain mainly focused on the introduction of naval technology, followed by French artillery technology, and basically ignored the introduction of rifles. After all, after the invention of smokeless gunpowder in the future, the rifle technology of various countries will be further improved. Carlo's future goal is to develop a rifle similar to the British Lee Enfield rifle and the German Ju-98 rifle, which is the predecessor of the famous 98K rifle. These two rifles were the pinnacle of rifle technology for Britain and Germany during World War I, and were also standard weapons equipped in large quantities by the two countries during World War I. In fact, if we have to say, the Lee Enfield rifle is relatively more advantageous. The advantage of this rifle is its fast firing rate. More skilled veterans can even fire at least 30 bullets per minute. However, the disadvantage is also the high rate of fire. The hit rate on the battlefield cannot be guaranteed. Such a high rate of fire means a large amount of bullets are consumed, which is a great test for the military production capacity and logistical supply capacity. The most powerful rifle during World War I, the long rifle version, MLE, of the Lee Enfield rifle was born in 1895. After the Boer War, it was improved into the short rifle version, SMLE, and was in service until 1965. The fact that this rifle has been purchased and used by the United Kingdom and Commonwealth countries for more than 70 years, and more than 71 million have been produced, is enough to show how powerful it is. The Ju-98 rifle developed by the Germans is slightly inferior to the Lee Enfield rifle in terms of performance, but it is more famous. The shotgun version of the Ju-98 rifle is the famous Kar-98 rifle, also known as the 98K rifle. The Ju-98 rifle is not without advantages. In terms of operability and accuracy, it is slightly higher than the Lee Enfield rifle. As a standard infantry rifle, the Lee Enfield rifle is definitely better. But if it is used for special purposes, such as long-range precision sniping, the Ju-98 is not inferior to the Lee Enfield rifle. A lower rate of fire also means less pressure on military production and logistics. For some countries with insufficient military production or logistics capabilities, a rifle with a slower rate of fire is sometimes a better choice. Rifles must be used with bullets. 98 rifles were invented more than 20 years later. At that time, smokeless gunpowder had been invented, and the military production capacity and industrial background of various countries were much stronger. It was natural to develop a more powerful rifle on this basis, and the same phenomenon applied to warships. The history of military ships is very long, and hundreds of years ago, sailing warships dominated the world. The future, when the industrial scale of each country becomes stronger, battleships with larger size, thicker armor, more powerful firepower and faster speed, also known as pre-dreadnoughts, will also be born. The reason why Spain gave up the development of its navy in a short period of time was to give priority to the development of industry and economy and to prepare for the birth of pre-dreadnought battleships in the future. The British Empire is currently the world's leading naval power, and other countries have no chance of catching up under normal circumstances. The size of the British Navy is determined based on the world's second and third naval powers. To pose a greater threat to the British Navy, maybe to replace the main battleships. At present, the main warships of various countries are ironclad ships. there will be 2 more naval upgrades in the future, namely, the upgrade from ironclad ships to pre-dreadnoughts, and the upgrade from pre-dreadnoughts to dreadnoughts increase its investment in the expensive navy. The dreadnought was born in 1906, which is more than 30 years away. 30 years is enough time for Spain to become an industrial and economic power. This is also the reason why the French were able to become the overlord of Europe. Before the Franco-Prussian War, the French were the most powerful country on the European continent in terms of both the army and navy. But after the defeat in the Franco-Prussian War, the French shifted their focus from building a combined navy and land force to focusing on the army. Although there were related naval construction plans, the naval competition with Britain was not as important compared to the Germans, who had already insulted France once. Of course, more importantly, France has no chance of winning in the naval competition with Britain. Anyway, France is firmly in the 2nd place in the world's navy, and no country can surpass France at present. Although the Germans posed a great threat on land, their navy was almost non-existent. The French government also estimated Germany's development potential, and was convinced that, even if they were given another 10 years, Germany would not necessarily be able to surpass France in terms of navy. Not to mention overtaking France. Even if the Germans were given 5 years, the size of their navy might not necessarily match that of Spain. Yes, Spain is currently also among the naval powers. The reason is very simple. In the early 19th century, Spain was the 3rd largest colonial empire in the world in terms of the size of its colonies. Mexico, Argentina and other large American countries were all colonies of Spain. Spain's colonies were spread across Central America, South America, Africa, and Asia, so it naturally needed a strong navy to protect these colonies. Although it claims to be one of the top 5 naval powers in the world, there is still a big gap between naval powers Spain-like and Britain and France. It is undeniable that as the former empire on which the sun never sets, Spain has extremely strong naval foundation. During its heyday, Spain had an invincible fleet that dominated the world, and the Spanish navy at that time was the best in the world. However, after being defeated by the British, the Spanish navy continued to weaken, and the title of Invincible Armada disappeared. Most of the warships in the Spanish navy are old and dilapidated, and many of them are even sailing warships. However, Spain still has a very good foundation in the shipbuilding industry. The reason why Carlo believes that Spain can become a new naval power when the main warships of the navy are replaced in the future is that he has seen Spain's rich foundation in the shipbuilding industry. Moreover, Spain has now received industrial assistance from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and cooperation intentions from France. If the experience of these 2 countries in the military shipbuilding industry can be integrated, Spain's military shipbuilding sector will also see a significant improvement. Although the current Spanish government has no need to build warships, this does not mean that other countries around the world have no need to build ships. Carlo's expectation for the Spanish military shipbuilding sector is to explore more military ship orders from other countries around the world when there is no demand in Spain. This will not only allow Spanish shipyards to earn more income, but also allow them to accumulate more experience in the field of military shipbuilding and prepare for the future large-scale construction of the Spanish Navy. After all, if these military shipyards continue to be in deficit, downsizing and bankruptcy are inevitable. If it has too much impact on Spain's military shipbuilding industry, the Spanish government may need to re-establish a larger shipyard when it wants to formulate a naval development plan in the future, which will undoubtedly waste a lot of time. Before the 18th century, Spain's military shipbuilding industry was distributed in various regions, and there were no large-scale shipbuilding centers. But after the 18th century, Spain's the shipbuilding industry had been integrated into various shipbuilding centers, and 4 representative large-scale military shipyards were formed. The 4 shipyards are the Royal Guanizo Shipyard, the Cuban Havana Shipyard, the El Ferrol Shipyard and the Cartagena Shipyard. Compared with these 4 major shipyards, any other private shipyard has a large gap in scale or government attention. Among them, the Havana Shipyard in Cuba is the most special of the 4 major shipyards the Cuban colony, and it is also the only large-scale shipyard in Spain located overseas. But unfortunately, the Havana Shipyard was destroyed during the independence movements in the American colonies. Although the Spanish government later rebuilt the Havana shipyard, because most of its American colonies had been lost, there was no longer a need for such a large shipyard in America. The future development of the shipbuilding industry. The shipyard's last work was the Luis of Fernando heavy frigate, built in 1845, and equipped with 44 guns in the nearly 30 years from 1845 to 1872, the Havana shipyard only undertook the construction of some small warships and civilian ships, and did not receive any orders for large ships. Currently, the largest shipyard in Spain is the Royal Guanizo shipyard. It is worth mentioning that, although the Royal Guanizo shipyard is an industry established by the Spanish royal family, because it belongs to the Bourbon royal family, most of the current shares actually belong to the government. As a king, Carlo does not have many shares in the Royal Guanizo shipyard. Coupled with the decline of Spain in the past 3 decades, the size of the Royal Guanizo shipyard has been reduced by more than half. It is currently running at a loss and faces a serious financial and bankruptcy crisis. Shipyard in the Havana shipyard in Cuba, the remaining El Ferrol shipyard and Cartagena shipyard have also lost their glory days. If the Spanish government does not intervene, it will probably be bankrupted and restructured sooner or later, or simply disappear into history. Carlo and Prime Minister Primo reached an agreement for the future development of the Spanish shipbuilding industry. The royal family will take back the Royal Guanizo shipyard from the government with very little money and rebuild it into the largest shipyard in Spain. The government is mainly responsible for the maintenance of the El Ferrol shipyard and the Cartagena shipyard. With the Royal Guanizo shipyard as the leader of the Spanish shipbuilding industry, the El Ferrol shipyard and the Cartagena shipyard only need to maintain their current scale and do not require much effort from the government. It only needs to ensure that these 2 shipyards can be quickly expanded to become shipyards capable of building main warships when necessary to meet Spain's shipbuilding needs. It takes a lot of money for the royal family to invest and maintain the scale of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, so when acquiring shares of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, only a small amount of money is needed to complete the acquisition. After that, the Royal Guanizo shipyard was completely a royal property. Whether it was profitable or loss-making was the royal family's business and had nothing to do with the government. Carlo was still happy to acquire the Royal Guanizo shipyard. As the largest shipyard in Spain, the Royal Guanizo shipyard had rich experience in shipbuilding, especially in shipbuilding building military warships. This also ensured that, after investing in the Royal Guanizo shipyard, the royal family could quickly restore the Royal Guanizo shipyard to its former glory by relying on the shipyard's own foundation, assistance from the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and French technology. To repeat, even if there is not much demand for warships in Spain, it does not mean that all countries in the world do not have much demand for warships. At present, there are still many countries that want to build new ironclad ships. If Spain can export the most advanced ironclad ships, it will definitely be able to attract some foreign orders. The cost of building an ironclad ship varies, but the cheapest one costs more than £200,000. For each shipyard, the income from building one ironclad ship is at least £50,000, or even more. Especially for those more advanced and powerful ironclad ships, the higher the cost, the higher the selling price will be. Only a few ironclad ships need to be built each year, which can not only maintain the daily expenses of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, but also expand the scale of the shipyard through a steady stream of income and recruit more employees, while waiting for the announcement of Spain's shipbuilding plan in the future. At the same time, the shipyard can continue to accumulate experience in shipbuilding by accepting foreign orders. I think with the reputation of Spain as one of the top 5 naval powers, it is not a problem to attract some countries to place orders with Spanish shipyards. Please support the 2-in-1 chapter. Chapter 141, 2 major pillars of military industry. Although the current Royal Guanizo shipyard has long lost its former glory, it is very important for Spain's future development plans. For Carlo, this is also the first military shipyard under his control. It is not only of extraordinary significance, but also of inestimable strategic value. Although a large number of land powerhouses were born in this era, including Russia, the former bulldozer of Europe, France, the former overlord of Europe, and Germany, the current world's #1 land power countries were unable to impact the glory of the British Empire. The British, with the most powerful navy, firmly sat on the throne of the world's #1. They could watch the competition and fighting between European countries with a smile and dominate the situation in Europe as the victor Corsida's strong point. But in the eyes of the British, the current threat of the Germans is even lower than that of France and Russia. France and Russia at least have a large navy, while the Germans only have a seemingly strong army. However, no matter how strong the army is, it cannot cross the ocean. The English Channel and the Royal Fleet are the guarantee of the strength of the British Empire, which is why they do not care about the threat from Germany. Very simple. That is, establishing a navy requires a large amount of financial investment as well as human and material resources. In any era, the establishment of a navy requires a lot of cost. The battleships of the sailing warship era were not easy to build. They required towering trees that were hundreds of years old, as well as the careful craftsmanship and design of craftsmen. To build a warship that could sail in the sea and even fight in the ocean level point, the steam turbines that provide power for warships and the naval guns that are the main output of firepower are the crystallization of industrial development to date. Building a warship requires not only a large number of advanced equipment, but also a large amount of steel. This also means that some countries with weak industries are unable to build warships themselves. Moreover, it is not enough to have such technology, but also to have sufficient experience in shipbuilding battles. If the design of a warship has some hidden problems due to lack of experience, they may not be visible under normal circumstances, but once a war occurs, they may endanger the safety of the entire warship. Point in addition, the cost of a warship is as high as hundreds of thousands of pounds, and the naval officers and soldiers on the warship also require a lot of materials and time to train. Point. If it is not an industrial power or an economic powerhouse, the navy of this era is really not something that an ordinary country can handle. Point. Besides, the Royal Guanizo shipyard is the largest shipyard in Spain and has rich experience in building warships, although it was a bit lonely in the era of transition from sailing ships to ironclad ships. It had built ironclad ships for the Spanish government and had some relevant experience. Point. It is also because of this that Carlo paid more attention to the Royal Guanizo shipyard and saved Spain's few excellent shipyards in the field of ironclad ships. After obtaining all the shares of the Royal Guanizo shipyard from the government, Carlo decided to expand the shipyard immediately. Point. In 3 years, he transformed the Royal Guanizo shipyard into the largest shipyard in Spain, with the ability to build the latest ironclad ships. The good news is that with technical assistance from the Austro-Hungarian Empire and some support from France, it is easy for the Royal Guanizo shipyard to have the ability to build the latest ironclad ships. Due to the increasing losses of the shipyard, the size of the shipyard has been reduced again and again. 70 years ago, the Royal Guanizo shipyard was the largest shipyard in the Iberian Peninsula and built dozens of powerful sailing warships for Spain. But 70 years later, in 1872, the Royal Guanizo shipyard had shrunk by half, with the number of employees at the shipyard being less than 300. Although the Royal Guanizo shipyard theoretically had the ability to build ironclad with a workforce of less than ship's 300 people, it would take more than a year and almost 2 years to build an outdated ironclad ship, let alone build the latest type of ironclad ship. If the shipyard really relied on foreign orders to make money at this speed, it would probably not be able to support the expenses of the entire shipyard. On October 27, 1872, Carlo and butler Lauren went to the port of Guanizo in northern Spain to inspect the current situation of the once largest shipyard in Spain. Because the shares of the Royal Guanizo shipyard were previously in the hands of the government naturally had no time to take care of the development of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, and it was basically left in a free-range state. The current director of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, Antonio Monari, is a guy with very mediocre abilities. It can be said that the decline of Spain's 4 major shipyards was affected by various reasons. The biggest reason is the weakness of Spain itself, which has led to the Spanish government's repeated reduction of its attention to the navy and basically no development of the navy. After the 4 major shipyards lost orders from Spain, if they wanted to survive they could only find ways to obtain warship orders from abroad or to build civilian ships needed by the public. But the tonnage of civilian ships is very small, the smallest is only a few tons. When military ships have evolved into ironclad ships, most civilian ships are still wooden ships wrapped in iron sheets, or even without iron sheets. There is not much money to be made from building such civilian ships with the decreasing income. The shipyards can only reduce their scale helplessly and even wait for the day of bankruptcy. As the largest shipyard in Spain, the Royal Guanizo shipyard has extensive shipbuilding experience and once possessed the most advanced shipbuilding technology. According to common sense, such a large-scale shipyard would not fall into such a situation, even if it lacked domestic orders. After all, there are still a large number of countries in the world that can become partners. As long as 1 or 2 ironclad ships can be sold every year, it can help the Royal Guanizo shipyard maintains its expenses. But it is obvious that neither the Royal Guanizo shipyard under the control of the Bourbon royal family nor the shipyard under the control of the provisional government had a better factory directed to save the enterprise. The shipyard declined along with Spain, and naturally it could not compete with traditional powers such as Britain and France. Spain's shipbuilding industry is now completely supported by its past foundation, and its overall scale is gradually shrinking. If Spain's overall size was not still relatively strong, and if it were not for the fact that it had not been in decline for a long time, perhaps the Spanish shipbuilding industry would not even be able to compete with a country like the Netherlands. But if you think about it carefully, the Dutch were once the overlords of the sea. Being acquired, the next natural step is to let the Royal Guanizo shipyard return to the top of the Spanish shipbuilding industry and expand the overseas market in the field of Spanish military shipbuilding. Although Spain does not need to build ironclad ships at present, it does not mean that other countries do not need ironclad ships to show off. The Royal Guanizo shipyard is located in the Bay of Santander, in a small port between the Carbago and Mariano peninsulas. From the overall location point of view, the Royal Guanizo shipyard, another large shipyard, El Farol, is located in the northwest of the Iberian Peninsula, directly facing the Atlantic Ocean. There is also a large shipyard located in the east of Spain, facing the Mediterranean Sea. The 3 shipyards are arranged in a triangle, but most of them face the Atlantic Ocean, because there used to be a vast Spanish colony there 50 years ago. The port of Guanizo was still quite prosperous. But with the decline of the Royal Guanizo shipyard, the port of Guanizo has also returned to its previous state as a small village. After arriving near the Guanizo shipyard, Carlo's first reaction was the decline of the Royal Guanizo shipyard. However, this can also be considered good news. When Spain builds warships in the future, it will be more convenient to block the news. Carlo went straight into the Royal Guanizo shipyard and met the current director of the shipyard, Antonio. Well, Antonio gave Carlo a very bad first impression, and Carlo became more determined to replace the shipyard's growth candidate. The Royal Guanizo shipyard is very important to the future development of the royal family in Spain. The selection of the director of the shipyard is of utmost importance and can even determine the future development direction of the shipyard. Your Majesty, as you can see, this is the existing dock of the Royal Guanizo shipyard. Introduced the current situation of the shipyard to Carlo with a smile on his face. Obviously, he did not expect that his career as the director was only a few days away. Does the Royal Guanizo shipyard still have the ability to build ironclad ships? In other words, how many tonnage warships can the existing docks build? How long does it take to build a state-of-the-art ironclad ship? Carlo raised his own questions one after another, which were also Carlo's most concerned questions. Of course we have the ability to build ironclad ships, Your Majesty. Antonio nodded quickly and replied, at present, we still have the largest dock, and the maximum tonnage of warships that can be built is 6,200 tons. But because we haven't built an ironclad ship for a long time, please forgive me for not being able to give you an exact construction time. But if the whole factory is working at full capacity to build an ironclad ship, I think it can be completed in 3.5 years. Carlo shook his head, obviously even more disappointed with this answer. If the construction time of an ironclad ship alone takes 3.5 years, plus the subsequent sea trials and training time, it may take more than 5 years for the entire warship to be combat ready from the start of construction. 5 years is too long, not to mention just building one ironclad ship. If several ships were started at the same time, perhaps the era of pre-dreadnoughts would come, just as the ironclad ships were put into service. How many workers do the shipyard currently have? How many of them are skilled workers? Carlo asked. If the royal family increases investment in the shipyard, can the shipyard have a complete development plan? Director Antonio quickly replied, there are currently more than 200 workers in the shipyard, of which nearly a quarter are skilled workers. If your majesty wants to expand the scale of the shipyard, it only costs 5 million pesetas, and I can expand the scale of the shipyard to more than 1,000 people within 3 years. Carlo nodded, and said nothing more. The inspection of the Royal Guanizo shipyard ended quickly, and Carlo had a more detailed plan in mind. If the Royal Guanizo shipyard wants to develop, it must have a more capable director to take charge of the entire shipyard. Director Antonio may have certain abilities, but compared to Carlo's expectations, it is completely insufficient. But after all, he is an old man who has worked for the shipyard for a long time, so Carlo would not be too heartless. Director Antonio will have two choices: either he would go to other shipyards under government control to continue serving as the director, or he would take up less important positions in other government departments. After leaving the Royal Guanizo shipyard, Carlo immediately gave a request to Butler Lauren. Butler Lauren, do you have any suitable candidates for the shipyard director? Not at the moment, Your Majesty, but I will select suitable candidates for the shipyard director within Spain. Please give me some time and I will submit a list of candidates to you. Butler Lauren replied. Italy is just starting out in the shipbuilding industry, so if you really want to find talent, you have to go to Spain. If you compare the shipbuilding foundation, there are really few countries that can compare with Spain. Carlo nodded. The development of the Royal Guanizo shipyard could not be completed in a short period of time, so there was no need to rush to select the director. Antonio can also temporarily stay in the position of director until a new and more suitable candidate is determined. If the subsequent development of the Royal Guanizo shipyard meets Carlo's expectations, Antonio may continue to stay. But if the development of the shipyard still does not meet Carlo's expectations, or even makes Carlo more and more disappointed, then Carlo will have no choice but to replace it with someone better. Although Carlo left the Royal Guanizo shipyard, he left a small group of people to help the shipyard sort out its finances and complete the expansion. If the Royal Guanizo shipyard's financial situation is sound, the next step would be to allocate funds to the shipyard. Carlo had only one request, which was to restore the scale of the Royal Guanizo shipyard as much as possible with sufficient financial support, and to regain the ability to build the most powerful ironclad ships. 3.5 years of shipbuilding time is too long. The time for building a warship needs to be compressed to at least 2 years to meet Carlo's expectations. After completing further reforms of the shipyard, we can then take the ironclad ship designs designed by the shipyard to look for buyers around the world. Buyers for ironclad ships might even be found within Europe, such as the two powerful countries that have only completed unification in recent years. Germany and Italy were unified only in recent years, and they will definitely develop their naval power in the future. Especially Germany, after defeating France, it has become a veritable top European power and the world's #1 army country. But Germany's navy is too weak, and even its current navy is smaller than Spain's. A big reason for this is that the Kingdom of Prussia paid more attention to the army and neglected the navy. The Kingdom of Prussia obviously could not handle both the army and the navy at the same time. Coupled with the pressure from the Austrian Empire, the Kingdom of Prussia was forced to pay more attention to the army. But now, after the unification of the German region, Germany has a stronger industry and economy, and is also qualified to manage both the army and navy. It is very difficult to manage both the army and the navy at the same time, and even the British Empire only managed to do it with difficulty. The strength of the Royal Fleet is unquestionable, but the strength of the British Army, while not weak, is not too strong either. Spain has done it before. During the British Empire, Spain not only had the most powerful navy, but also had the best army in Europe, the undisputed overlord of Europe, with both its navy and army being world class, and having impressive military records at present. The British have only achieved hegemonic level strength in the navy, and their army is only at the level of a medium-sized power, but this is pretty good point after all. Britain is just an island country, and it does not need to maintain such a large army to protect its own national security. The expansion of the Royal Guanizo shipyard requires a lot of money, but this is not a big problem. After several years of development, Carlo has accumulated more and more assets. The income from the two major banks, the Spanish National Bank and the Royal United Bank, alone was enough to cover the expenses of the Guards Division and the Royal Palace. All the income from Carlo's many factories was used to expand or invest in more industries. Even if the total value of the royal assets is not over 100 million, it is definitely tens of millions of pesetas. Still makes a loss in the next few years. It would not be a big deal for Carlo. The Royal Guanizo shipyard and the royal arsenal are Carlo's confidence in the military industry. In the future, Spanish military technology will rely on these two leading military enterprises. Please support the 2-in-1 chapter. Chapter 140, to clean up the slums. By the end of November 1872, new problems arose facing the Spanish government. London is the most populous city, with a population approaching 4 million. This population size is extremely exaggerated, and is not much different from small countries such as the Netherlands and Belgium. However, the actual population of the United Kingdom is not as large as that of Germany, France and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Dazzling city in the world and a truly international metropolis of this era. Compared with London, Paris's star is a little dimmer according to current data. The population of Paris is about 2 million, which is slightly more than half of London's population. However, compared with the capitals of other powers, Paris still ranks at the top in terms of population. Berlin and Vienna, which follow, have a population of only 1 million, and are inferior in both size and economic volume. The United States is a special country. Its capital is not the most developed city in the country. The most developed city in the United States is New York, but the capital is Washington. New York's population is currently approaching 1 million, and will experience a population explosion along with the rapid development of the United States. A big city in Spain, but it can only be considered a relatively large city in the whole of Europe. Barcelona, another twin city, also has a population of over 360,000. Apart from Madrid and Barcelona, the other cities in Spain are relatively small. Even Seville, which has the small industrial base, has a population of just over 100,000. This also explains why the new industrial base was chosen to be located in Barcelona, because apart from the capital Madrid, only Barcelona has a population that can afford the construction of a medium-sized industrial base. The industrial base currently being built in Barcelona will provide at least 50,000 jobs. If Barcelona did not have a population of nearly 400,000, it is likely that these 50,000 jobs would not be filled. Even the current population of Barcelona is far from enough. With the construction of industrial cities, more people will definitely be absorbed from the surrounding villages and small cities. Large cities like Madrid and Barcelona will have an increasing population in the future, while the population of small cities will not experience much growth, or may even remain in a state of negative growth. This phenomenon is inevitable, and will happen frequently now and in the future. The rise of a super large city means the decline of several small and medium-sized cities. After the industrial base of Barcelona is built, it will definitely absorb the population of the rural areas and small cities around Barcelona. It is foreseeable that Barcelona's population will experience a period of rapid growth in the next decade, but the population of towns surrounding Barcelona will not necessarily increase, and may even decline. But this is also an unavoidable problem in urban development. For the development of Madrid and Barcelona, it is necessary to appropriately sacrifice some small cities, because only such large cities can support the construction of industrial bases, and the construction of large industrial bases can improve Spain's industrial scale and environment. Now let's go back to Madrid. As the largest city in Spain, Madrid has a population of over 400,000, and is the shining pearl of the Iberian Peninsula. But this does not mean that Madrid is an extremely prosperous city. Point apart from a few busy streets in the center of Madrid, there are not many high-rise buildings in the city, and there are even many slums. The Spanish government during the reign of Queen Isabella only focused on the construction of prosperous streets, and did not care at all about the slums where the lower class civilians lived. This also makes the originally integrated Madrid have two scenes. The streets in the city center are extremely prosperous, and the flow of people seems to be no less than other major European cities. But outside the city center, there are a large number of slums everywhere, and even many dirty and dilapidated buildings. This not only seriously damaged the image of Madrid, but also increased the possibility of disease transmission. The sanitary conditions in these slums are extremely poor, and some people even urinate and defecate in public places. The development of Madrid is particularly important. Point after all, it is the capital of Spain and its largest city. Point Madrid is one of Spain's business cards and a means of attracting immigrants. If Madrid were to develop a reputation as a dirty, messy city, it would also be a blow to Spain's immigration work itself. Point Barcelona is still the territory of the Catalans for the time being, so the government should not carry out large-scale rectification. Point at present, the most suitable city for rectification is Madrid. Point if it succeeds, it can be promoted nationwide. Point if it fails, it will not have much impact. Point on November 30th, 1872, a member of parliament submitted a bill to the parliament on rectifying the order in the urban area of Madrid, which aroused heated discussion in the entire Spanish parliament. These hundreds of thousands of people, otherwise it will definitely cause chaos. This is a considerable expense, and it will also require a planning of Madrid's urban area and construction of relocation sites for these slum dwellers, which should not be too far from where they work. There are many benefits to doing this. Not only can the urban area of Madrid be replanned, allowing Madrid to accommodate as many people as possible while maintaining its current size, but it will also become cleaner and tidier and look more like a modern metropolis. Investment to replan the city and provide adequate living space for the people in the slums. On this basis, it is also worth considering whether all the people within the scope of the rectification are willing to relocate, and whether there are enough construction teams to build more buildings for these people to live in within a short period of time. Because of the huge interests involved, this proposal was voted on in Parliament for several days and sparked extensive discussion among members of Parliament, but no clear result was reached. The hot topic in the Parliament also attracted the attention of Prime Minister Primo and Carlo. Point regardless of Prime Minister Primo's attitude, for Carlo, it is necessary to clean up the slums in Spain. Point the housing conditions in the slums are very poor, and the sanitary conditions are extremely bad, which not only destroys the urban image of Madrid, but also affects the health of the people in the slums. Effectively improved in the people living in the slums can all live in reinforced concrete houses. They will be supported by these people. But houses must not be distributed for free. This is not fair to those people who are not within the scope of the rectification. For those who get houses for free, they may not necessarily be grateful to the government and the royal family in the short term, but it may not be the case in the long run. Compared to distributing houses for free, Carlo actually has a better solution, which is the low-rent housing of later generations. The so-called low-rent housing is actually cheap housing built by the government to provide to the poor. The rent of these houses is generally very low, ensuring that the poor can also afford it. Because these houses are specially provided for the poor, they do not need to be built to exquisitely rents. Thinking of the low-rent housing policy of later generations, Carlo decided not to hesitate any longer and pushed Spain to build similar low-rent houses to meet the housing needs of the slum population. However, such a proposal cannot be made by Carlo himself. After all, low-rent housing also requires rent, and the slums will be rectified, and there will definitely be people who are unwilling to change their existing lives. Fortunately, after coming to Spain for a few years, Carlo has more and more people available to him. Point at present, most seats in the Spanish parliament are controlled by Prime Minister Primo, but there are still many seats that do not belong to the Progressive Party to which Prime Minister Primo belongs. The Spanish Conservative Party mentioned earlier also has seats in parliament. Their ideas are more royalist, so naturally some people will choose to side with Carlo. João Villasola is such a person. Conservatives are not against reform, but it is actually quite normal when you think about it. Because the truly conservative and pedantic conservatives were eliminated long ago during the revolution, the remaining conservatives are more conservative in supporting the monarchy than in supporting reform. Those pedantic conservatives disappeared in the history of Spain along with the Bourbon dynasty. As long as Prime Minister Primo's reforms did not experience complete failure, or Carlo experienced several relatively failed wars during his reign, it would be basically impossible for the Bourbon dynasty to be restored. The pain that Queen Isabella and her father brought to the Spanish people was too deep to be healed in just a few decades. The reason why the Bourbon dynasty was restored in history was that Emanuele, who was elected by the king-elect, failed to promote reforms in Spain, and the Republican Party that overthrew the monarchy performed worse than the monarchy, which eventually allowed the Bourbon dynasty to be restored. If Emanuele or the Republicans had not performed so badly, Spanish history would have been completely rewritten. On December 2, 1872, João submitted a proposal to the Spanish Parliament, which included building a large number of low-rent housing in Madrid, saving some expenses by collecting rent, and trying to clean up the slums in Madrid at a lower cost. In addition, the proposal also includes measures such as encouraging people from ordinary areas to work in factories outside Madrid and effectively increasing the actual income of people living in slums to reduce the impact of slum remediation. Although the new industrial zone is being built in Barcelona, Madrid itself also has industrial zones. However, the industry in Madrid is more dispersed, with factories everywhere in the suburbs, and the overall industrial scale is even higher than that in Barcelona. If these factories on the outskirts of Madrid can be effectively utilized and allowed to provide more jobs for people in the slums, it will also be possible to change the opinions of people in the slums and make them more supportive of policies to renovate the slums overall. Providing housing for hundreds of thousands of Spaniards living in slums require a lot of financial budget, but this budget is not as much as imagined. After all, housing prices in this era were not that expensive, and Madrid was just a small city with a population of just over 400,000. When there is enough land and building materials, very simple buildings like low-rent housing are built, and the overall cost of each house is very cheap. Taking into account the actual needs of these people, a family of 4 acquires a housing area of approximately 50 square meters. There is no common area in Spain. Although 50 square meters is not large, it is enough for the daily life of a family of 4, as 4 toilets, 1 to 2 public toilets can be built on each floor to meet the hygiene needs of the people. In addition, a certain number of large public toilets can be built in each area to effectively improve the sanitary environment of public areas. According to this demand, the cost of building a building is much lower for the Spanish government. This is not an unaffordable budget. After all, the 500 million francs loan promised by the French will soon be received. With the help of this loan, the budget for renovating the Madrid slums will only be a small part of it. After João submitted the proposal to Parliament, Prime Minister Primo already knew who was behind it. Prime Minister Primo knew exactly who these conservative MPs had joined. Since the young king was interested in promoting the cleanup of Madrid slums, Prime Minister Primo was naturally happy about it. After all, this was originally part of the reform, it just happened ahead of time. Since the king actively supported such a plan, he naturally could not oppose it. With Prime Minister Primo's signal, the Progressive Party members expressed their support for the proposal, and the Conservative Party members, persuaded by João, also voted in favor. With the promotion of the two major parties, the Progressive Party and the Conservative Party, the proposal was quickly passed in Parliament. After all, other opposing parties and MPs were only a minority. Although the proposal to renovate the slums has been passed, the specific way to do it still needs proper discussion. For the government, cleaning up Madrid is a must, but it cannot be done all at once. The cleaning up of all slums should be prioritized, with those areas with dangerous buildings being the first priority, those areas with dirty and messy conditions being the second priority, and those areas with only relatively dirty and messy conditions being the last priority. After such a distribution, there are actually not many slums that need to be renovated first, and there are only tens of thousands of people living in them. However, the overall construction volume is still very large, and it is difficult for the Spanish construction team to complete it in a short period of time. The rectification of the slums must be completed quickly. In order to achieve this goal, the Spanish government decided to open a tender to find foreign construction companies to help Spain build more low-rent housing faster. There is nothing much to say about the construction of low-rent housing. The requirements for such housing are very low, as long as it is strong enough and can be lived in. Compared with the houses in the slums, the solid buildings made of reinforced concrete are warmer, more spacious and brighter places. What the government needs to study is not how to build low-rent housing, but how to distribute it to people in slums after it is built. Again, it is impossible to give it away for free, and Prime Minister Primo's attitude is the same. Just like the previous land, it is still rented out. However, considering that those who really need these low-rent houses are extremely low-income people, the rent of these low-rent houses must not be too high. Based on Spain's current per capita income, the government finally set the rent of low-rent housing at 2 cents per square meter per month. Generally, a family of 4 needs about 50 square meters of living space, and the monthly rent is 100 centavos, or 1 pesetas. The annual rent is only 12 pesetas, which is about 1/10 of the current average annual income. Such rent is definitely affordable for most families. Take the later generations as an example. Assuming that the per capita income is 4,000 yuan per month, the annual income is 48,000 yuan. The rent of a 50 square meter low rent house is 400 yuan per month, which is not too high. Of course, considering that there are indeed a small number of extremely poor families, such rents are not completely fixed. The government can reduce or exempt the rent of low-rent housing for the first 3 years, or provide such families with a certain amount of rental subsidies to ensure that these low-income people have a place to live. In addition, the environment of these low-rent houses cannot be too good, and each individual house is not equipped with a toilet. This is not because the Spanish government is unwilling to provide a better living environment for low-income people, but to prevent higher-income people from occupying the housing of low-income people. Most of the people who need low-rent housing are low-income people. If the living environment of low-rent housing is built too well, it will definitely attract the attention of some non-low-income people. The government loses money to build low-rent housing, so the fewer low-rent housing units it builds, the better cycle. Please support this too in one chapter of 5,200 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143 Christmas. Time passed quietly, and soon it was Christmas of 1872. The palace will be much more lively at Christmas this year, because it welcomes its hostess, Queen Sophie. Carlo himself didn't care, but in order to prevent Queen Sophie from getting bored in the huge palace, he decided to hold a large court banquet to liven up the Madrid royal palace on Christmas. Banquets are not only an important means of communication for noble ladies, but also a way to strengthen communication among nobles. In fact, except for a few nobles such as Duke Jacobo, Carlo had not seen many Spanish nobles for a long time. It is necessary to connect the nobles and deepen their relationship through this court banquet. After all, the nobles are also Carlo's helpers. In fact, the reason for all this is that the Spanish royal family is too small. The entire royal family only has the king and the queen, and it is indeed very monotonous during festivals. However, Carlo never treated himself badly in life. Although there were only 2 people in the royal family, the servants in the entire palace added up to hundreds of people, and there were more than 10 chefs responsible for cooking, who could prepare food with different flavors from various European countries. The clothes that Queen Carlo and Queen Sophie wear on a daily basis are all made specifically for the royal family by private tailors. Each piece of clothing costs hundreds of pesetas, and some expensive dresses even cost more than 10,000 pesetas. To specialize in making a variety of exquisite foods. After several years of development, Carlo's wine industry has become a well-known enterprise among Spanish wine estates. After all, the fact that Carlo himself advertised the wine has invisibly raised the profile of this wine. Although the wine sold to the common people is not a royal winery brand that is exclusively for the royal family, the wine is produced in the royal winery hall. This is the king's industry, and the nobles have to give it some respect. Even though most of the nobles own their own wine industry, taking out 1 or 2 bottles of wine from the royal winery during the banquet can not only please His Majesty the King, but also directly demonstrate the expenditure of the banquet. The wines from the royal winery are relatively expensive, just like Malte in later generations. Regardless of whether they taste good or not, the price is there anyway. It is precisely because of its higher selling price that the wine produced by the royal winery is still relatively popular among Spanish aristocrats and capitalists. Even because it is located on the Iberian Peninsula, the wines of the royal winery are quite popular among the Portuguese aristocracy. Also because of Queen Sophie, a lot of royal winery wines were exported to the Austro-Hungarian Empire every year and were well received by the Austro-Hungarian nobles. After all, it is one of the top 10 wine producing regions in later generations, and the taste and output of Spanish wine are relatively excellent. Stimulated by the wine industry, Spain has added many grape plantations and started to cooperate with the royal wineries. Compared to farming, the income from growing grapes is higher. However, the royal winery has strict requirements on the variety and appearance of grapes. For grapes of poor variety and appearance, they can only cooperate with small wine estates to produce wine brands for the general public. Carlo's winery also has a red wine brand that focuses on cost effectiveness, called Iberia Estate. The quality of the wine from Iberia Estate is obviously much worse than that of the royal winery, both in terms of wine quality and packaging. There is a world of difference compared to the wines from the royal winery. However, poorer quality and packaging also mean lower wine prices. The lowest price from the royal winery is over 100 pesetas per bottle, which is equivalent to a Spanish person's annual income. The wines from Iberia Estate are generally sold at less than 10 pesetas, and there are even ultra cheap wines at 2 to 3 pesetas. As for the market of inferior wines with lower prices, Carlo does not plan to get involved for the time being. After all, it is impossible for the royal winery to dominate the entire Spanish red wine market, so it is better to target the more profitable mid to high-end market. Although the inferior wine market has a larger sales volume, the profit per bottle of wine is very low, and it is entirely based on volume. Currently, royal winery occupies more than 50% of the high-end wine market in Spain, and is very common at banquets of aristocrats and capitalists. The wines from Iberia Estates account for about 35% of the mid and low-end market, while the rest of the market is occupied by a dazzling array of other Spanish wine brands. The wine market alone brings the Spanish government millions of pesetas in fiscal revenue and even creates tens of thousands of jobs. In addition, the fame of Spanish wine due to the export of high-end red wine has made the Spanish wine government attach great importance to the development of grape planting and the planting industry. It has even issued corresponding support policies to encourage people to grow grapes and implement certain tax cuts for the red wine industry. For Spain, a lot of land can be used to grow grapes and produce wines with a unique Spanish flavor. This can effectively promote the development of the grape industry. Compared with simply growing grain, the income from growing grapes will be obviously higher. But the bad news is that there is a country to the north of Spain that is even more famous for its grape industry, and that is France. French wine was truly popular in Europe, and even caused a rush for it among most of the European nobles. Of course, this also has certain historical reasons. During the most prosperous period of France, the language used in European aristocratic diplomacy was French. When the nobles gave their children an elite aristocratic education, in addition to learning their own language, the first foreign language they learned was French. With the spread of French wine also sold well throughout Europe. Although France has been in continuous decline, the love of French wine by nobles in various countries has not diminished much. There are even legends about Lafite in later generations. Most although of the Lafite on the market are counterfeit products. The fact that it is so famous also proves how large and well known the French wine industry is. Although Spain is also one of the top 10 wine producing regions in the world, it obviously cannot compete with France in terms of wine. Not to mention France, Italy across the Mediterranean Sea to the east also has the world's top 10 wine producing regions, and is also a competitor for Spanish wine exports. Soon, the Spanish nobles received the news that His Majesty the King would hold a large banquet at the royal court palace on Christmas Day. These nobles naturally had no reason to refuse the invitation personally from His Majesty the King. Of course, no one would refuse the invitation from His Majesty the King. After all, this was not only an opportunity for the king to get closer to them, but also an opportunity for them to get closer to the king. This large-scale court banquet invited most of the archdukes and dukes near Madrid, and could be considered a high-level gathering of the Spanish aristocracy, including Prime Minister Duke Primo and Defense Minister Archduke Serrano. The nobles who participated in the banquet were either highly influential in the aristocracy or high-ranking officials with a certain prestige in the government and the military. Of course, Antonio Canovas del Castillo and Jovilla Sola were among them. Canovas is the current Minister of Agriculture of the cabinet government and a major leader of the Spanish Conservative Party. Although Jovilla Sola is just an ordinary member of parliament, he has been reused by Carlo because he showed his loyalty to him earlier. After all, there are only so many seats in the Spanish parliament, and most of them are in the hands of Prime Minister Primo. MPs like Jovilla Sola who support Carlo are still relatively important. Just like the last low-rent housing proposal, if Carlo wants to submit something to the parliament, he can ask Jovilla Sola to submit it on his behalf, and avoid the risks he would have to take. Moreover, members of parliament not only have the power to elect the cabinet government, but also have the power to participate in the election of the cabinet government. After Prime Minister Primo and Archduke Serrano gradually withdraw from Spanish politics, the next cabinet government is destined to be born in the election of members of parliament. In other words, the current members of parliament are likely to be members of the next cabinet government. Of course, this assumes that they are still members of parliament when the next cabinet government is elected. According to the Spanish constitution, each region elects a certain number of members, based on population proportion to jointly form the Spanish Senate, also known as the parliament. Senators are elected every 3 years, and can theoretically serve indefinitely. As long as they are supported by the local Spanish people, they can remain in the Senate. Because the current Spanish government was elected in February 1869, the election for the next cabinet government will be held 5 years later in February 1874. When February 1874 came, members of the Senate could take the initiative to run for the position of Prime Minister of the cabinet, and the final candidate for Prime Minister would be decided after a vote by all members of the Senate. Although there is no party requirement to run for Prime Minister, MPs running for Prime Minister must either be independents or be the de facto leader of a party. Party members do not have the right to run for Prime Minister. They can only help the leader of their own party to run for the position of Prime Minister and then obtain a seat as a cabinet minister in the cabinet. After all, the Prime Minister is the leader of the Spanish government. If he cannot serve as the top leader in a political party, wouldn't the position of Spanish Prime Minister, which is second only to the Prime Minister, be even more difficult to hold? If there is a requirement that a party leader must run for election, it is actually screening the prestige of the prime ministerial candidate. Only those with sufficient prestige can suppress the entire cabinet government. On the contrary, a prime minister with little prestige will make the cabinet more chaotic. Although independents do not have this requirement, it is actually more difficult for them to run for election yourself, and the difficulty will definitely increase several times. According to the Spanish constitution, the person who obtains more than 60% of the votes in the Senate will become the Prime Minister of the Spanish government. If a Prime Minister can obtain 60% of the votes through his own efforts or the efforts of his party, he will have complete freedom to form a cabinet. However, if a party cannot obtain 60% of the votes on its own, it can join forces with other parties and obtain a combined 60% of the votes. However, the position of Prime Minister obtained through a coalition would also be too limited. After all, others will not unconditionally help you in the election for Prime Minister, so you must make some concessions when forming a cabinet. The Spanish constitution stipulates that, if a coalition government cannot obtain more than 60% of the votes, the individual or party leader with the most votes will become the Prime Minister of Spain, but other parties and independents will have the right to run for other cabinet seats. In other words, if 60% of the votes cannot be obtained, all cabinet seats in Spain will be obtained through elections, rather than selecting the Prime Minister and then appointing the cabinet. In any case, no matter which method is used to establish a cabinet government, the cabinet government must swear allegiance to Carlo as king. This step was previously a common practice in absolute monarchies, with the aim of demonstrating the king's supreme power to the cabinet government, and making them understand who is the master of the country. Prime Minister Primo retained this practice, mainly to protect the monarchy and stability of Spain. After all, since he chose the monarchy as the main body of government, the monarchy has been linked to him. The more stable monarchical Spain is, the more energy the government led by Prime Minister Primo will have to promote reforms in Spain. On the contrary, if the Spanish monarchy is not stable, as a supporter of the monarchy, Prime Minister Primo will naturally not have much energy to promote reforms. The cabinet government is elected by the Senate, and the mayors of each region are also elected by the regional parliaments, including citizen towns. They are basically elected through the election process. The Senate and regional parliaments also have the power to impeach officials. Spain's current political system is more like a parliamentary constitutional monarchy, with power basically concentrated in parliament. What is more similar is the British political system, or in other words, when Spain formulated its constitution, it referred to the provisions of the British constitution to a large extent. After all, Britain was undoubtedly the most powerful country in the world at that time and a representative of constitutional monarchy, so it was common to refer to the British Constitution. As the King of Spain, Carlo is quite special in the Spanish politics system. His nominal power is great, but he needs a high level of influence. If there is no influence in politics and the military, power is more like empty and basically cannot be exercised. Chapter 144 Encourage childbirth. 3 major studies. In fact, since getting married, Carlo has faced a new problem, which is the issue of blood inheritance. In other words, Carlo's biggest task after marriage is actually to have children. Not only in the royal family, but for the vast majority of aristocratic families, the first priority in inheriting the title is to have children, and the second is to find ways to expand one's own industry. What good is a kingdom or an empire if there is no qualified heir to inherit your property? The country will not perish, but if the family has no heirs to inherit it, it will face the situation of extinction. There are countless examples in European history where the throne fell into the hands of a branch or even another clan due to extinction of the royal family, which made European nobles attach great importance to the inheritance of their bloodline. It's okay if you are not married, but if you have been married for more than 3 years and still have no children, you will be arranged to find out the cause of the problem, to arrange many lovers for the nobles. If the lovers can get pregnant, it proves that the noble lady has a problem. If the lover cannot get pregnant either, then it is most likely a problem with the noble himself. If it is a problem of the noble himself, then he needs to select a qualified heir from among his relatives in advance to inherit the title, such as the children of his brothers or sisters. Carlo does not have such worries at present. They have no plans to have children for the time being. In fact, it all comes down to the poor medical technology of the time point. In order to ensure Queen Sophia's future health, Carlo plans to wait until she is fully grown and ready before discussing having children. In fact, it wasn't that long. Queen Sophie was born in March 1855 and was only 3 months away from adulthood. However, considering the preparations before having a child, the duration of pregnancy, etc., it will take at least 2 years for Carlo's first child to be born. Out of consideration for the expansion of the royal family, Carlo would of course like to have as many children as possible. Anyway, the royal family does not have to worry about the expenses of having children, so naturally the more children the better. It can also set an example for the Spanish people we have to solve the troubles they will encounter after the birth of their children, that is, various expenses. In addition to universal compulsory education of at least primary school, Carlo also intends to establish subsidies and rewards for having many children in Spain. However, Such subsidies and incentives must be discussed with the government. To encourage childbirth should naturally be implemented as soon as possible. Just after Christmas, Carlo asked Giovallasola to present a proposal to encourage childbirth in the House of Representatives to test Prime Minister Primo's attitude. The current parliament is controlled by Prime Minister Primo, and whether the proposal is passed or not depends entirely on Prime Minister Primo's attitude towards the proposal. Minister Primo does not support the proposal, it will be impossible to occupy a majority of seats in parliament, even if he joins forces with other parties. The proposal submitted to the parliament was soon known to Prime Minister Primo. Because Prime Minister Primo already knew why Giovallasola had pledged allegiance to Carlo, he naturally regarded the proposal as one proposed by Carlo families with many children, but this could be discussed within the cabinet government. After all, it is Parliament that submits and amends laws, but it is the cabinet government that implements them. Even if the proposal is passed by Parliament, the cabinet government still has the final say on how the bill is implemented. I think that the reason why Giovallasola was able to submit this proposal in the House of Representatives was that he had the support of Carlo. In this case, Prime Minister Primo would naturally not refuse. He still respected Carlo quite a lot, just as Carlo respected his power in the cabinet government. Carlo knew that Spain's reforms could not be achieved without the strong support of Prime Minister Primo, and Prime Minister Primo certainly knew that the success of the reforms could not be achieved without Carlo's strong support. The royal power still has a great influence in Spain. As a prime minister who supports the monarchy, Primo certainly hopes that he can gain Carlo's support, rather than stand in opposition to the king he supported passed in parliament. Although the Progressive Party holds a majority of seats in parliament, the Conservative Party remains the second largest party in Spain. Currently in the Spanish parliament, the Progressive Party is the absolute largest party and the ruling party in Spain. The leader of the Progressive Party is Prime Minister Primo, and the vast majority of its members are also reformists. The largest party is the Liberal Party, which is also the last large-scale legal political party in Spain. The ideas of the Liberal Party members are between conservative and reformist large-scale political party in Spain, which is the party that supported the establishment of a Republican Spanish government during the revolution. After Carlo was chosen as the King of Spain, the Republican Party's position became awkward. They supported the Republic, and were in opposition to the new Spanish Kingdom government. However, for the stability of the Spanish government, and considering that Carlo had just arrived in Spain, Prime Minister Primo did not target the Republican Party, and the Republican Party is still one of the top 3 parties in Spain. Many Republican members supported the rebellion in Catalonia in the Basque region, which had a serious impact on the stability of Spain. Prime Minister Primo acted decisively, declaring the Republican Party, the third largest party in Spain, illegal and banned it in Spain. This also made the Liberal Party the third largest party in Spain, and the Republicans became a party with a large number of supporters but completely illegal. But the good news is that since Spain's reforms and development have been going smoothly, the number of people supporting the Republican Party has been decreasing. There are not many people who firmly support the Republic, but more people who are disappointed with the original monarchy. They hope to establish a new system of government to change the situation in Spain. The real purpose is to change the current situation in Spain, not to change the government. Was not the monarchy that had huge flaws, but the original Spanish king who had major flaws. This group of people gradually became reformists in terms of seats in parliament. They are still the largest party in Spain in terms of the number of supporters. Because the Conservative Party has a large number of farmers as its audience, most Spanish farmers support more conservative parties. They do not want the country to have too many changes, and it is best for nothing to happen, and for them to live and work in peace. In other words, the reform has brought practical benefits to the farmers, and has made these mostly conservative farmers not oppose the reforms in Spain. Actually reduced and abolished taxes. The burden on farmers was lightened, and the pressure on their lives was naturally much less. The most obvious example of the reduction of the burden on Spanish farmers is the growth of the Spanish population. In the original Spanish Kingdom period, the annual population growth was very small, sometimes even less than 100,000 people children. During Carlo's reign, as people's burdens were lightened, they naturally had more thoughts on the issue of passing on their family line. Today's contraceptive measures are not so advanced, the technology of condoms is not mature, and they are not as thin as they are in later generations. The common contraceptive measures used by the people were made of sheep intestines and flaxseed. If you accidentally get pregnant, giving birth will be a life-threatening problem. Even if you give birth, the baby's survival rate is not that high. Even if the baby survives and is healthy, raising a child is a significant expense. In the future, Spain will definitely ban abortion completely. There is no other reason. The only reason is that the current abortion technology is too backward and the risk factor is too high. Considering the subsidy and reward policy that the Spanish government is about to issue for families with many children, even if abortion is completely banned in Spain in the future, it will not cause too much burden to the Spanish people. Perhaps the royal family and the government can also consider jointly establishing nursing homes and orphanages to help children from poor families get a better education. Of course, foster homes and orphanages are certainly not free. Children raised in these two institutions have two choices for the future. Either you can directly serve the country and be exempted from all expenses in orphanages or foster homes, or you can work and earn money on your own to repay the debts you once owed. Back to the subsidies and rewards for having more children. After being passed by Parliament, they were quickly submitted to the cabinet government for implementation. After the promulgation of the previous assessment system, the administrative efficiency of the Spanish government at all levels is going to be greatly improved. There is no way not to improve it. As long as the assessment is poor, there will be no mercy and emotion. At present, mayors of several cities have been dismissed by the regional councils. As this concerns their own positions and future prospects, it is impossible for these officials not to take it seriously. What the parliament passed was just a draft, and how it will be implemented will still depend on the financial situation of the Spanish government. When the parliament passed the draft, Prime Minister Primo convened a cabinet meeting and assigned the task to the livelihood and finance departments after a period of discussion. The Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Finance finally came up with a more detailed bill on subsidies and rewards for families with many children. The bill specifies that a family with 2 or fewer children is considered an ordinary family. On this basis, a government subsidy will be provided for each additional child. The government subsidy is 25% of the local per capita annual income, which is about 26 pesetas. Based on the current national per capita annual income, the government subsidy can be received once a year or directly credited to the official bank account linked to the family. In addition to government subsidies, there are certain rewards for families with many children. For example, if a person has more than 5 children, Spanish state-owned enterprises or oil enterprises will give them priority when recruiting employees. If you have more than 8 children, your name will be published in the local newspaper and you will be awarded the title of heroic parents by the local government. If a couple has more than 10 children, they will be personally received by Carlo and awarded the title of heroic parents in Spain. They will also be invited to every official event organized by the Spanish government, although the corresponding subsidies and rewards are not very generous. Some families that already have more than 2 children can indeed get extra income. Although the local 25% per capita annual income subsidy is not much, the combined annual income of several children can be almost the same as that of an adult. With the continuous increase in per capita annual income, having more children can indeed become one of the options for the Spanish. After all, reproduction is one of the few entertainment activities for ordinary people in this era. Considering that Spain's population and economic size are constantly changing, this bill is currently only temporarily implemented and is likely to undergo changes in the future of 26 pesetas. According to the growth of the Spanish population, it is estimated that there will be about 200,000 newborn babies next year. This also means that the government only needs to bear a subsidy cost of approximately 5.2 million pesetas to stimulate a higher level of population growth in Spain. Even some of the newborns do not fall within the range of 2 or more, and the subsidy expenditure that the government needs to bear is even lower. This is almost a case of spending little money to achieve great things. The Spanish government's fiscal revenue is constantly increasing, and 5 million pesetas is indeed not a large expense for the current Spanish government. The Ministry of Finance did not even blink when approving the budget. If it were not for the fact that too high a subsidy was not a good thing, the finance minister would have even considered increasing some of the subsidies on top of what was stipulated in the bill to further stimulate Spain's population growth rate. After the bill was passed, Carlo no longer paid much attention to it. After all, the enforcement of the bill is the government's business, and if Carlo pays too much attention to it, it will damage the current good relationship with Prime Minister Primo. Carlo was quite confident about Prime Minister Primo. Carlo takes power, but there is no rush anyway. Christmas of 1872 has passed, and Carlo is currently more concerned about the upcoming economic crisis in 1873. Fortunately, the impending economic crisis does not seem to have a major impact on Spain. But if you think about it, it is understandable. Compared with the powerful countries, Spain's industry and economic scale are not huge, so it is natural that it is less affected. Spain's economy is in a state of steady growth without too much exaggerated surge. Even the production of many industries is not enough to meet the domestic demand in Spain, so naturally there is no possibility of an economic crisis. Carlo has been paying close attention to the Spanish stock market and industrial market for a long time. He finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that Spain would not suffer too serious impact from the economic crisis. Although the economic crisis that broke out in 1873 was not large in scale, it did last for a long time and had a significant impact. Point if Spain, which has just started, suffers a severe economic crisis, it will be a devastating blow to Spain's industrial and economic development. It would also affect the time of Spain's rise. Without the impact of the economic crisis, Spain would have had the hope of completing its reforms and achieving revival before 1880. Best time to divide Africa. Even if Spain can wait until the reform and economic recovery are completed in the future, Africa will basically be divided up by the powers, and there will be no place that can be ruled by Spain. Since the impact of the economic crisis on Spain will not be too serious, Carlo naturally does not have to worry too much. Instead, he will focus on the development of royal enterprises, including the talents previously recruited from Europe and their research. Currently, the royal family's businesses include military industry, agriculture, mining and machinery manufacturing, in addition to the more traditional steel and heavy machinery industry, food industry and financial industry. Carlo was more concerned with three areas of research: the development of machine guns and smokeless powder by the Maxim brothers, the engine development by Benz, Dahlem and Maybach, and the electrical power research by Graham. If any of these three studies can be successful, it will have a far-reaching impact on Spain. If all three studies can be completed, Spain can rely on these three studies to greatly improve its comprehensive national strength and make great progress in the civilian and military fields. However, these three studies are very difficult, and it is even more difficult to achieve relatively good results. For example, for the popularization of electricity, generators are only the foundation. We also need to study the transmission of electricity and the equipment that uses electricity. Graham is currently trying to build a large thermal power plant to provide lighting for some of Madrid's busiest streets. To be popularized, at least in the next 10 years, it will be difficult for ordinary people to use electricity. The current power plants can only generate a limited amount of electricity and cannot transmit it over long distances. This also means that, if you want to popularize the use of electricity throughout Spain, you must build corresponding power plants in every city. Especially for a large city like Madrid, several power plants may not be enough scale. The same is true for the engine developed by Benz. It is easy to invent an engine, but it will be difficult to popularize the machinery that uses the engine in the next few years. By installing an engine on a horse-drawn carriage, a simple car can be made. However, the stability, speed, and safety of such a car cannot be guaranteed, and naturally it cannot be produced on a large scale for commercial use. Besides, the current engine power is very small. It would be better to use a few more horses to pull it. Carlo is not in a hurry to study electricity and engines. As long as they can achieve certain results in the next 10 years and make considerable achievements in the next 20 years, Carlo will be quite satisfied. What really made Carlo pay more attention and keep looking forward to was the machine gun and smokeless gunpowder technology developed by the Maxim brothers. Large margin point. The invention of smokeless gunpowder gave a huge boost to the development of rifles and machine guns. The Maxim machine gun might have been born earlier and become one of the heavy firepower weapons equipped by the Spanish army. Point: if we can equip ourselves with machine guns earlier than other countries, we may be able to inflict heavy losses on other countries in future wars, especially since Spain is bound to retake Gibraltar in the future. It is necessary to work hard on the Army's equipment. Pointer 2 in one chapter of 6,000 words. Please support. Chapter 145 Annual Work Report. Time passed, and as 1872 became the past, 1873 officially began. For the Spanish government, 1872 was a year of continuous progress. The government issued a number of decrees in this year to continue to promote reforms throughout Spain, and the completion of the civil industrial base also allowed Spain's industry to grow to a great extent. Coupled with the achievements of various construction projects, Spain has begun to transform from a traditional agricultural country to an industrial country, and is working towards becoming a developed country in Europe. As the saying goes, you don't get fat in one bite. Spain's reform and industrial economic construction could not be completed in a short period of time, and the so-called slogan of surpassing Britain and France could not be achieved in the 19th century. For the Spanish government and officials at all levels, the most important thing at present is to comply with the 5-year development plan bill promulgated by the Spanish government, effectively improve the development of Spanish industry and various industries, and effectively promote the progress of the country. As usual, Carlo attended the large-scale parliamentary meeting at the end of the year, and listened with many members of parliament to the annual government work report of 1872 submitted by the Spanish cabinet government to the parliament. In fact, it was Prime Minister Primo who proposed to submit an annual government work report to the parliament. The purpose is not only to explain to the parliamentarians what contributions and efforts the Spanish cabinet government has made in the past year, but also to tell the Spanish people through such an opportunity that the government is doing practical things for the country and all Spanish people, rather than doing nothing. It is for this purpose that the annual government work report meeting is very important. Each department will summarize the achievements made in the past year in a clear and concise report, so that all legislators and the public can understand it. Once a government department does not have any impressive reports at the annual work report meeting, it is actually a disguised proof that the work performance of this department in that year was not very satisfactory. Don't forget that the Spanish parliament has the power to impeach officials, whether it is the prime minister who forms a cabinet government or every minister in the cabinet government. The Spanish parliament has the power to impeach and remove them. However, the entire impeachment process is not that easy. It must be supported by a majority of seats in parliament to complete the entire process of impeachment and removal of officials. According to the Spanish constitution, members of the Spanish House of Representatives have the power to impeach any official. Parliament. It also means that the entire impeachment process officially begins. The final direction of the impeachment proposal is actually determined by the attitude of all members of parliament. Once more than 60% of the members agree to the impeachment proposal, it means that the parliament has officially removed the impeached official from his position. If the number of voters who agree to impeachment exceeds 40%, but less than 60% of the seats in the House of Representatives, a joint meeting of the House of Representatives and the Senate will be triggered for a larger vote. The House of Representatives and the Senate are actually the upper and lower houses of Spain, and together they form a complete parliament. Spain's current parliamentary system is quite complex, even extending to small municipal councils, which elect members to form higher-level regional councils, which in turn elect a small number of members to form the House of Representatives, which has real power, be elected as members of the high-level parliament. Elections beyond that have little to do with the public. After all, public opinion can be controlled, and a large number of voters will increase the burden of vote counting. which is unnecessary for Spain at the moment. Unlike the House of Representatives, the election of the Senate has nothing to do with the people. According to the latest Spanish constitution, the Spanish Senate is elected by the governments of the regions and colonies, plus the members of the cabinet government, to form a complete Senate. If the House of Representatives have the power to legislate, then the Senate's greatest power is to conduct a second review of the laws passed by the House of Representatives. Those that pass will be formally implemented, and those that fail will be sent back for revision. Generally speaking, apart from reviewing laws submitted by the House of Representatives, the Senate does not do anything major. But if there are some differences in some major votes, the role of the Senate will be reflected. When the House of Representatives and the Senate hold a joint meeting and vote together, the votes of these members of the Senate are still very important. If more than 40%, but less than 60% of House members agree to impeachment, a joint meeting of the House of Representatives and the Senate will be initiated to vote together at this time. If the number of votes exceeds 50% of the total number of people, the impeachment case can be carried out. If the number of votes does not exceed 50% of the total number of people, it means that the impeachment case is over. Finally, if the number of votes in the House of Representatives on the impeachment proposal does not exceed 40%, it also means that the impeachment case will automatically end and the impeachment will be invalidated. From this aspect, it can be seen that, although the House of Representatives has the power to supervise the government, it is still difficult to actually remove an official or the entire government. Compared with the House of Representatives, the Senate does not have the power to supervise the government. But this does not mean that the Senate is not important. The attitude of the Senate is also very important for the successful implementation of the bill. Currently, the Spanish House of Representatives has the most seats, with a total of 208 seats, and seats are allocated to each region according to the proportion of the population of the regions and colonies. The seats in the Senate are relatively fixed, and the total number is less than 30. Each region and colony has only one seat, which is usually held by the governor of the region or the governor of the colony. Only cabinet ministers and the prime minister can enter the Senate, which actually means that the members of the Senate are all high-ranking officials in the Spanish government. After all, these officials still have a certain right to express their opinions on whether a bill is suitable for implementation in all parts of Spain. Members of the House of Representatives generally consider things from too single a perspective and often forget about certain aspects of the government's concerns at this time. The opinion of the Senate is particularly important. Under the guidance of the Senate, the laws enacted by the House of Representatives can also move in a direction that is more suitable for the development of Spain, at least to ensure that the laws enacted will have a beneficial impact on Spain, rather than a harmful one. The Spanish government held a meeting to report on its work in 1872. The scene was quite grand, some space for ministers from various departments to demonstrate their political achievements. For Prime Minister Primo, these achievements are no longer important. As long as Prime Minister Primo is willing, he can still win in the next cabinet parliamentary election. After all, more than half of the 208 members of the House of Representatives support him and the Progressive Party. Under such circumstances, unless Prime Minister Primo voluntarily withdraws, it will be difficult for him to lose the election of the House of Representatives. Your Majesty, members of the House of Representatives, it is an honor to be able to report the annual work report of the Spanish cabinet government for the whole year of 1872 on such an occasion as the Prime Minister of Spain. Throughout 1872, all walks of life in Spain developed very rapidly. According to the estimates of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, at the end of 1872, Spain was expected to have a population of 17.45 million, an increase of at least 230,000 over the previous year. Last year, our GDP reached 7.212 billion pesetas, an increase of 8.1% over the previous year. Under the premise of the growth of the overall economic scale, the government's fiscal revenue also reached a new high, about 525.9 million pesetas. However, our total fiscal expenditure is still greater than fiscal revenue. Last year, Total fiscal expenditure was as high as 557.5 million pesetas, and the annual fiscal loss was 31.6 million pesetas by the end of 1872. Our total railway mileage had exceeded 6,900 kilometers. And it is expected to exceed 7,000 kilometers within 3 months in only 4 years. From the end of 1868 to the end of 1872, we built more mileage of railroad than the previous government built in the total 10 years from the end of 1858 to the end of 1868. We will continue to attach importance to the construction of Spanish railways in the future, and plan to increase the total mileage of Spanish railways to at least 7,500 kilometers by February 1874. Prime Minister Primo's report was only cursory, but Spain's progress in 1872 was very obvious. There had been considerable developments in almost all aspects, and the railway mileage was increasing at a rate of at least 300 kilometers per year by February 1874. There was only a little over a year left until February 1874, but the railway distance to be built was more than 600 kilometers. This was a big challenge for the cabinet government, but at the same time, if it could be completed, it would also be a big achievement. If the 5-year plan can be completed, the political achievements brought to the cabinet members will be absolutely immeasurable. The cabinet government naturally cannot leave such a great achievement to the next term. Even if it takes a few months less, it must ensure that the 5-year plan is completed during its term. Even if the results are released later after the completion, the credit will not escape from your hands. But if it is completed by the next government, the credit will have little to do with you. Of office of the cabinet government is 5 years, and this development plan is also for 5 years. Ahmadiyya and the subsequent Republican period. Does that mean that all Spanish prime ministers during this period were incompetent? I'm afraid not. But the biggest problem is that the Spanish government changed too quickly during this period. Each cabinet government would just promulgate laws and the next government would come to power. The new cabinet government will certainly not continue the policies of the previous government. After all, even if such policies achieve political achievements, the credit will not have much to do with them. Some governments even have completely opposite ideological attitudes to the previous government. Some support reforms and some oppose them. It would be strange if Spain could develop during this chaotic period. In history, Spain had 9 governments during the reign of Ahmadiyya. Even if we exclude the reigns of Serrano and Primo, there were still 7 cabinet governments. Ahmadiyya ruled Spain for only 2.5 years at most, during which time he went through 7 cabinet governments, with the average term of office of each cabinet government being less than half a year. Such frequent changes of government meant that Ahmadiyya was doomed to be unable to rule a stable Spain. But this cannot be entirely blamed on Ahmadiyya. After all, before he arrived in Spain, his biggest supporter, Prime Minister Primo, had been assassinated. It was precisely because he did not have the biggest supporter that the Spanish government changed frequently during Ahmadiyya's reign. The king did not have much power and naturally could not interfere in the chaotic situation of the government course. It is impossible to change the prime minister now, unless Prime Minister Primo voluntarily withdraws from the election of the cabinet prime minister. His victory is a matter of course. However, considering Prime Minister Primo's age, perhaps after the next cabinet government, he will no longer have the motivation to run for election. After all, although the Spanish prime minister represents enormous power second only to the prime minister, he also represents considerable responsibilities and obligations. Prime Minister Primo's goal is not to maintain the status quo in Spain, but to reform Spain into an advanced and developed European power. To this end, the Spanish Prime Minister brings more of a heavy burden than the joy of having enormous power. After Prime Minister Primo gave a brief work report, the next meeting was for the ministers of various cabinet departments to give detailed reports on the work of each department. Carlo also listened in detail to several departments that he was more interested in and gained a more detailed understanding of Spain's current development status. Spain's population data is not just as simple as growing to 17.45 million. From the perspective of the overall population growth rate, Spain's newborn population is constantly increasing, which is a good thing for Spain. At least it proves that the Spanish government's efforts have not been in vain, and the burden on the people is being effectively reduced, allowing them to have the mood time, and energy to have children. It is also for this reason that the People's Livelihood Department estimated Spain's future population growth rate and total population size, predicting that by the beginning of 1875, Spain's total population would exceed 18 million. If this good population growth rate continues, Spain may even have the hope of increasing its total population to over 20 million. Before 1885, although such data is only estimated, based on the current population growth rate, it is definitely good news. After all, there were still nearly 30 years before World War I in 1885. If Spain had the hope of increasing its population to 20 million in 1885, it naturally had the hope of increasing its population to nearly 30 million before World War I. However, this is indeed just an estimate, or a beautiful fantasy. Whether Spain's population growth rate can continue to maintain such a high level is a question worth pondering. The current high population growth does not mean that it will remain the same in the future. However, considering the government's recently announced policy to encourage childbirth, regardless of the time it will take for the population to reach 20 million or 30 million, at least in recent years, Spain's population is definitely developing in a good direction. In the overall population data, it is also worth noting the increase in the number of immigrants during the reign of Queen Isabel. Spain did not receive many immigrants each year, and even had a large outflow of people every year, going to other European countries, colonies, and former colonies in South America. In recent years, the scale of immigration to Spain has generally increased. In 1872, Spain welcomed more than 20,000 immigrants, most of whom were from Italy and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Carlo's Italian identity is still very important, at least in the minds of Italians. Many Italians who can't make a living in Italy will also consider Spain when they immigrate. But they are still a minority after all. More Italians still choose to immigrate outside Europe. After all, Spain and Italy are not much different. Carlo generally welcomes these immigrants. First of all, the number of immigrants is not large, and it will not have a big impact on the overall ethnic ratio in Spain. As long as Spaniards remain the main ethnic group in Spain and make up the majority of the Spanish population, Spain is not exclusive of other ethnic groups. Of course, it is impossible for African blacks. Europe, they will not only not get a better environment, but will also be discriminated against by the vast majority of Europeans. There are even some more extreme white supremacists who will wantonly bully or even massacre black people. As long as these white people are rich and powerful, the local government generally won't care. It will take a long time for black people to obtain real human rights. At least before the World War, countries around the world were not short of population, and black people were just laborers, a labor force that did not require them to worry about their lives. In one chapter of 5,000 words, please support Chapter 146. The economic crisis is coming. Your Majesty, your prediction is amazing. The US government has begun to suspend railway construction. According to our investigation, many US railway companies are currently facing bankruptcy risks, and the economic crisis may be coming soon. The director of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency, CADI, reported to Carlo excitedly. Oh, really? What about the situation in other countries? Has Spain been affected as well? Carlo was also expectant when he heard this and asked his own questions in succession. Since the government work report meeting, Carlo has focused all his attention on the economic crisis that was about to break out in 1873. The Royal Security Intelligence Service was even mobilized to collect intelligence in European countries and America to determine when economic crises would break out in each country later. It is very necessary for Spain to prevent this economic crisis, and it cannot afford to be careless. This is also the reason why Carlo directly asked the Royal Security Intelligence Agency to pay close attention to the economic trends of various countries, because it can be simply judged from the stock market and industry trends of various countries whether an economic crisis will break out and the approximate time of the outbreak. To put it bluntly, the economic crisis of capitalism is that production far exceeds demand, which seriously damages the market. It is also very simple to judge whether an economic crisis will break out. It is just to look at the situation in various countries and industries to see whether they will face the crisis of large-scale bankruptcy. The economic development of this era was not well regulated, and the impact of the economic crisis was extremely wide-ranging, even causing chain reactions in various industries and countries. Under the continuous attention of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency, the economic situation in the United States finally underwent unusual changes. Why focus on the United States? In addition to being the country most affected by the 1873 economic crisis, another major reason is that the United States is a beneficiary of the Second Industrial Revolution. Carlo was well aware of the threat posed by the United States. Although the United States was only a big country with good industry and economy at that time, the country's potential was absolutely extremely strong. Since he arrived at a time when the United States was not yet completely strong, Carlo naturally could not allow the United States to become stronger. Even if European powers become more powerful, they will not pose too much of a threat as they will be restrained by other European countries in the future. Different point. If the United States becomes truly powerful, there will be no country in North America that can threaten it. Point. North America and South America will become America's backyard. Point. With the barriers of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, no country will be able to threaten America's status. Fortunately, there is still a long time before the United States truly rises, and there are many opportunities to limit its rise, the most important of which is heavy industry such as steel. Steel is related to the production, mining and smelting of coal and iron ore. The construction of railways can directly promote the development of the entire heavy industry and allow the country to quickly enter the fast lane of development, which is quite exaggerated. Point. Coal production increased from 22.159 million tons to 51.917 million tons, a 1.3-fold increase. Point. From 1865 to 1872, the total mileage of newly built railways in the United States reached 31,092 miles, which is more than 50,000 kilometers. It took only 7 years to build 50,000 kilometers of railways. How exaggerated is this? Spain's current railway mileage has not yet exceeded 7,000 kilometers, and the total railway mileage of superpowers such as Britain, Germany, and France is only 20,000 to 30,000 kilometers. The total mileage of railways built by Americans in these 7 years is equal to the total mileage of railways in Germany and France combined, and twice the total mileage of railways in the United Kingdom. With such an exaggerated scale of railway construction, it is impossible that the economic crisis of 1873 did not break out. Point. Moreover, the funds for the construction of railways by Americans did not all come from the United States. Point. More than half of the investment came from European countries, with the largest number coming from Britain, France, the Netherlands and Germany. Point. This is also one of the reasons why the economic crisis that broke out in the United States has affected Europe. Point. After all, the capital invested in the United States by these countries is real money, and the bankruptcy of American railway companies will naturally affect the capital operations of these countries. Fortunately, Spain's domestic capital strength is not large, so naturally it will not participate much in investing in American capital. The collapse of the US railway industry does not have much impact on Spain. After all, Spain only builds 300 to 400 kilometers of railways each year, which basically does not attract the attention of capital from other countries. Currently, there are two ways to build railways in Spain. One is direct government investment, and the other is issuing railway bonds to domestic capital and the public. The disadvantage is that there is very little money available to build railways, and the capital and people in Spain cannot raise much money. But the good thing is that the cost of building railways is within the country's affordable range, and the construction of railways will not lead to negative impact events such as economic crisis. However, Spain's development is relatively slow. But if it can stay out of the economic crisis, it will be able to use this time to develop faster. At the same time, Spain, which has not suffered too much economic crisis, can also attract the attention of capital from other countries, thereby providing more capital support for domestic development. However, development is development. Point. In the construction of Spain, both Carlo and Prime Minister Primo will always pay attention to the influence of capital. Capital is certainly allowed to exist in Spain, but it is not allowed to have too much power, nor is it allowed to influence the government through its own power. In the future, the only capitals that will have greater influence are the royal family's capital and the government's capital. The combination of the two official capitals can easily control the workers in Spain and turn Spain into a constitutional monarchy, supported by the working class and peasants class according to the current Royal Security Intelligence Agency's investigation of the United States. The economic crisis will break out sooner or later, and it is even possible that it will break out within a year. Railroad construction in the US has slowed since last year, and the stock market for the railroad industry has not been as profitable since it has been confirmed that an economic crisis is coming. The most important thing at the moment is naturally to frantically expand one's own financial reserves, because the gold standard is generally adopted in the monetary systems of various countries. Even if they are affected by an economic crisis, the currency depreciation will not be large. In some cases, the currency will even appreciate. After all, the value of gold is relatively stable. In chaotic times such as economic crisis, it will only appreciate and not depreciate. There is only one reason to expand cash reserves, and that is to prepare as much money as possible to buy at the bottom after the economic crisis breaks out. The outbreak of an economic crisis means that many companies and enterprises go bankrupt, and this is also the time when the value of these companies and enterprises is at its lowest. Carlo can easily acquire these companies with less money. Whether they continue to develop locally or ship important equipment and means of production back to Spain, it is a sure win. In fact, Carlo also thought about informing the Austro-Hungarian and Italian governments in advance to prepare for the economic crisis, but after thinking for a long time, he finally gave up. Advance notice may cause unexpected events, which is not cost effective for Carlo. Besides, the economic crisis is borne by the governments of various countries, and the impact on the royal family is not that great. Compared with the Spanish royal family, the Austro-Hungarian and Italian royal families are obviously more influential. They can cope with this economic crisis more easily, and there is no need to create additional trouble for themselves. Even if the two royal families suffered heavy losses in this economic crisis, Carlo could help them with interest-free or low-interest loans in the future. There was no need to take such a big risk. Cash reserves and gold reserves are the two most important things in an economic crisis. The former can purchase low-priced assets from other countries and obtain many industrial equipment and means of production. The latter can serve as the most valuable fund reserve to prevent bank runs in the country and aggravate the economic crisis in Spain. Continue to pay attention to the economic conditions of various countries and report promptly if there is a possibility of an economic crisis. In addition, I need specific information on the investigation of companies in the United States and European countries. Carlo ordered. After the economic crisis broke out, the most important thing was to acquire companies and factories in Europe and the United States. But the number of factories in these countries is at least tens of thousands, or even more than 100,000. In such a situation, if proper investigation is not carried out, there is a high possibility that what one buys are shell companies that cause the economic crisis, rather than excellent companies that truly own equipment, a large amount of production materials, and many skilled workers. By purchasing a company with real assets, one can not only acquire a large amount of equipment and means of production, but also recruit several outstanding workers to come to Spain. But if you buy a shell company, apart from a few bankrupt railway projects, all you might get is the company's IOUs. Hearing Carlo's order, Caddy, the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, nodded very solemnly and said as if to assure you, as you wish, your majesty. I will thoroughly investigate the factories and enterprises in Europe and America and write a report to you. Carlo was quite confident in the capabilities of the Royal Security Intelligence Service. Even the previous assassination attempt on Prime Minister Primo was investigated with the assistance of the Royal Security Intelligence Service. Whether it is domestic surveillance or foreign intelligence investigation, the Royal Security Intelligence Service has quite good capabilities. With Carlo's investment at all costs, the Royal Security Intelligence Service has become the largest intelligence department in Spain, with excellent intelligence capabilities. Currently, there are more than 1,000 personnel intelligence who are scattered across Spain and Europe and the United States. bringing a large amount of intelligence information and first-hand news to Spain. This intelligence information can also help Carlo better judge the situation and events in various countries, so as to prepare for Spain's response. In addition to the thousands of intelligence personnel, the number of non-staff intelligence personnel cooperating with the Royal Security Intelligence Agency is even higher at several thousand. Together, these people form the Royal Security Intelligence Agency's intelligence network, allowing Carlo to learn about the latest news happening around the world and the latest policies of various governments in Madrid. Letting the Royal Security Intelligence Agency investigate corporate data from European and American countries will allow Carlo to more clearly identify whether these companies are suitable for acquisition. After all, only truly valuable companies are worthy of being acquired. Railway companies that were set up just to catch up with the wave of railway construction, and other companies that have no technology and are established simply to make money, are naturally not on Carlo's acquisition list. For Carlo, he can open many factories of this type as long as he wants, even if they do not have many means of production and excellent skilled workers. But those factories with unique production technology and excellent production workers cannot be bought with money at ordinary times. Only in times of economic crisis, only when these factories go bankrupt, is it possible to acquire all the shares of these factories and enterprises with very little capital, and then transfer their equipment, technology, and workers to Spain as much as possible. Of course, while paying attention to the economic trends and stock market fluctuations of various countries, it is also necessary to pay attention to the two major stock exchanges in Spain. Although the Madrid Stock Exchange and the Barcelona Stock Exchange are not large in scale, they are stock exchanges after all, and there are also various entrepreneurial activities and securities issuances. In 1872 alone, Spain's two major stock exchanges had more than 70 entrepreneurial events and securities issues, with a total amount of 46.51 million pesetas. If not enough attention is paid to stock trading in Spain, the economic crisis caused by stock exchanges in other European countries is likely to spread to the stock exchanges in Madrid and Barcelona. Spain's capital system is inherently fragile. Even if it is only affected by a minor economic crisis, it will be a devastating blow to Spain's fragile capital. In order to protect domestic capital, it is necessary to impose certain restrictions on securities trading in Madrid and Barcelona, and to conduct more stringent screening of companies issuing securities to ensure that no companies established solely for securities trading appear in Spain. This is not groundless. Because of the marriage relationship with the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the economic exchanges between Spain and the Austro-Hungarian Empire were also closer. The Vienna Stock Exchange had more frequent entrepreneurship and securities issuance than the two major stock exchanges in Madrid, and the total amount of funds involved was also greater total of the two major Spanish stock exchanges. Although this scale seems impressive, it is not a good thing. Due to the lack of supervision, a large part of it is banks and construction companies set up for speculation. These banks and construction companies, which specialized in speculation, did create a brief boom when they flooded into the Vienna Stock Exchange. However, if faced with the impact of the economic crisis, these companies will definitely face bankruptcy at the first opportunity. The bankruptcy of a large number of companies will inevitably affect the overall trading volume of the Vienna Stock Exchange, leaving the entire stock market in the red. What followed was a variety of chain reactions, and because the entire stock exchange market lacked supervision, the chain reactions were extremely rapid and deadly. By the time the Austro-Hungarian government reacted, the economic crisis might have destroyed the Vienna Stock Exchange and a large number of shell companies that existed only for speculation. If there were no shell companies that exist only for speculation, the order of the stock exchange could be maintained, even when an economic crisis comes. Especially for a market stock like Spain, because of its small overall size, the impact of the economic crisis is destined not to be too serious. Sorry for the late update. Chapter 147 Cooperation in Treasure Hunting. In the era of the gold standard, gold is too unimportant to countries. If you have gold, you can print money, but the ratio between gold and money cannot be a fixed one. 1. Even in some countries with large gold reserves, the ratio of gold to currency actually printed is as high as 1 to 10 or more. What does this mean? With £100 million worth of gold in hand, the amount of paper money printed and issued to the public may be as high as more than £1 billion. However, printing money cannot be done recklessly. First, we have to worry about currency depreciation and inflation caused by a large amount of money flowing into the market. Secondly, we have to worry that too frequent gold exchanges will lead to a significant reduction in domestic gold reserves, thereby triggering a currency crisis, where there is no gold to exchange. In fact, to put it bluntly, the amount of money issued is also related to the credibility of the currency, and gold reserves are a major factor that can support the credibility of the currency, and it is also one of the most important ways. The currency itself does not have value, but it has real value after being linked to gold. Without gold, the currency is actually a piece of waste paper and cannot be circulated in the market. As the only two legal currency issuing banks in Spain, the Royal United Bank and the Spanish National Bank have also accumulated a certain amount of gold reserves during the currency issuance process over the past few years. But the gold reserves accumulated by the two major banks combined are only a little over 10 tons. Although it is a considerable amount of gold reserves for the banks themselves, for Spain, a dozen tons of gold is just a drop in the bucket. The Spanish government's gold reserves may be able to cope with this economic crisis, but who would complain about having too little gold? Every extra ton of gold in hand could create millions of pounds, or more than 30 million pesetas in value. Whether it is the Spanish government or the two major official banks, the more gold reserves they have, the better. For example, salvaging treasure from sunken ships. During the Spanish colonial period in America, many ships carrying treasure sank in the Atlantic Ocean. Although the amount of money transported on a single ship is not too much, the sum of all the sunken ships is probably a considerable fortune. But the problem is that the location of these shipwrecks is not completely unchanged. In addition, due to the current salvage technology, even if the location of these shipwrecks can be found in the end, it is not certain that they can be salvaged. Moreover, the Atlantic Ocean is so vast that it is extremely difficult to find the location of the shipwreck. Current technology is not suitable for salvaging shipwrecks. Other countries with more powerful technology such as Britain and France would have done it long ago. In addition to salvaging sunken ships, another more reliable way is to explore and mine gold. But this takes a long time, and the existing gold mines that have been discovered are basically owned by someone, and it takes too long to explore gold mines in other places. Carlo did know that there were large gold mines in many places, but the question was, how could he ensure that other powers would not interfere, and that Spain would have exclusive control over the gold mine? What's more, even if Carlo pointed out the existence of gold mines in a certain area, it would still require a mineral exploration team to find out the location of the gold mine and mine large amounts of gold or to extract gold. Such a long period of time obviously cannot keep up with the pace of the economic crisis, and it is not a suitable solution for Spain at present. After much deliberation, Carlo finally set his sights on the Indians. India has the second largest population in the world and also has a large number of unknown treasures. Carlo was also aware of the various Indian temple treasures that were rumored in later generations. There was even more than one Indian temple treasure. The largest temple treasure contained countless wealth, and the smaller treasures also contained a lot of gold and silver. Taking any one of them would give him a lot of gold reserves. But the current problem is that India is British territory, and the relationship between the British and Spain is not so good. Moreover, the excavation of temple treasures in India requires full confidentiality throughout the process. With the power Carlo currently has, it is difficult to perfect the entire plan. After all, this requires sending people to India to excavate treasures, and hiding it from the entire Indian colonial government and the British government, and transporting the excavated treasures from India to Spain. But it would be a pity to give up the treasures of the Indian temple in vain. Although the historical temple treasures may not be discovered until more than 100 years later, who can be sure that nothing will change? After all, the course of the Franco-Prussian War had been changed, and Carlo had no way of being sure whether future events would be changed. Since it is uncertain, the sooner the temple treasure is obtained, the better. Whether this valuable treasure is left to the British or future Indians, it is not worthwhile for Spain and Carlo. Now is a relatively good opportunity. The market changes before the outbreak of the economic crisis will definitely attract the attention of the British government. This is also the best time to go to India to dig for treasure. By the time the British attention returned to India, it would not be easy to send people for large-scale operations. After careful consideration, Carlo finally decided to cooperate with Prime Minister Primo and obtain the treasure through the power of the Spanish government. Of course, if they cooperated with the Spanish government, a portion of the treasure would definitely be given to the Spanish government. Even if Prime Minister Primo was more powerful, the Spanish government would get the lion's share, and Carlo would only get a small share. But there was nothing that could be done about it. After all, the power of the royal family was too weak at that time. Although those nobles had a certain influence, the matter of the temple treasure was of great importance, and could not rely entirely on those old-fashioned nobles. Needless to say, the new aristocrats all had power from the royal family. Carlo was not able to conceal the Indian colonial government and the British government from digging for treasure, let alone these new aristocrats who had no power at all. Although the Spanish government would have to give the government a large share of the profits if he cooperated with it, the good news was that the Spanish government did have enough power. Besides, there was more than one temple treasure in India. As long as he could get more gold and other valuable treasures from a few more treasures, Carlo would still get a lot of benefits in the end. Moreover, for Carlo, it would be beneficial for the Spanish government to get these treasures. Although Spain's development was relatively smooth, all this was based on loans from the Italian and Austro-Hungarian governments. Including France, the loan provided by France to Spain was as high as 500 million francs, and the interest alone would require repayment of 100 million francs. The Spanish government is still under great financial pressure. If it can obtain a batch of temple treasures to expand its golden financial reserves, it will undoubtedly alleviate a large part of the financial pressure, increase investment in development and construction, and achieve better results. Now that the cooperation with the government has been confirmed, the next thing will be easy. Carlo only needs to confirm the relevant plans with Prime Minister Primo and leave the specific actions to the government. At most, the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau can provide assistance. January 15, 1873, in the Royal Palace of Madrid. Your Majesty, what is the matter that you are so anxious to summon me to see? Prime Minister Primo hurried over, with a little curiosity and confusion in his eyes. Carlo had never summoned him so urgently and mysteriously since he ascended the throne too much. Prime Minister Primo, my men have found a mysterious treasure outside of Europe, which may contain a large amount of gold, silver and other priceless treasures. But you know, the royal family doesn't have many people to retrieve these treasures. I don't know if the government is interested. If possible, I'm willing to give 30% of the treasure to the government as a reward for the government's participation in this operation. Carlo went straight to the point and put forward his proposal. However, Carlo did not tell the truth about the more private agencies such as the Royal Security Intelligence Agency, but simply summarized it with his hands. Is there a priceless treasure outside Europe? Prime Minister Primo was a little confused. This didn't sound that reliable. Your Majesty, where did you hear this news? Please forgive me, but if our actions don't yield any results in the end, I'm afraid it will be difficult to report to the government. Take any actual action, just because of Carlo's words. The risks and benefits are what Prime Minister Primo needs to consider. Unless the government is sure to gain actual benefits, the Spanish government will not travel thousands of miles outside Europe to look for the so-called treasure just for Carlo's words. There is nothing much to say about the source of the intelligence, but it is certain that the intelligence is very likely to be true. Even if the intelligence is not true, the royal family is willing to bear all the expenses of this operation. If the intelligence is true, the specific cost of this operation will be deducted from the share of the treasure. Prime Minister Primo, I hope you can seriously consider my opinion. This is a treasure that cannot be missed. It is a huge fortune for the royal family and the government. Carlo will not be stupid enough to reveal all the details of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau he established. Although the Royal Security Intelligence Service may not be able to hide the truth from Prime Minister Primo, he certainly will not be too aware of the current developments of the Royal Security Intelligence Service. Carlo to build his own power. Unless Prime Minister Primo wanted to break up with Carlo, he would not ask too much about the Royal Security Intelligence Agency. The facts turned out to be just as Carlo had expected. After hearing Carlo say that the source of the intelligence could not be disclosed, Prime Minister Primo immediately linked this intelligence to the intelligence agency that Carlo was rumored to have established. Prime Minister Primo did not have much objection to the intelligence agency established by Carlo. After all, the government could not stop the king's actions. Although Carlo did not have much power, the King of Spain was not an empty shell. If they push things too far, it will be bad for both Prime Minister Primo and Carlo. Maintaining the current balance is the most appropriate option, which will neither delay Prime Minister Primo's reforms of the government in Spain, nor will it delay Carlo's own power layout. Prime Minister Primo and Carlo are naturally aware of the current situation of the Spanish government. Prime Minister Primo is now the one who has the final say in the Spanish government, and Carlo's influence is far less than that of Prime Minister Primo. But such power will have to be returned to Carlo in the future. Before completing their respective plans, neither Carlo nor Prime Minister Primo is willing to damage their relationship with each other. Since Carlo has expressed his willingness to bear the costs of this operation, Prime Minister Primo naturally has nothing to say. Even if there is no so-called treasure, at most it can be regarded as just a prank between the government and the young king. The king does not make many proposals every year, so it is naturally impossible for Prime Minister Primo to reject the king's opinions too frequently. Moreover, such a proposal would not cause much loss to the government. It would only involve selecting some reliable personnel from the military to cooperate with the king in an operation. If that is the case, then there is no problem. But Your Majesty, according to the plan you mentioned, the government will be the actual person in charge of this operation. If the share of the treasure is too small, the government will gain nothing. I suggest changing the ratio to 50-50, which is fair for both the royal family and the government. Prime Minister continued, the government is willing to cooperate with Your Majesty the King. If there is such a treasure, no matter which country it is in, we can bring it back to Spain. Of course, Carlo also knew that a 30-70 split was impossible, and Prime Minister Primo would never agree to a 30% distribution. The reason for proposing a 30-70 split is actually to achieve the goal of a 50-50 split. If a 50-50 split was proposed at the beginning, there is a high probability that Prime Minister Primo will continue to push down the ratio, and the share that the royal family can get will be even lower. This is like negotiating a business deal, starting with a high price and then slowly lowering it. Prime Minister Primo certainly knew that the 70% minus 30% split was not Carlo's bottom line, and his meaning was very clear. The government could cooperate with Carlo's actions, but the split must be a fair number. A 50-50 split was completely acceptable to Carlo. The treasures of the Indian temples were said to be worth tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Although Carlo was not sure about the exact share of the Indian temple treasure, the royal family's half share would definitely not be less. Currently, the total assets of the royal family only add up to tens of millions of pesetas. If this treasure is obtained, it may be possible to directly multiply the royal family's assets several times. What's there to be unhappy about with this treasure for free? The share the Spanish government gets will be used to develop the whole of Spain. The stronger Spain is, the more benefits Carlo will get. Carlo pretended to be very hesitant, but finally nodded and said with some pain, then let's split it 50-50, Prime Minister Prim. But I hope there will be no changes. The royal family will accept at least a 50-50 share. I hope our cooperation will be pleasant. Of course, Your Majesty. Prime Minister Primo was quite satisfied with the 50% share. He smiled and nodded, and said to Carlo, as if to assure him, our cooperation will be pleasant. I hope to see the treasure soon. I can't wait. Chapter 148 Disguise. When Prime Minister Primo learned that the so-called treasure was located in the British-controlled Indian colonies, his first reaction was some surprise, but then he felt it made sense. The reason why Britain is so powerful is inseparable from its vast colonies. Among all the British colonies, the most dazzling one is India, which is known as the Pearl of the British Empire, and provides the British government with a large amount of financial income and fertile land of mineral resources, states of all sizes, and they were the real masters of this land. The British were able to obtain a large amount of income and mineral resources from India, but what about the original owners of these lands? Would their income be less? Even if the annual income of these states of varying sizes is not as much as imagined, the accumulation over dozens or hundreds of years is still very exaggerated. What's more, the history of India is definitely more than a few dozen or 100 years. Even if it is only 100 years of wealth accumulation, it is definitely a huge figure that makes people excited. Thinking of this, Prime Minister Primo could no longer sit still, and was filled with curiosity about the legendary treasure of the Indian temple. Since we are going to the Indian colony under British control to dig for treasure, the most important thing is to choose the person who will be responsible for digging and transporting the treasure to India. The number of people involved in the operation was not large. After all, it was not easy to hide it from the Indian colonial government and the British government. There were not many foreigners in India, and they were generally concentrated in a few large colonial cities. If groups of foreigners suddenly appeared in the native cities of India, it would easily attract the attention of those Indians and the colonial government. The team going to India must be composed of elite soldiers and led by a reliable person. In addition, they must also go to India in a dispersed manner to avoid being discovered by the Indian colonial government and the British government to a greater extent. People selected by the government will serve as the main force, and intelligence personnel from the Royal Security Intelligence Agency will serve as helpers to jointly complete this treasure hunt journey across thousands of miles. Carlo still has great trust in the people of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau. It turns out that making Caddy the director of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau is a very wise choice. He attaches great importance to the establishment of the Royal Security Intelligence Bureau, and every intelligence officer is carefully selected by him. Especially for those elite intelligence personnel, in addition to mastering combat capabilities and lurking knowledge, they also need to have a full understanding of the customs and common sense of countries around the world. In addition, they also need to be proficient in using weapons from various countries, including pistols, rifles, cannons, horse-drawn carriages, and some small warships that can be driven by just a few people. In order to prevent the specific examples of the Royal Security Intelligence Service from being exposed to Prime Minister Primo, these auxiliary intelligence personnel will participate in the name of palace guards. As for whether Prime Minister Primo and others would have doubts, that was not something Carlo had to consider. February 1873, Southern India. Although February is still winter in most parts of the northern hemisphere, in this part of southern India, the climate is like midsummer. The average temperature in January is above 24 degrees Celsius, and after February, the average temperature has even reached 28 degrees Celsius. The target of Spain's operation this time is Kerala in southern India, which is across the sea from Sri Lanka, and is the southernmost region of the Indian mainland. This is one of the most densely populated areas in India, and naturally has several large colonial cities. There are hundreds of people participating in this operation, forming a group of two, coming to India in various ways, and finally meeting in Kerala. Because the total number of people involved in the operation was only more than 100, and they were all acting separately, it was impossible for the Indian colonial government and the British government to react. Although India was a British colony, it was open to foreign countries after all is very cool, with an average temperature of only around 26 degrees. Perhaps because it had rained yesterday, there were few pedestrians walking on the muddy dirt road. It was not strange to see two intelligence officers disguised as foreign tourists walking on such a dirt road. Although the two men's actions did not make them look like foreign tourists, their white skin and European looks made the Indians dare not pay too much attention to them. Don't think that the British colonial policy was so good. Their colonial policy in India was still cruel. Simply put, they did not treat Indians as human beings at all. This is mainly because there are too many people in this region of India. Even if there is a loss of several million people, it will not have much impact on this region of India. The history of British colonization of India is actually a history of blood and tears for the Indians even killed. The British did not need to be punished for killing Indians, but if the Indians dared to fight back, Perhaps even their families would not be able to escape the British revenge. Under such circumstances, unless someone dared to stand up against British colonial rule, no one would pay attention to the actions of these foreigners, and would rather stay as far away from them as possible. This situation actually facilitated the actions of the people sent by the Spanish government. With their white skin and European faces, these Indians did not dare to express any dissatisfaction, no matter how suspicious they were. Of course, it is also possible that the weapons in the hands of these operatives intimidated the Indians. It is legal for foreigners to carry guns in India, but it is illegal for Indians to carry guns. If these Europeans are dissatisfied with Indians, they can give them a few bullets and there is no way to complain. So after seeing that these foreigners all had European faces and were carrying guns, no Indian dared to step forward. "Scotty, is there really any temple treasure here?" One of the two foreign faces was a little confused. Looking at the muddy road and those skinny Indians, he really couldn't believe that there would be amazing wealth buried here. "Who knows, Val?" The operative named Scotty shook his head helplessly and reminded, "But this is an order. Even if there is nothing, we have to search here again. I hope we can find it. His Majesty the King has personally promised that, if we find the temple treasure, everyone involved in the operation will receive a generous reward." Carlo and Prime Minister Primo reached a consensus without much thought to reward those who participated in the operation. Digging for temple treasures in India under British control must be kept secret after all, because it would offend the British. If the British find out, we will not face war, but we will be in big trouble. The best way to keep secrets is to give benefits to all those involved in the action, that is, to bribe them. Although it is impossible to ensure that everyone will keep it strictly confidential, as long as the vast majority of them keep their mouths shut, there is no need to worry about the secret being exposed. What's more, the people who participated in the action were carefully selected, and those big-mouthed and boastful people had already been eliminated in the first round of screening. Those involved in the operation were either soldiers selected by Prime Minister Primo who were extremely loyal to Spain, or rigorously trained intelligence officers from the Royal Security Intelligence Service. The possibility of these people leaking information is very small. Even if some individuals eventually leak the secret, Spain can deny it. As long as not many people leak the secret, it will not cause much impact. Although those involved in the action were very confused about coming all the way to India to look for the so-called temple treasure, they did not have too much dissatisfaction. After all, these people are either soldiers or intelligence personnel, and they naturally know the necessity of obeying orders. Why are there so many so-called temples in this damn place? We have searched for more than a dozen temples in the past few days, and none of them are large enough to hide treasures. The man named Val continued, "Is the information provided by these Indians reliable? We are looking for a temple, not a dilapidated temple that is about to collapse. Let's talk about it after we find the last few." Scotty shook his head and said indifferently, "I hope these Indians are telling the truth. Otherwise, I don't mind killing a few of them to vent my anger." A few days ago, the two got a map from a local Indian villager. As for how they got it, of course, they bought it. After all, the entire operation needs to be kept completely secret. If people are killed indiscriminately, it may attract the attention of local indigenous people and be known to the Indian colonial government. There are still many tourists visiting India every year, and many of them are interested in these places in India that are rich in local culture. The two's request did not arouse the Indians' suspicion, especially when they paid £1 for the purchase. £1 is not a particularly large sum of money in Europe, but it is still a lot in India. These Indian natives may not be able to earn £1 after working hard for a year. Faced with such a huge amount of wealth, of course they diligently described all the nearby temples, no matter how big or small, and no matter when. There are many other action teams like Scotty and Val, but they all disguise themselves as different identities. There were new immigrants to India, mining explorers from European mining companies, employees of trading companies, tourists from afar in Europe, and European nobles out hunting, etc. No matter what his identity was, those Indians dared not doubt it, and they were not qualified to doubt it. After all, this land has an extremely strict caste system, and the British who rule India, as white people, are above the four major castes. Regardless of whether the caste system here is weird or not, it facilitated Spain's actions. As white people from Europe, no one dared to mess with them in the Indian princely states. After several days of investigation, the teams finally set their sights on a larger local temple, the Padmanabhaswamy temple. If there really is a so-called temple treasure, I think it is very likely to be hidden in this so-called Padmanabhaswamy temple. Scotty said to Val. Damn, this is not good news. Val had a headache because the Padmanabhaswamy temple is located between several Indian indigenous cities where many believers go to worship every day. This is not the small temples that we investigated before, where there are only scattered believers in the nearby villages. We must formulate an extremely detailed action plan to ensure that it will not be known by the British. Val pondered for a long time and finally decided to discuss the action plan after a union with the main force. Long before setting off, Carlo and Prime Minister Primo had repeatedly emphasized the importance of confidentiality. Being discovered by the British is no big deal, we just have to give them a share. But this is exactly what Spain cannot afford, because according to the power comparison between Spain and the British, the biggest share will definitely be taken by the British. What's more, the temple treasure was originally in the Indian colony, controlled by the British. If it was discovered by the British, before it could be transported back to Spain, the British might have taken the treasure for themselves. The British government would not be polite to Spain when it came to such a huge amount of wealth. Unless the goods could be safely transported back to the country and the aftermath was properly dealt with, there was no need to worry about British retaliation, as long as the British did not have too much evidence. When the large group arrived at the so-called Padmanabhaswamy temple, realized that all the investigations in recent days had been in vain. If there is a treasure, it must be in this so-called Padmanabhaswamy temple. This temple is larger than all the temples investigated before, and it also has its own guard force for the first time. It would be strange if there was nothing strange in this temple. The biggest problem now has changed from investigating where the temple is to how to steal the treasure from this temple. The person in charge of leading this operation is a lieutenant colonel in the military and one of Prime Minister Primo's confidants. The director of the Royal Security Intelligence Agency, Carlo, disguised himself as one of Carlo's guards and served as the deputy commander of this operation. After the two met and had a brief discussion, they decided to send a few agile people to sneak into the temple under the cover of night to first investigate the internal structure of the temple and the buildings where treasures might be buried. Since the operation had to be kept secret, it naturally had to be done once and for all. If the location of the treasure could be determined, then the next step would be simple. But if you can't be sure where the treasure is buried, the next action will be difficult. To dig up the treasure, you must kill the guards of the temple, or even everyone in the temple. This also means that the operation will not take too long, and all the treasures must be transported out before the local colonial government reacts. Chapter 149 Jinshan. At night, outside the solemn-looking Padmanabhaswamy temple, several people in dark clothes carrying various equipment slowly approached the temple. In order not to attract attention, they first wandered around the temple casually. After making sure that no believers came late at night, they gathered outside the temple. This ancient temple, called Padmanabhaswamy Temple, unexpectedly has its own garrison, which makes it more difficult to explore the internal structure of the ancient temple, understand the structure and layout of the temple and find the most likely place to bury the treasure, but also have to pay attention to the patrol of the garrison inside the temple. Once discovered, there would be only one last resort, which was to storm the ancient temple and loot it before the British colonial government could react. But if this is done, no matter whether there is treasure inside the ancient temple, the mission of digging for treasure will be over. If it is confirmed that there is a treasure inside this temple, then the subsequent treasure hunting plan must be very cautious, because in the vast India, there is not only one ancient temple, but there are many ancient temples scattered all over the country. Even though not all temples contain rich treasures, there are always some temples that contain treasures from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. If they could dig a few more, perhaps the debt owed by the Spanish government could be almost paid off. Although the temple has its own garrison, these are obviously formed by the temple itself, and are completely insignificant compared to the elite soldiers carefully selected by the Spanish government. After simply calculating the patrol time of each monk, Several agile operatives quickly slipped into the temple in the dark during the breaks in their patrols. This temple has a very long history and covers a very large area. It is called a temple, but it is not just a simple temple, but a huge complex of buildings connected by multiple buildings. The large size of the temple also made it easier for the operators to hide the public, and believers from outside often come to worship and visit. It is basically impossible to bury treasures in these places. If there are any, they would have been known to these Indian civilians, and then spread to the British. The British have not yet discovered the treasure inside the temple, which also proves that, if there is a treasure, it must be hidden in those remote places, that is, the innermost part of the temple. Sure enough, after a careful search, several operatives finally found a very dilapidated building in the innermost part of the temple point compared with the buildings outside. This more dilapidated building is obviously older. The buildings outside have more or less signs of renovation, but this dilapidated building not only has no signs of renovation, but it is even obvious that few people come here area, but also very magnificent in architecture. This also shows the influence of religion in India. When most Indian civilians are hungry and barely survive, these temples are all built in a magnificent way. The contrast makes people think deeply. Damn, this should be it. Scotty and Val were successfully selected into the action team to explore the temple because of their agility. Let's go in and take a look first. Because it is located at the innermost part of the temple complex and few people come here, it makes it easier for the task force to investigate this dilapidated building. After going around to the front of the building, everyone immediately discovered something even more wrong. Although the entire temple complex has its own garrison, the overall garrison is not large. The patrol team only has more than 20 people, and they only patrol the perimeter of the temple inside the complex point. But inside this obviously dilapidated building, there were actually several monks standing guard at the door. If this was really just an ordinary dilapidated building, why would there be people standing guard here? These few people on guard have already proved the specialness of this building, and also made everyone in the action team immediately confirm their original idea, that is, the temple treasure is very likely inside this building. In order not to alert the enemy, after exploring the entire temple complex and determining where the treasure was buried, the people who were exploring the temple looked at each other and then chose to retreat in tacit understanding. The treasure cannot be moved by just a few of them, and the plan to dig for the treasure requires all the operators to work together. In addition, the monks and garrison forces inside the temple also need to be dealt with, so that the treasure can be excavated unscrupulously. Another thing is that some manpower needs to be reserved to deal with the believers who come to Indian. If a large number of worships gather to watch, even if the treasure is dug up, it will be impossible to take it out of India in public. It may be cruel for Indians, but there is no way around it. In fact, the temples here contain legendary treasures. In order not to alert the enemy and avoid attracting the attention of the British colonial government, all Indians who approach the temple would not be able to get out alive. This treasure digging operation was not that simple. In order to ensure that all the operators could return to Spain safely, a trap was set for the British in advance during the journey from Spain to India. These operatives basically have no Spanish features and can only be identified as Europeans at a glance. Some of them even look more like British and French, which is one of the traps set by the operative team for the British. In addition, all operators used English and French when communicating with local Indian villagers. It doesn't matter, even if Indians don't understand English. After all, this is a British colony, and there must be Indians who can understand English evacuate directly to Spain, but will divide the treasure into several batches and go to the Philippines, Singapore, and Australia respectively. Then they disguise themselves as merchant ships from different countries, and after sailing in twists and turns, they stayed in Spain for a short time, and then sailed to different countries. Under the confusion of the three major traps, it was impossible for the British to find sufficient evidence to indicate that the force digging for the treasure came from Spain. As long as there is no sufficient evidence, even if the British know that it was the Spanish who did it, they will have no way to deal with it. After all, sufficient evidence is needed at the diplomatic level to accuse a country. If the British did not have sufficient evidence, the Spanish government would not panic, even if they accused it. Unless the British are willing to fight the Spanish government, this accusation without actual evidence will have no impact on the Spanish government. These operatives who sneaked in quietly returned along the original route and reunited with the main force. After determining the exact location of the treasure, the next step is actually very simple. All the operatives were divided into two parts. The main force entered the temple to dig for treasures and transferred them to other places using transportation tools that had been prepared in advance. The remaining small group of people stayed outside the temple to deal with the Indians who came to the temple, so as to buy more time for the action team inside the temple. In order not to attract the attention of the Indians and the British colonial government, the treasure hunt lasted only 24 hours at most. After 24 hours, regardless of whether the treasure had been completely moved, the operators were not allowed to stay in the temple. It was still the rather dilapidated building, and the guards in front of the building who were asleep. The official operation has begun, and the operatives will not be polite to the guards and monks in these temples. Operatives' movements at all. He took out a dagger and lightly wiped the guards' necks, and several guards fell down like boneless people. Because the interior of the temple had been explored in advance, it was found that there was almost no defense force in the innermost part, except these few guards. So, after killing these guards, the operatives rushed into the dilapidated building in search of the so-called treasure. The contrast is even greater. The exterior of the building is extremely dilapidated and even looks like it is about to collapse. But when entering the building, the statues one after another seem to be regularly maintained, with almost no dust. Inspect separately, and don't miss any clues. Report any findings immediately. I think we are not far from finding the treasure, the lieutenant colonel in charge ordered. Everyone slightly, and began to disperse to look for the treasure. Service were obviously more experienced. They began looking for possible entrances to the basement and even various, because according to common sense, it is impossible for treasure to be hidden on the ground. It is more likely to be buried underground or in a basement. All they had to do was find the mechanism or entrance to the basement, and they would find the location where the treasure was buried. Can only try to find the treasure by blowing up the building. Anyway, the nearest city to the temple is several kilometers away. If only micro explosives were used, even if the sound of the explosion could be heard, it would be impossible for the Indians to suspect the temple at the first time. By the time they investigated the temple, the operatives had already dug out the treasure and fled. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, an intelligence officer found something wrong. Almost all the floor tiles around were solid, but this one sounded hollow when knocked. Maybe it's here. The intelligence officer whispered that he had found a clue. Everyone gathered in an instant, looking towards the floor tile pointed by the person who spoke. Boom boom boom. The sound of the hollow tile. Everyone caught attention, and the lieutenant colonel in charge gave his own order. Pry it open. The treasure is likely under this tiles, but a dark staircase leading directly to the bottom. Treasure. It's really treasure. Everyone was delighted, and everyone realized that there was a high possibility that the treasure was buried underneath. There are basically only two things buried underground, either a corpse or treasure. If it were a tomb, there would be no one guarding it. That the torches were not extinguished, he nodded and ordered, send two smaller ones down first to see what's going on. Following an order, two soldiers who were obviously thinner slowly walked down the stairs with torches. As the two walked further and further away, the bright light of the torch became dimmer and dimmer. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly approached the stairs, wiped the sweat off their faces, and reported happily, "Sir, there is a complete corridor below inside. However, these secret rooms all have extremely thick stone doors, and we have not yet found the mechanism to open them." In order to avoid revealing his identity, the lieutenant colonel in charge of commanding the operation ordered all personnel to call him, and the deputy commander sent by the royal family Mr. instead of any specific position or name blasting point. Although there were no electric drills in this era, a hand drill could also perform the same function as an electric drill, but it would just take longer. You only need to drill a deeper hole in the stone door and install micro explosives in the hole, and a stone door several tens of centimeters thick can be easily blown up. Considering that the security was most likely buried underground, and there were most likely a large number of stone doors in the underground secret room, the operatives carried enough hand drills and micro explosives before the operation. After making sure there was enough oxygen under the stairs, the lieutenant colonel led a group of people down the stairs to find a way to open the stone door. After walking along the dark passage for a while, they found several secret rooms blocked by stone doors. There are 6 secret rooms in total. If all of them contain the so-called temple treasures, I'm afraid our operation can be successfully completed this time. That the stone doors of these 6 secret rooms are all equipped with mechanisms. Perhaps the Indians never considered that such a secret room would be found by others. The switches of the stone doors are right next to the stone doors. Although they are not conspicuous, they are not secret either. The 2 soldiers who came down to investigate the situation may have been too excited to notice the switch next to the stone gate. But such a switch could not be hidden from the eyes of the large army. I went back to the door of the first secret room and gently pressed the stone door switch. I only heard a click, and then there was no other response. The lieutenant colonel was stunned for a moment and tried to push the stone door, but was surprised to find that the stone door could be pushed. Everyone stepped forward and slowly pushed the stone door open. Under the illumination of the torches, the gold in the secret room shone with a golden color, illuminating everyone's eyes. Gold, it's gold. All the operators were immediately excited, staring blankly at the mountains of gold and gold products in front of them. The commander, the lieutenant colonel, walked up quickly, picked up an ordinary gold ornament from the gold mountain, and after carefully identifying it, nodded and said, "It should be real gold. This is really a huge fortune." Looking around, in addition to the very conspicuous gold mountain in the middle of the secret room, there is also a gold elephant more than 1 meter tall on the left, and a large number of gold and silver coins from different periods and several gold crowns inlaid with diamonds on the right. In other corners, there are countless jewelry and other metals. The various gold and silver products are dazzling, as if you are in the kingdom of gold and silver. Oh my god. How rich are these Indians? I can't imagine it. If we can control India as a colony, we can definitely build a navy like the Royal Fleet. Seeing the countless gold and silver treasures in front of him, the lieutenant colonel couldn't help but say, the reason why Spain has not developed its navy is precisely because of its lack of financial resources. After losing its American colonies, Spain has already had a hard time maintaining just its existing military size, not to mention the need to build new ironclad ships every year. It is also because of financial shortages that Spain has not built any ironclad ships in the nearly 5 years since the outbreak of the revolution in 1868. Facing the mountain of gold in front of him, the lieutenant colonel's eyes were not the countless wealth, but the magnificent Spanish warships. Be quick, don't miss any gold and silver products. The more wealth you move from here today, the more military expenditures the government will invest in the army tomorrow. Also, I don't want anyone to have dirty hands. Once we ship all these things back to China, we will naturally get a generous reward. But if someone thinks that he should have a share of these things, don't blame me for being rude. What they have before them is a mountain of real gold and silver. Even soldiers loyal to Spain cannot be completely guaranteed to have clean hands. To be on the safe side, this time the government soldiers and the royal intelligence officers will work together to ensure that they do not hide anything from each other. After all, it was not a big place, and with hundreds of people supervising each other, it was possible to ensure that most of these treasures were safely transported back to Spain. Even if someone could hide it, they couldn't hide much. Carlo and Prime Minister Primo didn't intend to investigate further unless someone was too greedy. 5300 words to in one chapter. Please support. Chapter 150 reward half a ton of gold. Because there were 6 secret rooms, it took much longer to transport the treasure than the 24 hours the operators had expected. In order to cooperate with the personnel who excavated the treasure, a small-scale force that was dealing with the believers on the periphery disguised themselves as British colonists and announced that a murder case was involved in the Padmanabha Swami temple, which required martial law and a 24-hour investigation. This operation did indeed scare the Indian believers in several nearby cities. As to whether the Indian leaders in these cities would believe it, it was no longer a problem that the action team could consider. Anyway, the Indians did not dare to offend the British. By the time they realized something was wrong, the operators had already completed the task of transporting the treasure. In fact, when the operatives disguised as British announced the blockade of the Padmanabhaswamy temple, it had already attracted the attention of local Indian officials. Although India was a British colony, each Indian state still had its own native government. Britain would send an official similar to a liaison officer to each native government to unify the management of the Indian states. The Padmanabhaswamy temple is quite far away from the indigenous government of Kerala, and so far only Indian officials from local small cities have been alarmed. These officials naturally did not dare to offend the British point, even if they did not know any orders from the Indian colonial government. They did not dare to stop the British from blocking the Padmanabhaswamy temple. Kerala is a large state, and it would take at least a day to help the government contact the highest officials of the state and the liaison officer sent by the British. This one day also was the time the operators bought for themselves. When the British reacted and came to the Padmanabhaswamy temple, they would only see the temple being looted. It took all the operators 2.5 days to loot all the treasures inside the temple. Among the 6 secret chambers, 2 of them contained the most treasures. Remaining 4 secret rooms had obviously been opened in recent decades. There weren't that many gold and jewelry, but together they were equivalent to 1.5 complete secret rooms. The transportation of the treasure has now become the biggest problem. How to transport such a large amount of treasure from Kerala to the port without telling Indian officials and the British colonial government is a problem that needs to be solved urgently. After a brief thought, the lieutenant colonel in charge and the deputy commander sent by the Royal Security Intelligence Agency reached a consensus, which was to split the troops into 2 groups. The first route will send a small number of elite soldiers and intelligence personnel. They will hire some local personnel and vehicles in India and blatantly transport some not so valuable statues, silver products and heavy objects that are inconvenient to transport to the port. The total value of this batch of materials would not be too high, and it might even be less valuable than the 1-meter tall golden elephant in the first secret room to confuse the public and provide cover for the transportation of the real treasure in secret. Under the cover of the first team, the second transport team will be camouflaged and dispersed to head to a more distant port. Generally speaking, after obtaining the temple treasure, most people would choose a shorter route to transport the treasure out of India as quickly as possible. The British colonial government would certainly think so. They would definitely conduct a thorough inspection of the road from the temple to the nearest port, and would certainly pay attention to the upright transport team on the first route. Under circumstances such, the second transport team had a greater chance. As long as they could enter the port, the treasures could be successfully loaded onto ships, disguised as being from different trading companies in various countries, and successfully sailed out of India. As expected, after the transport team was divided into 2 routes, the entire transportation process was quite smooth. In particular, the second transport team, under the cover of the first transport team, easily transported a large amount of precious treasures to a distant port and loaded them onto ships. But the first transport team was not so lucky. Near the temple reported the status of the temple to the higher state government. The Indians immediately thought of the treasure inside the temple. The Indian high-level officials knew about it, and the British naturally could not be unaware of it. Therefore, under the joint efforts of local Indians and the British, an extremely strict blockade was implemented on the road from the temple to the nearest port. The first convoy, which was traveling almost openly on this road, was soon discovered by the British. The convoy carrying statues and other heavier items was moving much slower than expected. After making sure that they had attracted the attention of the British, the soldiers and intelligence personnel in the first transport team slowly evacuated. In order to expand the size of the transport team, the first transport team recruited a large number of local people as labor during the journey, and even purchased many Indian vehicles. Although the Buddha statues on the transport vehicles were simply camouflaged, Indians could see that these Buddha statues were most likely from nearby ancient temples. However, at this point, the mission of the first transport team had been completed. Even these more obvious Buddha statues and some heavier treasures were deliberately left behind by the operators in order to undermine the relationship between the Indians and the British. Just imagine, after the British learned that there were a large amount of treasures inside the temple, they would definitely research the temple and would not miss the heavier treasures transported by the first transport team. Although these heavier treasures are not as valuable as gold products, they are also of considerable value. Even if the total value of the treasures transported by the first transport team was not worth millions of pounds, it was definitely more than £500,000. This is not a small fortune point for the British. It is enough to build the most powerful ironclad ship point for Indians. This wealth is the accumulation of hundreds of years of local Indians. The treasure of the temple is not only the accumulated financial income of the local princely state government over hundreds of years, but also the donations made by local Indian believers to the temple over hundreds of years. Although Indians did not know who excavated the temple treasure, it was definitely the British who got the first transport team to transport the treasure point. By then, as long as the news is spread a little, all the hatred of Indians can be transferred to the British point after all. In the British-controlled Indian colonies, the only people capable of excavating treasures on a large scale and transporting them without telling the Indians were the British themselves. If this was just the first move to undermine the relationship between the British colonial government and local Indians, then the British themselves would come up with the second move point. The so-called second trick is actually other temples in India. Padmanabhaswamy temple can dig out such rich treasures. So what about other temples in India? Are there also a lot of treasures buried underground like the Padmanabhaswamy temple? Even if it was only possible, the British would definitely take practical action. As long as the British began to excavate temples in India on a large scale, it would seriously damage the relationship between the colonial government and the local Indians. India has 4 very strict castes, but at the same time, their worship of Hinduism is also quite fanatical. Digging for treasure is not only plundering the wealth accumulated by local Indians over the years, but also challenging the Indians' beliefs in Hinduism. Although most Indians will still be weak under the high-pressure rule of Britain, there will inevitably be a group of more radical Indians who will choose to resist British colonial rule with more radical means. In fact, leaving behind a portion of the treasure that was inconvenient to transport to lure the Indians and the British was a strategy that Prime Minister Primo had already decided on long before digging for the treasure. If there were no such heavy items that were inconvenient to transport, it would be the best. But if there were such items that were inconvenient to transport, it would be better to leave them to the Indians and the British to sow discord between India and Britain. With the early evacuation, the soldiers and personnel intelligence in the first transport team successfully evacuated before the British could surround and intercept them. Faced with these statues and priceless treasures, the remaining Indians had no time to think about why these Europeans who claimed to be British suddenly disappeared. They were only concerned with how to distribute this unexpected wealth. When a group of Indian civilians were even ready to risk their lives for the treasure, the British successfully appeared and successfully determined the ownership of the treasure. Meanwhile, the second transport team had successfully loaded the treasure at the port. Because there were so many treasures, 5 ships were used for transportation. These 5 ships would go to different destinations, 2 of which would go to the Philippines, 1 to Australia, 1 to Africa, and the other directly to Europe. When the 5 transport ships successfully left the port, a telegram was successfully sent from one of the ships to the president. Everything went well. The content of this telegram was indeed reporting the treasure hunt to Spain, but it also contained information to confuse the enemy. It was a day later when Carlo and Prime Minister Primo received the contents of the telegram. There was no other way around it. Although telegraphs that could travel across oceans existed in this era, they relied on the connection of submarine cables laid by the British. However, the of sending telegrams in this era was extremely slow, and the speed of receiving telegram content was also extremely slow. Spain and India are separated by tens of thousands of kilometers, and by the time the telegram was received, more than 20 hours had basically passed. But no matter what, the content of the telegram saying that everything went well still made Prime Minister Primo and Carlo feel relieved. Prime Minister Primo smiled, looking forward to the huge wealth of this mysterious temple treasure. In fact, Carlo already knew the scale of speed the temple treasure, which was definitely beyond the imagination of others. There are various rumors about this mysterious temple treasure. Some say the total value exceeds $1 trillion, while others say it is only tens or hundreds of billions of US dollars. but just based on the fact that the first secret room exposed in later generations contained a gold belt weighing more than 1 ton and a gold elephant about 1.2 meters tall, it was destined that the value of this treasure would definitely not be low. What's more, the complete Padmanabhaswamy temple has 6 secret chambers, 2 of which have not been opened for more than 100 years. These 2 secret rooms that have not been opened for more than 100 years alone contain countless treasures. Add to that the 4 secret rooms with smaller collections, and the complete treasure trove is definitely worth hundreds of millions as for. Whether these hundreds of millions are in pounds, dollars, or pesetas, that depends on the scale of the security to be transported back to Spain. The early excavation of the temple treasure actually had the greatest impact on the relationship between Indians and the British colonial government. The British would never miss the treasure of the temple, and they would definitely conduct large-scale excavations in other temples in Britain. Carlo also considered whether the British might discover other unknown temple treasures that would make the mighty British Empire even stronger, but considering the various interests involved, and the fact that the Padmanabhaswamy temple was still digging up the most valuable treasures of antique dugs and precious metals until later generations, Carlo felt relieved. Treasures as priceless as the Padmanabhaswamy temple. But once they started excavating the temple, their relationship with the Indians became uncontrollable. Perhaps various independence movements in India will be brought forward, which would be a good thing for Spain. Only when the British colonial system becomes increasingly fragile will Spain have hope of regaining Gibraltar. If Britain's colonial system had remained so stable, Britain would have been the undisputed strongest country in the world, and it would have been very difficult for Spain to retake Gibraltar. In order to maintain complete secrecy, the 5 transport ships arrived at the Spanish port at night, and the port was temporarily closed that night for various reasons. In the port late at night, a troop that had been waiting for a long time packed the treasures on the transport ship again, and transferred them to a new place, and finally completed the statistics work at the new place, mixed to ensure that there were no acquaintances around them. To ensure safety, all of these treasures will be transported to the Royal Palace of Madrid. After being counted and analyzed in the palace, the government will then take away its own portion. The advantages of transporting the treasures to the palace are, firstly, that there is enough space in the palace to store the treasures. Secondly, as one of the 3 largest palaces in Europe, it is reasonable that the Royal Palace of Madrid has priceless treasures. In addition to the royal family, there are many servants in the entire palace, and it does not seem strange to use a transport team to transport their daily consumables. There is a large warehouse area underground in the Royal Palace of Madrid, which originally housed the property of the Bourbon royal family. It became vacant after being cleared out. Now is the perfect place to store these treasures, especially the larger gold products. Until a solution to their disposal is determined, the basement of the palace may be the safest place to store them to maintain complete secrecy. The task of counting the treasures was given to a mixed force composed of the finance department, the army and the guards. Except for the senior officials of the finance department, everyone else was reminded, before arriving at the palace, that the treasures here were treasures buried in the Royal Palace of Madrid, but were suddenly discovered by His Majesty the King recently. Because the people involved in the statistics are either soldiers or people from the finance department, there is no need to worry about them leaking information. The Royal Security Intelligence Agency will also keep an eye on them to ensure that the Spanish government's actions in India will not be leaked in the short term. When Spain becomes strong in the future, even if this action is eventually known to the British government can only regard it as a rumor. To put it bluntly, it depends on the strength of the country. If Spain was really strong, it would not have to sneak into India. It could have forcibly occupied Kerala and then looted the treasures of the temple openly. During the period of treasure counting, Prime Minister Primo and Carlo both visited the basement of the palace in person and saw the mountains of treasure with their own eyes. Even Carlo, who had expected this, was surprised by the value of the treasures in the Indian temple. Apart from anything else, the 1-meter tall golden elephant alone was enough to dazzle people. There is also a gold belt that weighs more than 1 ton. The value of the gold itself is already very high, not to mention the added value after it is processed into a finished product. If it were put on the market to be sold as an antique, The value of this gold belt alone would be as high as 10 figures. If the golden elephant is included, it would be enough to collect several small goals that ordinary people would never be able to draw in several lifetimes. While Carlo asked the Royal Security Intelligence Agency to supervise those people to calculate the value of the treasure, he summoned all the personnel involved in the treasure hunt in India and rewarded them as promised before. The value of this batch of treasures is absolutely unimaginable for ordinary people. Carlo is very satisfied that these operators can keep their original intentions in mind during the treasure excavation process, and no serious hidden incidents have occurred. As for the more or less smuggled goods by some people, Carlo didn't care. After all, how much could a single person take away? At most, it was an inconspicuous gold ornament, weighing less than 100 grams of gold and worth a dozen pounds. Even the reward Carlo was going to give them was more than this price, so Carlo naturally had no reason to pay attention to these secretive behaviors anyway. As long as it's not serious, just let it go. Carlo was also quite generous in rewarding those who participated in the operation, giving each person a check from the Royal United Bank for 5,000 pesetas. This reward is definitely not small, equivalent to about 192 pounds and 1,408 grams of gold. Carlo's reward to the two commanders of this operation was even more generous, a check worth 10,000 pesetas. The rewards given to the more than 100 operators alone amounted to nearly half a ton of gold. However, compared with the gains brought by this treasure hunt, this reward was obviously just a drop in the bucket. A 2-in-1 chapter of 5,000 words. Please support. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.